Twisted Pride. The Camorra Chronicles, Book 3, by Cora Reilly. Narrated by Tortum and Charlie Angel.
Prologue. Serafina. All my life I had been taught to be honorable, to do what was expected of me. Today I went against it all. Dark and tall, Remo appeared in the doorway, come to claim his prize. His eyes roamed over my naked body, and mine did the same. He was cruel and twisted, beyond redemption. Brutal attractiveness, forbidden pleasure, promised pain. I should have been disgusted by him, but I wasn't. Not by his body, and not always by his nature. I shut off the water in the shower, scared of what he wanted, completely terrified of what I wanted. This was his game of chess. He was the king, and I was the trapped queen that the outfit needed to protect. He moved me into position for his last move, the kill. Check. He began unbuttoning his shirt, then shrugged it off. He moved closer, stopping right before me. You always watch me like something you want to touch but aren't allowed to. Who's holding you back, Angel? Chapter 1. Serafina. I can't believe you're getting married in 3 days, Samuel said, his feet propped up beside mine on the coffee table. If Mom saw, she would strangle us. Me either, I said quietly. At 19, I was already older than many other girls in our world when they entered the holy bond of matrimony, and I'd been promised to Danilo for a long time. My fiancé was only 21 himself, so an earlier marriage wasn't very desirable. I certainly didn't mind. It had given me the time to finish school and stay home with Samuel for another year. He and I had never been separated for long, except for a few days when he had business to conduct for the outfit. Because of his father's sickness, Danilo was still busy taking over Indianapolis. A later wedding would have been even better for him, but I was a woman and supposed to marry before my 20th birthday. I eyed the engagement ring on my finger, a prominent diamond in the center. We had to widen the band over the years as my fingers grew. In 3 days, Danilo would put a second ring on me. Mom came in with my sister Sophia, who upon spotting us ran in our direction and wedged herself on the sofa between me and Samuel. Samuel rolled his eyes, but wrapped an arm around our little sister as she pressed up against him with big puppy dog eyes, tousling her brown mane. She had taken after Dad and hadn't inherited the blonde hair of our mother like Samuel and I.
It's unfair that you're leaving right after Fina's wedding. I thought you would have more time for me.
I nudged her. Hey. I wasn't really angry at her. I understood where she was coming from. Being 8 years younger than us, she had always felt like a fifth wheel, since Samuel and I were twins. Sophia gave an embarrassed smile.
I'll miss you too.
I'll miss you too, Ladybug. Mom cleared her throat, standing tall, her hands linked in front of her stomach. She was dressed in a fitted, elegant green dress, her blue eyes lowered to our feet, resting on the table. She tried to look stern, but the trembling of her mouth made it clear she was fighting a smile. Samuel and I dropped our feet off the table at the same time. I thought I should warn you that Danilo just called. He's coming over because he just arrived in town and is supposed to meet your father and uncle. Now I understood why Sophia, too, was dressed in a pretty summer dress. I didn't even know my father was expecting him. I was leaving for Indianapolis tomorrow. I jerked to my feet. When? 10 minutes. Mom! My eyes widened in horror. How am I supposed to get ready with that much time? You look fine, Samuel drawled, smirking, his short blonde hair purposefully in a disarray. He could pull off the disheveled look, but I definitely couldn't. I narrowed my eyes. Oh, shut up. I ran out of the room, almost bumping into Dad. He stepped back, looking down at me with a questioning smile. I need to get ready. I didn't have time to explain. He could ask Mom. I took the steps 2 at a time. The moment I stumbled into my bathroom and saw my reflection, I cringed. My God. My skin was flushed and my hair curled wildly around my shoulders. My simple jeans and t-shirt didn't scream poised future wife either. Damn it. I quickly washed my face, then grabbed a flat iron. My hair was naturally curly, but I always straightened it when people other than my family were around. This time I had 5 minutes to do it. I stormed back into my bedroom, tore through my wardrobe. Choosing the right dress for such an occasion would have taken at least 1 hour. Now I had 1 minute if I still wanted time to put on makeup. I grabbed a pink dress I ordered online a while ago but never wore and slipped it on. I was immediately reminded why I hadn't worn it before. It ended several inches above my knees, revealing more of my long legs than I usually displayed, especially when men were around. Danilo would be my husband in 3 days. It was only fair that he saw a bit more of what he was getting. A nervous thrill took hold of my body, but I pushed it aside and quickly slipped on matching heels, then hurried to my vanity. I didn't have enough time to put much effort into my makeup. My skin was quite flawless, so I decided against foundation and only put some blush and mascara on before rushing out of my room and down the corridor toward the stairs. I slowed my steps considerably when I heard Danilo, Samuel, and Dad in the foyer below. It wouldn't be wise to appear as if I had rushed to get ready for any man, not even my fiancé. They were shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. I had met Danilo a few times before. I'd been promised to him since I was 14 and he 16, but this time felt more intimate. In only 3 days, I would become his wife and share a bed with him. Danilo was very attractive and had much success with women, a ladies' man, but to me he had always been a perfect gentleman. He wore a white dress shirt and black pants, his dark hair immaculate. I took the first step, placing my foot on the creaky stair on purpose. One long leg extended, my head held high. All eyes turned to me. Danilo's gaze zeroed in on my exposed legs. Then he quickly snapped his brown eyes up to meet my eyes, smiling. Dad and Samuel both looked briefly at my legs, but their reaction was less than thrilled. Dad was patient and loving with Mom and us kids, even Samuel, which made it easy to forget that he was underboss of Minneapolis, and a feared one at that. I was quickly reminded just how scary he could be as he put his hand on Danilo's shoulder, wearing a hard expression on his face. "I'd like to give you something in my office, Danilo," he said in a cold voice. Danilo wasn't impressed by my father's mood change. He was going to be the youngest underboss in the history of the outfit, and he was practically already ruling over Indianapolis because his father was so sick. He gave a curt nod. "Of course," he said calmly, appearing so much older than his years. Hardened, grown up, more man than I felt woman. Danilo gave me another smile, then followed my father. I descended the remaining steps, and Samuel barred my way. "Go change." "Excuse me?" He pointed at my legs. "You're showing too much leg." I pointed at my arms and throat. "I'm also showing my neck and arms." I lifted one leg. "And I have nice legs." Samuel stared down at my leg, then up at my face with a frown. "Yeah, well, Danilo doesn't need to know that." I snorted, then quickly looked around, worried Danilo was close enough to overhear. "He will see more than my legs on our wedding night." Involuntary heat blasted my cheeks. Samuel's expression darkened. "Get out of my way," I said, trying to pass him. Samuel mirrored my move. "Go change, Fina. Now," he ordered in a voice he probably reserved for business with other made men. I couldn't believe his nerve. Did he think I would obey him only because he was a made man? That hadn't worked these last 5 years. I quickly reached for his stomach and pinched him hard, which wasn't easy considering Samuel was all muscle. He jerked in surprise. I used his momentary distraction to slip past him, then made a show of swaying my hips as I headed into the living area. Samuel caught up with me. "You have an impossible temper." I smiled. "I have your temper." "I'm a man. Women are supposed to be docile." I rolled my eyes. Samuel crossed his arms and leaned against the wall beside the window. "You always act like a well-behaved lady when others are around, but Danilo will get a nasty surprise once he realizes he didn't get a lady but a fury." A flicker of worry flooded me. Samuel was right. Everyone outside my family knew me as the Ice Princess. Our family was notorious for being poised and controlled. The only people who really knew me were my parents, Sophia and Samuel. Could I ever be myself around Danilo? Or would that put him off? Danilo was always controlled, which was probably why Uncle Dante and Dad had chosen him for my husband, and because he was the heir to one of the most important cities of the outfit. A knock sounded, and I turned around to see Danilo step in. His brown eyes met mine, and he gave me a small smile. Then his gaze moved on to Samuel, leaning against the wall behind me. Danilo's expression tightened the slightest bit. I risked a look over my shoulder and found my brother glaring at my fiancé as if he wanted to crush him to dust. I tried to catch Samuel's gaze, but he was content killing Danilo with his eyes. I couldn't believe him. "Samuel," I said in a forced, polite voice, "why don't you give Danilo and me a moment?" Samuel tore his gaze away from my fiancé and smiled. "I'm already giving you a moment." "Alone." Samuel shook his head once, his smile darkening, eyes returning to Danilo. "It's my responsibility to protect your honor." Heat rose to my cheeks. If Danilo hadn't been in the room, I would have lunged at my brother and wrung his neck. Danilo stepped up to me and kissed my hand, but his eyes were on my brother. Releasing my hand, he said, "I can assure you Serafina's honor is perfectly safe in my company. I will wait until our wedding night to claim my rights, when she is no longer your responsibility." Danilo's voice had dipped in a threatening way. He had never hinted to sex before, and I knew it was to provoke my brother. Power plays between two alphas. Samuel rocked forward, away from the wall, his hand going to his knife. I turned and stepped up to my twin, placing my hand against his chest. "Samuel," I said in a warning tone, digging my nails into his skin through the fabric of his shirt. "Danilo is my fiancé. Give us a moment." Samuel lowered his gaze to my face, and for once his expression didn't soften. "No," he said firmly, "and you won't defy my command." I often forgot what Samuel was. He was my twin, my best friend, my confidant first, but for 5 years he'd been a made man, a killer, and he wouldn't back down in front of another man, especially not someone he would have to meet as a fellow underboss. If I pushed further, he would look weak, and he was supposed to take over as underboss from Dad in a few years. Even though I hated doing it and had never done it before, I cast my eyes down as if I was submitting to him. Danilo might be my fiancé, but Samuel would always be my blood, and I didn't want him to look weak in front of anyone. "You are right," I said obediently. "I'm sorry." Samuel touched my shoulder and squeezed lightly. "Danilo," he said in a low voice, "my sister will leave now. I want a word alone with you." My blood boiling, I gave Danilo an apologetic smile before I left. Once outside, my smile fell and I stormed through the foyer, needing to vent. Where was Dad? I turned the corner and collided with someone. "Careful," came a drawl I knew well, and 2 hands steadied me. I looked up. "Uncle Dante," I said with a smile, then flushed because I'd barreled into him like a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum. I smoothed my dress, trying to look poised. After all, my uncle was pure control. He had to be as boss of the outfit. Dante tilted his head with a small smile. "Is something the matter? You look upset." My cheeks heated further. Samuel embarrassed me in front of Danilo. He's alone with him now, having a word. Can you please check on them before Samuel ruins everything?" Dante chuckled, but he nodded. "Your brother wants to protect you. Where are they?" "Living room," I said. He squeezed my shoulder before walking away. Anger was still simmering under my skin. I would make Samuel pay for it. I made my way upstairs and into his room. A few knives and weapons belonging in a museum decorated the walls. But apart from that, it was practically furnished. In a week or two, Samuel would move into his own apartment in Chicago and work directly under Dante for a couple of years before returning to Minneapolis and eventually taking over for Dad. I sank down on his bed, waiting. With every second that passed, I became more nervous. I got up and paced the room. When I heard his footsteps, I stopped and hid behind the door, carefully slipping out of my heels. The door opened and Samuel stepped in. I jumped, trying to land on his back and wrap my arms around his neck like I'd often done in the past. Samuel caught me, hoisted me over his shoulder despite my struggling, and threw me down on the bed. Then he actually held me down, tousling my hair and tickling me. "Stop!" I screeched between laughter. "Sam, stop!" He did stop, but gave me a smug grin. "You can't win against me." "I liked it better when you were a scrawny boy and not this killing machine," I muttered. Something dark passed over Samuel's eyes, and I touched his chest and lightly shoved him. A distraction from whatever horrors he was remembering. "How badly did you embarrass me in front of Danilo?" "I went over the details of your wedding night with him." I stared at Samuel in horror. "You didn't." "I did." I sat up. "What did you say?" "I told him he better treat you like a lady on your wedding night. No dominant shit or anything." My cheeks blazed with heat, and I hit his shoulder hard. He frowned, rubbing the spot. "What?" "What? You embarrassed me in front of Danilo. How could you talk about something like that with him? My wedding night isn't your business." My entire face was burning from embarrassment and anger. I couldn't believe him. He had always been protective of me, of course, but this took things too far. Samuel grimaced. "Trust me, it wasn't easy for me. I don't like to think that my little sister is going to have sex." I hit him again. "You are only 3 minutes older, and you have been having sex for years now. Do you even know how many women you've slept with?" He shrugged. "I'm a man." "Oh, shut up," I muttered. "How am I ever going to face Danilo after what you did?" "If it was up to me, you'd become a nun," Samuel said, and I lost it. He had a way to drive me up the wall. I lunged at him again, but like before, it was futile. The last time I stood a chance fighting Samuel was more than 5 years ago. Samuel wrapped his arms around me from behind and held me in place. "I think I'll carry you downstairs like this. Danilo is still talking to Dante. I'm sure he'll love to see his future wife this disheveled. Maybe he'll decide against marrying you if he sees you're not quite the obedient lady you want him to believe you are." "You wouldn't dare!" I kicked my legs, but Samuel carried me, lodged against his chest like I was a puppet. Dad came in, his eyes moving from me pressed against Samuel to my twin gripping me tightly. He shook his head once. "I thought you'd stop the brawling once you got older." Samuel released me and I stumbled to my feet. He smoothed his clothes, righting his gun and knife holsters. "She started it." I gave him a look. Smoothing my hair and clothes, I cleared my throat. "He embarrassed me in front of Danilo, Dad." "I told Danilo I'd rip his balls off if he didn't treat her right on their wedding night." I scowled at my twin. He hadn't mentioned that detail to me. Dad gave me a wistful smile, touching my cheek. "My little dove." Then he moved to Samuel and clapped his shoulder. "You did good." I gave the two of them an incredulous look, stifling my annoyance and, worse, my gratefulness for their protectiveness. I walked out of Samuel's bedroom into my own. I sat down on the bed, suddenly overcome with sadness. I was leaving my family, my home, for a city I didn't know. a husband I barely knew. At the sound of an unfamiliar knock, I stood and walked toward my door, opening it. Surprise washed over me when I saw Danilo's tall form. I opened my door wider, but didn't ask him in. That would have been too forward. Instead, I stepped out into the corridor. "I can't ask you in." Danilo gave me an understanding smile.
"Of course not. In case you're worried, your uncle knows that I'm up here."
"Oh," I said, overwhelmed by his presence and the memory of what Samuel had done.
"I wanted to say goodbye. I'm leaving in a few minutes,"
he continued. "I'm sorry," I said with as much dignity as my burning face allowed. Danilo smiled with a small frown.
"What for?"
"For what my brother did. He shouldn't have talked to you about our wedding night." Danilo chuckled and moved closer to me, his spicy scent wrapping around me. He took my hand and kissed it. My stomach fluttered.
"He wants to protect you. That's honorable. I don't blame him. A woman like you should be treated like a lady, and I will treat you that way on our wedding night and on every night that follows."
He leaned forward and lightly kissed my cheek. His eyes made it clear that he wanted to do more than that. He stepped back, letting go of my hand. I swallowed.
"I'm looking forward to being married to you, Serafina."
"Me too," I said quietly. With a last look at me, he turned around and left. My heart pounding in my chest, I returned to my room and plopped down on my bed. I wasn't in love with Danilo, but I could imagine falling for him. That was a good start, and better than many other girls in my world got. A few minutes later, someone knocked again. This time I recognized the unabashed pounding of a fist against wood. "Come in," I said. I didn't have to look up to know who it was. I recognized Samuel's steps with my eyes closed. He sank down beside me.
"Thank you for obeying me when Danilo was around,"
Samuel said quietly. He took my hand. "You need to appear strong. I didn't want to make you look weak." I looked up at him, tears gathering in my eyes. His expression tightened.
"You hated it."
"Of course I did." Samuel looked away, glaring.
"I hate the thought that you will have to obey Danilo, or anyone for that matter."
"I could do worse than Danilo. He's a gentleman when he's around me."
Samuel laughed darkly. "He is as good as the underboss of Indianapolis, Fina. And despite his age, he has his men under control. I've seen him in action. He is a made man like me and Dad. He expects obedience."
I regarded him curiously. "You never expected obedience from me."
"I wished for it,"
he muttered jokingly, then turned serious again.
"You are my sister, not my wife. That's different."
"Will you expect obedience from your wife?" Samuel frowned.
"I don't know. Maybe."
"How do you treat the women you are with?" I'd never met any of them. Made men took outsiders into their beds before marriage, and those women weren't allowed into our homes. Quickly and unexpectedly, Samuel's face seemed to close off.
"It doesn't matter."
He stood.
"And it doesn't matter how Danilo is used to treating his whores. You are a mafia princess, my sister, and I swear by my honor that I will hunt him down if he doesn't treat you like a lady."
I smiled up at my twin. "My protector." Samuel smiled back.
"Always."
Chapter 2. Remo. "Are you ready? We've got a wedding to crash," I said, grinning. Excitement sizzled under my skin, a low fire that burned brighter with every second I got closer to my goal. Fabiano sighed, checking his gun and shoving it back into his holster. "As ready as I'll ever be for this insanity." Genius and insanity are often interchangeable. Both have fueled the greatest events in human history. "I think you annoy me the most, when you sound like Nino with your own brand of crazy," Fabiano said. "I can't believe I'm only a few miles from my father and can't rip him to shreds." "You will get him. My plan will bring him to you eventually. I don't like the eventually part. I have a feeling this plan is about more than killing my father and punishing the outfit. I leaned back against the car seat. And what would that be? Fabiano met my gaze. About you getting your hands on Dante's niece for whatever insane reason. My mouth pulled into a dark smile. You know exactly why I want her. Fabiano leaned back in his own seat, expression tightening. I don't think even you know exactly why you want her, but I do know the girl will pay for something she wasn't responsible for. She's part of our world, born and bred to be a mother to more outfit bastards, born and bred to obey like a mindless sheep. She was brought up to follow her shepherd without hesitation. He led her toward a pack of wolves. It's his mistake, but she will be torn apart. Fabiano shook his head. Fuck, Remo. You are a crazy fucker. I wrapped my fingers tightly around his forearm, over his Camorra tattoo, the blade and the eye. You are one of us. We bleed and we die together. We maim and kill together. Don't forget your oath. I won't, he said simply. I released him. My eyes moved to the front of the hotel where Serafina's parents, Inez and Pietro Mione, had just walked out the door with a young dark-haired girl between them. Dressed in evening wear for the wedding of the year, Inez looked remarkably like her brother. Tall and blonde and proud. So fucking proud and controlled. It won't be long now, I said, glancing down the street where the car with my two soldiers was waiting. Fabiano put the keys in the ignition as we watched the Miones drive off. Her twin will stay with her, he said, and then there's the bodyguard. My eyes sought out the middle-aged guy behind the wheel of a Bentley limousine parked in the driveway of the hotel. A fucking flower arrangement on the hood. White flowers. I wanted to squash them under my boots. They're making it too easy figuring out the car of the bride, I said with a laugh. Because they don't expect an attack. It's never been done before. Funerals and weddings are sacred. There have been bloody weddings before. They should know better. But those weddings became bloody because the guests got into fights with each other. I don't think anyone has ever attacked a wedding, especially the bride, on purpose. Honor forbids it. I chuckled. We are the Camorra. We have our own set of rules, our own idea of honor. I think they will realize that today, he said tightly. My eyes scanned the front of the hotel. Somewhere behind its windows, Serafina was getting ready for her wedding. She'd be groomed to perfection, an apparition in white. I couldn't wait to get my hands on her, stain the perfectly white fabric blood red.
Serafina, you don't have to be scared, sweetheart, Mom said quietly so Sophia wouldn't hear her. My little sister was busy tugging at the pins, keeping her hair in place on top of her head, grimacing. I'm not, I said quickly, which was a lie. It wasn't that I was overly scared of sleeping with Danilo, but I was nervous and worried about embarrassing myself. I didn't like to be bad at things, and I would be bad given I had no experience. She gave me a knowing look. It's okay to be nervous, but he's a decent man. Dante always talks in glowing terms about Danilo. Mom tried to sound casual, but failed miserably. She stroked my hair like she used to when I was little. We both knew that there was a difference between being a decent man and a loyal soldier to the outfit. Uncle Dante was probably basing his judgment of Danilo on the latter. Not that it mattered. Danilo had always been a gentleman, and he would be my husband in a few hours. It was my duty to submit to him, and I would do it. My hairdresser took Mom's place and began pinning up my blonde hair, arranging pearls and strings of white gold in it. Mom noticed Sophia fighting with her hairdo and quickly moved over to her. Stop it, Sophia. You've already untangled a few strands. Sophia dropped her hands with a resigned look. Then her blue eyes found mine. I smiled at her. Avoiding Mom's tugging hands, she came to my side and peered up at me.
I can't wait to be a bride.
First, you will finish school, I teased her. She was only 11 and hadn't been promised to anyone yet. For her, weddings were about looking pretty and the chivalrous knight she would marry. I envied her the ignorance.
Done,
the hairdresser announced and stepped back. Thank you, I said. She nodded and quickly slipped out, giving us a moment. The dress was absolutely stunning. I couldn't stop admiring myself in the mirror, turning left and right. The pearls and silver-embroidered threadwork caught the light beautifully, and the skirt was a dream consisting of several layers of the finest tulle. Mom shook her head, tears blurring her eyes. Don't cry, Mom, I warned her. You'll ruin your makeup, and if you start crying, I will cry too, and then my makeup will be ruined as well. Mom nodded, blinking. You are right, Fina. She dabbed her eyes with the corner of a tissue. Mom wasn't the emotional type. She was like her brother, my Uncle Dante. Sophia beamed up at me. A knock sounded and Dad poked in his head. He froze and slowly stepped inside. He took me in without saying a word. I could see the emotion swimming in his eyes, but he would never show it openly. He came toward me and touched 2 fingers to my cheeks. Dove, you're the most beautiful bride I've ever seen. Mom raised her eyebrows in mock shock. Dad laughed and took her hand, kissing her knuckles. You were, of course, a breathtaking bride, Inez.
What about me? Sophia asked. Maybe I will be even more beautiful.
Dad lifted a finger. I will keep you as my little daughter forever. No marriage for you. Sophia pouted and Dad shook his head. We need to go to church now. He kissed my cheek, then took Sophia's hand. The 3 of them walked out. Mom turned once more and gave me a proud smile. Samuel appeared in the doorway, dressed in a black suit and blue tie. You look dapper, I told him, and felt a wave of wistfulness. He would be hundreds of miles from me once I moved into Danilo's villa in Indianapolis. And you look beautiful, he said quietly, his eyes taking me in head to toe. He pushed off the doorframe and moved toward me, his hands in his pockets. It'll be strange without you. I'll tell Sophia she needs to keep you on your toes. It won't be the same. You will marry in a few years, and soon you'll be even busier with mob business. You won't even notice I'm gone. Samuel sighed, then glanced down at his Rolex that Dad had given him for his initiation 5 years ago. We need to go. The ceremony is supposed to start in 45 minutes. It'll take at least 30 minutes to reach the church. The church was outside city limits. I wanted the celebration to take place in a renovated barn in the countryside, surrounded by forest, not in the city. I nodded, then checked my reflection once more before I took his outstretched hand. With linked arms, we walked out of the suite and down into the hotel lobby. People kept glancing my way, and I had to admit I enjoyed their attention. The dress had cost a small fortune. It was only fair, since as many people as possible would see me in it. This wedding was the biggest social event in the outfit in years. Samuel opened the door of the black Bentley for me, and I slipped onto the back seat, trying to gather the skirt of my dress around me. Samuel closed the door and got in the front beside the driver, my bodyguard. We pulled away, and my stomach burst with butterflies. In less than 1 hour, I'd be Danilo's wife. It still seemed impossible. Soon the tall buildings gave way to the occasional field and trees. Samuel shifted in the front seat, pulling his gun. Soon the tall buildings gave way to the occasional field and trees. Samuel shifted in the front seat, pulling his gun. What's wrong? I asked. We sped up. Samuel glanced over his shoulder, but not at me. I turned as well and saw a car close behind us with 2 men. Samuel took his phone out and lifted it to his ear. Before he could say anything, another car came from the side and collided with our trunk. We spun around. I cried out, gripping the seat as the belt bit into my skin. "Down!" Samuel shouted. I unbuckled and threw myself forward, my arms over my head. We collided with something else, then came to a stop. What was going on? Samuel shoved open the door and began firing. My bodyguard followed him. The windows burst and I screamed as shards of glass rained down on my skin. A man cried out and my head flew up. "Samuel!" I screamed. "Run, Fina!" I pushed through the gap between the front seats and found Samuel leaning against the side of the car, blood spilling out over the hand he pressed to his side. I struggled out of the door and sank to the ground beside him, touching him. "Sam?" He gave me a strained smile. "I'll be fine. Run, Fina. They want you. Run." "Who wants me?" I blinked at him, uncomprehending. He fired at our attackers again. "Run!" I bolted to my feet. If they wanted me, they'd follow me if I ran and leave Samuel alone. "Call reinforcement." I kicked off my heels and gripped my dress and began running as fast as I could. White petals from the destroyed flower arrangement stuck to my toes. Nobody shot at me. That meant they wanted me alive, and I knew that couldn't be a good thing. I turned to the right, where a forest spread out in front of me. It was my only chance to lose them. My breath came in short gasps. I was fit and a good runner, but the heavy fabric of my dress slowed me down. Twigs tugged at the dress, tearing it, making me stumble. Heavier steps sounded behind me. I didn't dare look over my shoulder to see who was chasing me. The steps closed in on me. Oh, God, this dress was making me too slow. Had Samuel called reinforcement yet? And then a worse thought banished my last. What if Samuel didn't make it? I turned to the right, deciding to run back to the car. Another set of steps joined the first. 2 pursuers. Fear pounded in my veins, but I didn't slow. A shadow appeared in the corner of my eye, and suddenly a tall shape came from my side. I screamed out a second before an arm slung around my waist. The force of it made me lose my balance, and I fell to the ground. A heavy body crushed mine. The air rushed out of my lungs, and my vision turned black from the impact of landing hard on the forest floor. I started kicking, thrashing, clawing, and screamed at the top of my lungs. But a few layers of tulle covered my face and made movement difficult. If Dad and Dante had arrived with reinforcement, they needed to hear me to be able to find me. A hand clamped down on my mouth, and I bit down. "Fuck!" The hand pulled back, and the voice was distantly familiar, but I couldn't place it in my panic. The tulle still obstructed my view. I made out 2 shapes above me. Tall, one dark, one blonde. "We need to hurry," someone snarled. I shivered at the stark brutality of the voice. A heavy weight settled on my hips, and 2 strong hands gripped my wrists, shoving them down on the ground. I tried bucking away, but a hand came toward my face. I tried to bite again, but I didn't reach it. My range of motion was limited with my arms above my head. The tulle was removed from my face, and finally I could see my assailants. The man sitting on my hips had black hair and black eyes, and a scar on his face. The look he gave me sent a wave of terror through my body. I'd seen him before, but wasn't sure where. My eyes darted to the other man holding my hands down, and I froze. I knew the blonde man and those blue eyes. Fabiano Scuderi, the boy I'd played with when I was younger, the boy who had run off and joined the Camorra. Finally, it clicked. My gaze darted back to the black-haired man. Remo Falcone, Capo of the Camorra. I jerked violently, a new wave of panic giving me strength. I arched up, but Remo didn't budge. "Calm down," Fabiano said. One of his hands bled from where I'd bitten him. Calm down? Calm down? The Camorra was trying to kidnap me. Opening my mouth, I tried to scream again. This time Remo covered my mouth before I got the chance to hurt him.
Give her the tranquilizer, he ordered. I shook my head frantically, but something pricked the inside of my elbow and pierced my skin. My muscles became heavy, but I didn't black out completely. I was released, and Remo Falcone slid his hands under me, straightening up with me in his arms. My limbs hung limply down at my sides, but my eyes remained open and on my captor. His dark eyes settled on me briefly before he started running. Trees and sky rushed by as I peered up. "Fina!" I heard Samuel in the distance. "Sam?" I wheezed, barely a sound. Then Dad. "Fina? Fina, where are you?" More male voices rang out, coming to save me. "Faster!" Fabiano shouted. "To the right!" Twigs snapped underfoot. Remo breathed heavier, but his grip on me remained firm. We burst out of the forest and onto a street. Suddenly tires screeched and hope filled me. But it crashed when I was put inside a vehicle in the back seat, and Remo slipped in beside me. "Drive." I stared up at the gray ceiling of the car, my breathing ragged. "My, what a beautiful bride you are," Remo said. I raised my eyes and met his, wishing I hadn't because the twisted smile on his face burned through me like a thunderstorm of terror. Then I passed out.
Remo. Serafina passed out beside me. I regarded her closely. Now that she wasn't thrashing or screaming, I could admire her like a bride deserved. Dots of blood splattered her dress like rubies and marred the creamy skin of her neckline. Pure perfection. "We seem to have shaken them off," Fabiano muttered. My eyes were drawn to the back window, but nobody was following us for the moment. We had injured, not killed, Serafina's two companions, so part of the forces would waste time tending to their injuries. "She is a nice piece of ass," Simeone commented from behind the steering wheel. I leaned forward. "And you will never look at her again unless you want me to rip your eyeballs out and shove them up your ass. One more fucking disrespectful word from you, and your tongue will keep your eyeballs company, understood?" Simeone gave a jerky nod. Fabiano caught my gaze with a curious expression. I leaned back and returned my gaze to the woman curled up beside me on the seat. Her hair was pinned tightly to her head, as if even that part of her needed to be tamed and under control. But one wayward strand had freed itself and curled wildly over her temple. I wrapped it around my finger. I couldn't wait to find out how tame Serafina really was. I carried a limp Serafina into the motel room and set her down on one of the two beds. Reaching for a twig that had tangled itself in her hair, I removed it before undoing her updo, letting her hair spill out on the pillow. I straightened. Fabiano sighed. "Cavaliero will seek retribution. He won't attack us as long as we have her. She's vulnerable, and he knows he can't get her out of Vegas alive." Fabiano nodded, his eyes moving to Serafina, who lay limply on the bed, her face tilted to the side, her long, elegant neck on display. My gaze lowered to the fine lace above the soft swell of her breast. A high-collared dress. Modest and elegant, nothing vulgar or overly sexy about Dante's niece. And yet she would have brought many men to their knees. She looked like a fucking angel with her blonde hair and pale skin, and the white dress only emphasized that impression. The epitome of innocence and purity. I had to bite back a laugh. "What are you thinking?" Fabiano asked warily, as he followed my gaze toward the bride. That they couldn't have emphasized her innocence more if they'd tried. I moved closer, my gaze trailing over her narrow hips. "I prefer the bloodstains on her dress. It was her wedding. Of course they would emphasize her purity. You know how it is. Girls in our circles are kept protected until they enter marriage. They must lose their innocence on their wedding night. Cavaliero and her fiancé will probably do anything to make sure she returns to them untouched. Danilo is underboss. Her father is underboss. Dante fucking Cavallaro is her uncle. No matter what you ask of them, they will deliver. If you ask them to hand over my father now, they will do it, and we will be rid of her. I shook my head. I won't ask for anything yet. I won't make it that easy for them. They attacked Las Vegas. They tried killing my brothers, tried killing you and me. They brought war into my city, and I will bring war into their midst. I will destroy them from the inside. I will break them. Fabiano frowned. How? I regarded him. The hint of wariness in his voice was barely noticeable, but I knew him well. By breaking someone they are supposed to protect. If there's one thing I know, then it's that even men like us rarely forgive themselves for letting people they are supposed to protect get hurt. Her family will go crazy with worry over her. Every day they're going to wonder what's happening to her. They're going to imagine how she's suffering. Her mother will blame her husband and brother, and they will blame themselves. Their guilt will spread like cancer among them, and I will fuel their worry. I will tear them apart. Fabiano lowered his gaze to Serafina, who started stirring slightly. The rip in her wedding dress shifted, exposing her long, bare leg. She was wearing a white lace garter. Fabiano reached for the skirt of her dress and covered her leg. I tilted my head at him. She's an innocent, he said neutrally. She won't return to them innocent, I said darkly. Fabiano met my gaze. Hurting her won't break the outfit. They will come closer together to bring you down. We will see, I murmured. Let's call Nino and see which route to choose next. Fabiano and I moved toward the desk and put the phone on loudspeaker. We had just finished our call when Serafina moaned. We turned to her. She woke with a start, disoriented. She blinked slowly at the wall, then up at the ceiling. Her movements were slow, sluggish. Her breathing picked up, and she looked down at her body, her hands feeling her ribs, then lower, coming to rest on her abdomen, as if she thought we'd fucked her while she was passed out. I suppose it made sense. She would have been sore. If you keep touching yourself like that, I won't be responsible for my actions. Her gaze darted to us, her body stiffening. We didn't touch you while you were unconscious, Fabiano told her. Her eyes darted between him and me. It was obvious she wasn't sure if she could believe him. You would know if Fabiano or I had fucked you. Trust me, Serafina. She pressed her lips together, fear and disgust swirling in her blue eyes. She began squirming and wiggling, as if she was trying to get off the bed but couldn't control her body. Eventually she closed her eyes, her chest heaving, her fingers trembling against the blanket. She's still drugged, Fabiano said. I'll get her a Coke. Maybe the caffeine will sober her up. I don't like her this weak and unresponsive. It's no challenge.
Serafina. I watched Remo leave the room and forced myself into a sitting position. Fabiano, I whispered. He came closer and knelt before me.
Fina,
he said simply. Only my brother called me by that name, but Fabiano had always played with us when we were little and knew me by the nickname. My mother hadn't raised me to beg, but I was desperate. I touched his hand. Please help me. You are part of the outfit. You can't allow this. He pulled his hand away, his eyes hard.
I am part of the Camorra.
He stood and looked down at me without a hint of emotion. What will happen to me? What does your Capo want with me? I asked hoarsely. For a second, his eyes softened, and that was the most terrifying answer he could have given me.
The outfit attacked us on our own territory. Remo is out for retribution.
Icy terror clawed at my insides. But I have nothing to do with your business.
You don't, but Dante is your uncle, and your father and fiancé are high-ranking outfit members.
I looked down at my hands. My knuckles were chalk white from clutching the fabric of my dress. Then I noticed the red stains and quickly released the tool. So he's going to make them pay by hurting me? My voice broke. I cleared my throat, trying hard and failing to hold on to my composure.
Remo didn't divulge his plan to me,
he said, but I didn't believe him for 1 second.
He might use you to bribe your uncle into handing over parts of his territory. Or his consigliere.
Uncle Dante would never give up part of his territory, not even for family, no matter how much my mother begged him to. Nor would he hand over one of his men. His consigliere. He couldn't, not for one girl. I was lost. My vision swam again, and I slumped back down onto the mattress. Through the fogginess, I heard Remo's voice.
Change of plans. Let her sleep the drugs out of her system while we drive. We've spent too much time at this place. Nino called again. He suggests we head out now. He sent our helicopter to pick us up in Kansas. He heard from Gregori that Cavallaro has called up every soldier to search for his niece, and we are still on the fringes of his territory.
Dante was trying to save me. Dad and Danilo would be searching for me as well. And Samuel, my Samuel, would look for me. If we were still on outfit territory, not all hope was lost. Chapter 3. Serafina. I woke in a car, curled into myself, half tangled in my dress. Fabiano was in the back seat beside me, but didn't look at me. Instead, he was checking the rear window. Another man sat in the front behind the wheel, and beside him was Remo. I wasn't sure if they'd given me another tranquilizer, or if my body had trouble fighting the effects of the first injection. I hadn't eaten all day, and hardly had anything to drink. A low moan slipped past my lips. Fabiano and Remo both looked down at me. Remo's dark eyes sent a shiver of fear down my spine, but Fabiano's gaze didn't offer any consolation either. I closed my eyes again, hating how vulnerable I felt. I wasn't sure how long we'd been driving, but the next time I woke, we were in a helicopter. I struggled into a sitting position. The strip with hotels and casinos spread out below, and my stomach constricted as the helicopter started its descent over Las Vegas. I didn't say a word to either Fabiano or Remo, and they didn't talk to me either. The tension was still palpable in the helicopter, but they had escaped from the outfit, and now I was in Las Vegas. In Camorra territory, at their mercy. The moment we landed, Fabiano helped me out of the helicopter, while Remo talked to someone on the phone. I needed to wash my face and clear my head so I could think straight again. I had been in my wedding dress for almost 24 hours. I felt sticky and sluggish and exhausted, and underneath it all, a terror I had trouble containing throbbed inside of me. I was pushed into another car, and eventually we pulled in front of a shabby strip club called the Sugar Trap. Fabiano gripped my arm again as Remo went ahead without a single glance at me. "Fabi," I tried, but he tightened his hold. "I need to go to the bathroom and wash my face. I don't feel good." He led me inside the deserted strip club toward the ladies' room and followed me inside to wait at the wash basins. Remo had ignored me mostly, but I had a feeling that would change soon. I went to the toilet, hating that I knew Fabiano could hear me. There was nothing I could have used as a weapon, and even if there were, how would that help me surrounded by Camorrista? I dropped my skirt when I was done, breathing deeply, trying to hide my emotions.
"Serafina," came Fabiano's warning voice. "Don't make me get you out of there. You won't like it."
Straightening my shoulders, I came back out, feeling shaky from dehydration. I bent over the wash basin and washed my face, then drank a few gulps of water.
"You can have a Coke from the bar,"
Fabiano said. Before I could say anything, he gripped me by the arm and dragged me out. My bare feet ached. I must have cut them on the forest ground. My eyes flitted around the room. It wasn't deserted anymore. As if drawn out by the commotion, several scantily clad women had gathered at the bar. They avoided looking at me, and I realized I couldn't hope for their help. Not a single person in Las Vegas would probably risk helping me. "Coke!" Fabiano barked at a dark-skinned man behind the bar, who grabbed a bottle, opened it, and handed it to Fabiano. The man purposely wasn't looking at me. Good Lord, where had they taken me? What kind of hellhole was Las Vegas? "Drink," Fabiano said, holding the bottle out for me. I took it and had a few long sips. The cold, sweet liquid seemed to revive my brain and body. "Come." Fabiano led me through a door and along a bare-walled corridor toward another door. When he opened it and stepped inside with me, my stomach revolted. Inside were two unknown men, both of them Falcones, I assumed. All of them were tall, with hard expressions and the air of unbridled cruelty that they were famous for. One of them had gray eyes and looked older than the other guy. I tried to remember their names, but then my eyes met Remo's and my mind turned blank. The Camorra Capo had shed his shirt. There was a fresh wound on his left side that had been stitched up, but there was still blood around it. My pulse stuttered in my veins at the sight of his muscles and scars. "Your twin almost got me there," Remo said with a dark laugh. "But not enough to stop me from capturing his beloved sister." He said beloved like it was something filthy, something worthless. Fabiano released me and joined the other men, leaving me standing in the middle of the room like a piece of meat that needed inspecting. Dread settled in my bones, because maybe that was exactly what I was to them. Meat. Remo pointed at the gray-eyed man. "That's my brother Nino." Then he gestured at the younger man beside him. "And my brother Savio." Remo stalked closer, every muscle in his upper body taut, as if he was a predator about to pounce. I stood my ground. I wouldn't give him an inch. I wouldn't give him anything. Not my fear, and not a single tear. He couldn't force those from me. I didn't kid myself thinking that I could stop him from taking anything else. Serafina Cavallaro. My name was a caress on his lips as he slowly walked around me. He stopped close behind me so I couldn't see him. I suppressed a shiver. "Not Cavallaro. That's my uncle's name, not mine." Remo's breath fanned over my neck. "In every regard that matters, you are a Cavallaro." I dug my nails into my palms. Nino's gray eyes followed the movement, without a flicker of emotion on his face. Fabiano perched on the desk, looking at the man behind me, but not me. Savio regarded me with a mix of curiosity and calculation. I didn't say anything, only stared stubbornly ahead. Remo circled me and stopped in front of me. He was a tall man, and I wished for my heels. I wasn't exactly small, but barefoot only the top of my head reached his chin. I lifted my head slightly, trying to appear taller. Remo's mouth twitched. "I hear you were supposed to marry your fiancé, Danilo Mancini, yesterday," he said with a twisted grin. "So I robbed you of your wedding night." I remembered Mom's consoling words, that Danilo would be good to me, that I didn't have to be scared of him claiming his rights after our wedding, and Samuel's words that he'd hunt down Danilo if he didn't treat me like a lady. As I stared up into the face of Remo Falcone, my worry of having sex with Danilo seemed ridiculous. The Camorra wouldn't be good to me. The name of their capo was spoken in hushed, terrified whispers, even among women in the outfit. And a terror unlike anything I'd ever encountered gripped me, but I forced it down. Pride was the only weapon I had, and I would hold on to it until the very end. "I wonder if you let your fiancé have a taste before your wedding," Remo murmured, his voice a low vibrato full of threat, his dark eyes raking over me. Indignation filled me. How dare he suggest something like that? Of course not, I said coldly. The first kiss of an honorable outfit woman happens on her wedding day. His grin widened, wolf-like, and I realized my mistake. He'd led me into a trap. My own pride, a weapon he used against me.
Remo. She held her head high in spite of her mistake. Her long blonde hair trailed down her back. Cold blue eyes assessed me like I wasn't worth her attention. Perfect. High-born and about to take a deep fall. So proud and cold, I said, trailing a finger down her cheek and throat. Just like good old Uncle Dante. She turned her face away with a disgusted expression. I laughed. Oh, yes, that stupid outfit pride. I can't wait to rid you of it. I'll take that pride to the grave with me, she said haughtily. I leaned even closer, my body lightly pressing up against hers. Killing you is the last thing on my mind, believe me. I let my eyes travel the length of her body. There are far more entertaining things I can think of. Terror flashed over her face, only briefly. Then it was gone. But I saw it. So death didn't bother the girl, or so she thought. But the idea of being touched by me put a chink into that prideful exterior. So you have never kissed a man before, I mused, leaning in so close that our lips were almost touching. She stood her ground, but a slight tremor went through her body. She pressed her lips together, refusing an answer. This will be fun. My family and fiancé will tear down Las Vegas if you hurt me. Oh, I hope they do, so I can bathe in their blood, I said. But I doubt you'll be worth their trouble once I'm done with you. Or will your fiancé settle for the leftovers of another man? She finally took a step back. My smile pulled wider. Her eyes darted to something behind me. To someone. I followed her gaze to Fabiano. His eyes met mine, his expression hard and unrelenting. But I knew him inside out. He'd known Serafina as a child, had played with her. There was a hint of strain in his eyes, but he wouldn't come to her aid. Neither would Nino or Savio. I turned back around to her. Nobody will save you, so you better stop hoping for it. She narrowed her eyes at me. I decide what to hope for. You might rule over Las Vegas and over these men, but you don't rule over me, Remo Falcone. Never before had someone spat out my name like that, and it sent a fucking thrill through me. Oh, Serafina, I said darkly. That's where you're wrong, and I will prove it to you. And I will prove you wrong. Her blue eyes held mine, back in control, back to being her prideful self. But she had given me an opening earlier, had shown me a crack in her mask, and she couldn't undo it. I knew how to get under her skin. As much as I enjoy chit-chatting with you, I need to remember the purpose of why you are here. And that's to pay back your Uncle Dante. A flash of fear in those proud eyes. I let my gaze travel the length of her, over her torn and bloody wedding dress. We need to send your uncle a message. A nice video of you, I murmured. I nodded toward Fabiano. Take her into the basement. I'll join you in a few minutes. I wanted to see how he'd react. Fabiano's jaw tensed, but he gave a terse nod. He grabbed Serafina's wrist, and she tensed but didn't fight him. Not like she would have undoubtedly fought me. He began to tug her along. She didn't beg him like I thought she would. Instead, she gave me another disgusted look. She thought she could defy me, thought she could hold on to her pride and anger. I would show her why I had become Capo of the Camorra. What are you going to do to her? Savio asked, trying to sound unfazed, but he wasn't like Nino and me. He had some humanity left in him. what I said. Let her speak a message to her Uncle Dante and record some additional material. So you're going to fuck her for the camera? Savio asked. I glanced at Nino, who watched me with narrowed eyes as if he too wasn't sure about my motives. I smiled. Don't spoil my surprise. We'll all watch the video together once it's done. I gave them a nod and headed downstairs. The moment I entered the corridor in the basement, Fabiano stepped out of the last door and closed it. His eyes settled on me. He met me halfway and gripped my arm. I raised my eyebrows. Serafina's virginity can be used as leverage against Dante and Danilo. I narrowed my eyes at him. Thank you for your input, Fabiano. I am, Capo. I've thought my plan through. Don't worry. Have you? Fabiano muttered, and I brought us nose to nose. Careful. You've betrayed me for a woman once before. Do not make it a habit. Fabiano shook his head. Fuck. I won't betray you. I went to Indianapolis with you and kidnapped Serafina. I didn't hunt down my father like I wanted to. I put her in your fucking cell for you. I am loyal, Remo. Good, I said, stepping back. Serafina is my captive, and I decide what happens to her. Understood? Understood, Fabiano said, gritting his teeth. Can I go to Leona now? Go. I'll have Simeone watch her cell tonight. He's a fucking pervert, Remo. He also knows I'll cut his dick off if he goes against my orders. Now go have fun with your girl while I take care of mine.
Chapter 4. Serafina. Fabiano dragged me down a flight of stairs into a basement. Fabi, I said imploringly, tugging at his hold. Fabiano, he growled, not even looking at me as he pulled me through another narrow, bare corridor. He seemed furious. Before I could utter another word, he opened a heavy door and stepped inside a room with me. My eyes darted around. A cell. My stomach lurched when I saw the toilet and shower in one corner, but even worse when I took in the stained mattress on the floor across from them. Red and yellow stains. Terror gripped me hard, and suddenly I realized what was supposed to happen here. My eyes flew up to a camera in the corner to my right, then back to Fabiano. He was enforcer of the Camorra, and while my parents had tried to shelter me, Samuel had been more forthcoming with information. I knew what enforcers did, especially in Las Vegas. Fabiano scanned my face and released me with a sigh. I stumbled back and almost lost my balance when my feet caught in my dress. "Will you?" I pressed out. Fabiano shook his head. "Remo will handle you himself." I froze. "Fabiano," I tried again. "You can't allow this to happen. Don't let him hurt me, please." The word tasted bitter in my mouth. Begging wasn't something I had been taught, but this wasn't a situation I had ever prepared for. "Remo won't." Fabiano trailed off and grimaced. Pushing past my fear, I moved closer to Fabiano and gripped his arms. "If you are unwilling to help me, then at least tell me what I can do to stop Remo from hurting me. What does he want from me?" Fabiano stepped back, so I had to release him. "Remo hates weakness, and in his eyes, women are weak." "So I'm at the mercy of a man who hates women." "He hates weakness, but you are strong, Serafina." He turned and left, closing the heavy door and locking me in. I whirled around, my eyes scanning the surroundings for something I could use against Remo. But there was nothing, and he wasn't a man who could be beaten in a fight. Strong? Was I strong? It didn't feel that way right now. Fear pounded in my chest, in every fiber of my body. My eyes darted to the mattress once more. Yesterday, Danilo was supposed to claim me on satin sheets in the holy bond of matrimony. Today, Remo would break me on a dirty mattress like a common whore. I braced myself against the rough stone wall, fighting my rising panic. All my life I had been raised to be proud and noble, honorable and well-behaved, and it didn't protect me. The creak of the door made me tense, but I didn't turn to see who had entered. I knew who it was, could feel his cruel eyes on me. I peered up at the camera once more. Everything that happened would be recorded and sent to my uncle, fiancé, and father, and worse, Samuel. I swallowed. They would see me at my worst. I wouldn't let it come to that. I'd hold my head high no matter what happened.
"Are you ignoring me?"
Remo asked from close behind me, and a small shiver shot down my spine. "Does that ever work?" I said, wishing my voice came out stronger, but it was already a fight, forcing those 4 words out of my tight throat.
"No,"
Remo said.
"I'm difficult to ignore."
Impossible to ignore.
"Turn around,"
Remo ordered. I didn't move, focusing on the gray stone in front of me. It wasn't only an act of defiance. My legs refused to move. Fear kept me frozen, but Remo didn't need to know that. His hot breath ghosted over my neck, and I closed my eyes, wedging my lower lip between my teeth to stifle a sound.
"Open disobedience?"
he asked in a low voice. His palms pressed down on my shoulder blades, and I almost crumpled under their weight, even though he didn't put much pressure behind the touch.
"On second thought,"
he said gently,
"this position works well too."
The soft clink of a blade being unsheathed made me jump. Remo braced himself to both sides of me, a long dagger in one hand. His chest pressed up against my back.
"I'll give you a choice, Serafina. You can either get out of your dress by yourself, or I'll cut you out of it. What is it?"
I swallowed. I had expected another choice. One Vegas was famous for. A rush of relief filled me, but it was short-lived. I shifted my hand and covered the blade with my palm, then curled my fingers around the cold steel. "If you give me your knife, I'll cut myself out of my dress," I bit out. Remo chuckled, a dark, joyless sound.
"You want my knife?"
I nodded, and to my utter shock, Remo released the handle, and I held his dagger by the blade, the sharp edge cutting into my flesh. Remo stepped back, his warmth leaving my body. I stared at the deadly weapon in my hand. Slowly, drawing in a deep breath, I straightened and reached for the handle. I knew Remo hadn't given me a fair chance. He was playing with me, trying to break my spirit by showing me that even a knife didn't change the fact that I was at his mercy. What he didn't know was that Samuel and I had spent all our lives fighting with each other, like siblings always do. But when he'd become a made man, he started working with me on my fighting skills because he knew how our world treated women. He had tried to make me strong, and I was. I knew how to handle a knife, how to defeat an opponent. But I had never won against Samuel, and he was always careful not to hurt me. Remo was stronger than Samuel, and he would hurt me, would enjoy it. I could not beat Remo in a fight, not even when I had a knife and he didn't. Fabiano's words flashed through my mind.
"Remo hates weakness."
Even if I couldn't beat Remo, I could show him I wasn't weak.
"Maybe I should take my knife back, since you don't know what to do with it,"
Remo said, almost disappointed. He stepped closer. In a fluid motion, I turned around and jabbed at Remo, while my other hand pulled up my dress. Remo blocked my attack by hitting my wrist. My years of training with Samuel prevented me from dropping the knife despite the sharp pain in my wrist. A smile crossed Remo's face, and I released my dress and rammed my fist into his abdomen while I slashed the knife at him once more. The blade grazed his arm and blood trickled down, but Remo didn't even wince.
His smile got wider as he took a step back, completely unfazed. I lunged at him, but got caught in my long skirt. I barreled into Remo and tried to land another deadlier cut. We fell, and Remo landed on his back with me on top of him. I straddled him and stabbed at his stomach, but he gripped my wrist with a twisted grin on his face. I tried to force the knife down, but Remo didn't budge. And then, suddenly, he showed me what it was like when he actually tried fighting back. He bucked his hips, and before I could react, I landed on my back, and Remo was on top of me. I struggled, but he shoved my skirt up and knelt between my legs, moving closer until his pelvis thrust against me, and I couldn't use my legs to push him away. His fingers curled around my wrists, and he pressed them into the mattress above my head, the knife still in my grasp and utterly useless. He had me pinned under his strong body, completely at his mercy, both of my hands fastened to the ground. His dark eyes held excitement and a flicker of admiration. For a moment, I felt proud, but then my situation dawned on me. I was on my back, on a dirty mattress under Remo. He had me where he wanted me from the start. Fear overpowered my determination, and my body stiffened, my eyes darting to the disgusting mattress under me. I sucked in a deep breath, trying to keep my panic at bay. Remo regarded me intently. "Let go of the knife," he murmured, and I did. I didn't even hesitate. Be strong. I swallowed hard, reminding myself of the camera. I'd take my pride to the grave with me. "Just get it over with, Remo," I said in disgust. "Rape me. I'm done playing your sick game. I'm not a chess piece." Remo's dark eyes wandered over my face, my hair, my arms stretched out above my head. He leaned down, his cruel face coming closer. He stopped when our noses were almost brushing. His eyes weren't black. They were the darkest brown I'd ever seen. He held my gaze, and I held his. I wouldn't look away, no matter what he did. I wanted him to see me as I was. Not a weakness, not a pawn, but a human being. "Not like this, Serafina," he said. His voice was low and dark, mesmerizing, but it was his gaze that held me captive. "Not like a whore on a stained mattress." He smiled, and it was worse than any glare or threat. He brought his mouth down until his lips touched mine gently, just barely, and yet a current shot through me. "I haven't started playing, and you aren't a mere chess piece. You are the queen." He took the knife and straightened, releasing me in the process. He stood slowly, drawing up to his full height and staring down at me. "And what are you in this game of chess?" I whispered harshly, still lying on the mattress. "I'm the king." "You aren't unbeatable." His eyes trailed over me until they returned to my face. "We'll see." He sheathed his knife. "Now get out of that dress. You won't need it anymore." I sat up. "I won't undress in front of you." Remo chuckled. "Oh, this will be fun." He waited, and I returned his gaze steadily. "The knife it is, then," he said with a shrug. "No," I said firmly, struggling to my feet. I glared at him and reached behind myself, pulling down the zipper with an audible hiss. Never taking my eyes off him, I pulled at the fabric until it finally fell to the ground, a fluffy halo around my feet. "White and golden like an angel," Remo mused darkly as he took in every inch of me. Even force of will couldn't stop my cheeks from blazing with heat, being exposed like this in front of a man for the first time. Left in nothing but my white garter, white lace panties, and a corset, goosebumps rippled across my skin at Remo's scrutiny. He bridged the distance between us, and I held my breath. He stopped close to me, dark eyes tracing my face, and he raised his hand, causing me to stiffen. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then his thumb brushed over my cheekbone.
I drew back, away from the touch, which made him smile again.
Virgin bashfulness. How endearing,
Remo said darkly, mocking me.
Don't worry, Angel. I won't tell anyone that I'm the first man who saw you like this.
I glared at him, fighting tears of embarrassment and fury as he bent down, reaching for the dress.
Step back.
I quickly stepped out of the dress, and Remo straightened with the stained fabric wedged under his arm. He regarded me.
You are a sight to behold. I bet Danilo would have had a boner from merely looking at you. I can only imagine what he feels now, knowing you are in my hands, knowing that he will never get what was promised.
I shook my head. Whatever you take, it'll always be less than what he would have gotten, because I would have given myself to him willingly, body and soul, and there's nothing you can do about it. You will have to settle for the consolation prize, Remo Falcone. Remo moved back slowly, a strange expression on his face.
You should take a shower, Serafina. I will have one of the whores bring you fresh clothes.
He turned and disappeared with a soft click of the door. The air left my lungs in a whoosh. I wrapped my arms around myself, trembling, trying to keep it together. It had taken considerable effort standing up to Remo, and now everything fell off me in waves of emotion. I stiffened when I remembered the camera, but then I decided it didn't matter. Remo knew I was terrified of him. My brave front wasn't fooling him.
Remo. Serafina was everything I'd hoped for and so much more. A queen in my game of chess, indeed. Noble and proud like a queen, and arrogant and spoiled like one too. She made me want to break her, break those white wings. An angel in appearance, but one with clipped wings, happy to be grounded, happy to never roam the sky. Content to become the beautiful tamed bird in Danilo's gilded cage. I emptied my scotch and hit the bar. Jerry refilled my glass. The whores had gathered at the other end of the bar, as far away from me as possible. As usual. She's so beautiful, the whore who had brought Serafina clothes said to the others. She was. Serafina was a masterpiece, almost too beautiful. Her golden hair and unblemished skin against the dirty mattress had felt like sacrilege, even to me, and I had committed almost every sin conceivable. I drank another scotch, considered returning to the basement, to Serafina. Whatever you take, it always will be less than what he would have gotten. You will have to settle for the consolation prize. Her words were an insistent pounding in the back of my head, and fuck, I knew she was right. Taking from Serafina what I wanted wouldn't feel like a victory. There was no challenge in doing so. She was weaker and at my mercy. I could have her in every way by the morning and be done with it, but it would feel like a fucking defeat. It wasn't what I wanted, far from it. I had never settled for a consolation prize. I didn't want less than what she would have given to Danilo. I wanted more. I wanted everything from her. I slammed the glass down on the counter and turned to the nearest whore. In my office. Now. She nodded and rushed off. I followed her, already painfully hard. Fucking hard since I'd seen Serafina in her underwear. Fucking desperate to bury myself in her pussy and rip her innocence from her. I always got what I wanted. I didn't wait for anything. But if I wanted the ultimate triumph, I would have to try my hand at patience, and it would be the biggest challenge of my life. The whore perched on my desk but got up when I entered. I unzipped my pants and shoved down my briefs. She knew her cue. We'd fucked before. I often chose her. She got down on her knees as I tangled my hand in her red hair and started fucking her mouth. She took all of me as I thrust into her, hitting the back of her throat, making her gag, but for once it did nothing to sate the burning hunger in my veins. I scowled down at her face, trying to imagine it was Serafina, but the whore regarded me with that fucking submissiveness, that disgusting reverence. No pride, no honor. They all got a choice and choose the easy way, never the hard, painful one. They would never understand that nothing could be gained without pain. Weak. Disgusting. I tightened my hold on her hair, causing her to wince as I came down her throat. Stepping back, my dripping cock slid out of her mouth. She peered up at me, licking her lips like I had given her a fucking gift. My fingers itched to reach for my knife and slash her throat, relieve her of her pitiful existence. She lowered her gaze. "Get up," I snarled, losing my patience. She scrambled to her feet. "Desk." She turned around and bent over the desk, sticking her ass out, then reached behind herself and pushed her skirt up, revealing her naked ass. She parted her legs and braced herself against the desk. No pride, no honor. I stepped up behind her, pumping my cock, but I was already getting hard again. I reached for a condom, ripped it open with my teeth, and rolled it down my dick. Spitting down in my hand, I lubed my sheathed dick, then pressed up against her asshole and began pushing into her. The whore's knuckles turned white from her grip on the desk. When I was buried up to my balls in her ass, I leaned forward until my chest was flush with her back, and for the first time she tensed. I never got this close to her. I brought my mouth close to her ear as my fingers clamped down on her hips. "Tell me, Eden," I whispered harshly. She held her breath, hearing me say her name. I never had before. They thought I didn't know their names, but I knew every fucker I owned, soldier and whore. "Have you ever considered telling me to go fuck myself?" "Of course not, What did you want to call me?" "Master." I slammed into her once, making her gasp. "Tell me, Eden, am I your fucking master?" She hesitated. She didn't even know how to answer that fucking question, and it made me furious. "I'm not your fucking master," I growled. "Yes," she agreed quickly. I turned her face so she had to stare into my eyes. "Do you have a sliver of honor in that used-up body of yours?" I asked gently. She blinked. My mouth pulled into a snarl. "No, not one fucking ounce." I gripped her neck and started thrusting into her. She winced, and it made me raving mad. Still slamming into her, I muttered in her ear, "Do you ever wonder where Daenerys is?" She tensed under me, but I didn't let up. "Have you thought about her at all?" She let out a sob. She had no right to cry, no fucking right. Because she wasn't crying for her daughter, but only for herself. A fucking disgrace of a mother. "Do you ever wonder if I do to your little girl what I do to you now?" She didn't say anything. I straightened and kept fucking her until I finally came. I stepped back, thrust the condom down on the ground, and cleaned myself with a towel that I kept handy before I pulled up my briefs and pants. She turned. Mascara smudged under her eyes, and I tossed the towel at her. "Clean yourself. And dispose of the fucking condom. It's dripping my cum all over the floor." She picked up the towel from the floor and wiped the floor first, then cleaned herself. Dirty whore. "Get out of my sight before I kill you," I said. She rushed past me, opened the door, and almost bumped into Savio, who stepped back with a disgusted expression. He cocked an eyebrow as he stepped in. "You're still fucking that bitch. Why don't you just kill her like she deserves?" "She doesn't deserve death. It would be too kind to kill her." And I gave Gregory my word that the bitch would suffer. Savio nodded. "Maybe, but I thought you'd be up virgin pussy, Not this used-up piece of trash. I'm not in the mood for virgin pussy. Savio looked curious. I imagine it'll be really tight and kind of hot, knowing you're the first to be in there. Never been with a fucking virgin, so I can't fucking tell you. Is there a reason why you're here disturbing my post-fuck fury? What's the difference between that and your pre-fuck fury? Or your general mood, for that matter? You're a fucking smartass like Nino. Savio sauntered in and leaned his hip against the desk. I thought I'd tell you Simone went into the basement with a tray of food for your girl and didn't come back up yet. I shoved past Savio. So fucking furious I had trouble not killing every single person in the fucking bar. I raced down the stairs when I heard Simeone's cackling and spotted him in the doorway to Serafina's cell, not inside of it. I slowed, knowing there was no rush. He wasn't that stupid. Stupid enough, but not so stupid to try touching something that was mine. Get out, you disgusting pervert, I heard Serafina's voice. Shut up, whore. You're not in Chicago. Here, you are nothing. I can't wait to bury my cock in your cunt once Remo is done breaking you in. I won't shower in front of you. Get out. Then I will call Remo and tell him to punish you. Oh, so he would call me. Interesting. I stalked closer, not making a sound. Simeone's back twitched like he was busy jerking off, which was probably the case. My mouth pulled into a snarl, but I held back my anger. More silence followed, and I approached without making a sound. Simeone's profile appeared in my view, leaning in the doorway with his hand clutching his ugly dick as he rubbed it furiously. I stopped a few steps from him, and there was Serafina in the shower, her back turned to him. Simeone was practically salivating on the ground and jerking off, watching Serafina shower. She was a sight to behold, no argument. Her skin was pale like marble. Her ass 2 wide orbs I wanted to sink my teeth into. There wasn't a blemish on her body, not a single imperfection, so unlike my own. She had been protected all her life, kept safe from the dangers of this world. And here she was at my mercy. Turn around. I want to see your tits and cunt, Simeone ordered, his hand moving faster on his cock. Simeone was so wrapped up in watching her and wanking off, he didn't notice me. If you don't turn around, I'll call Remo. I won't turn around, you pig, she hissed. Then get Remo. I don't care. You little whore. I will turn you around myself. Simeone made a move as if to push off the doorway. When Serafina turned around, one arm wrapped protectively over her breasts, the other hand shielding her pussy. The water pouring down her face almost hid her tears. She gave Simeone the most disgusted look I'd ever seen. Her head held high, and then she spotted me. See, that wasn't so difficult, was it? Simeone rasped. My lip curled. I pulled the knife from my holster, slid my fingers through the knuckle holder, relishing in the feel of the cold metal against my skin. She watched unmoving as I stepped up to Simeone. Her perfect proud lips wouldn't utter a warning. I wrapped my arm around his throat in a crushing grip and pressed my knife against his lower abdomen. He cried out in surprise and let go of his cock. You were going to call me? I asked. His terror-widened eyes blinked up at me as his face turned red from the pressure of my grip. I loosened my hold so he could speak. Remo, I made sure she wasn't messing around. It's not how it looks. Did you know that no man has ever seen what you just saw? He shook his head frantically. I lifted my gaze to Serafina, who was watching with a frozen expression. You see, now you have seen something that I had no intention of sharing, I explained in a pleasant voice. I slid the knife into his abdomen, only a couple of inches. He cried out, flailing in my grip. I held him fast, my eyes never leaving Serafina. Blood trickled down over my hand, his filthy blood. Serafina dropped her arms to her side. I didn't think she noticed. She stared at me in open horror. For once her prideful mask had slipped and revealed her true nature, a soft-hearted, breakable woman. And I took in the sight of her firm breasts and the golden curls at the apex of her thighs, perfectly trimmed into a triangle. For her wedding night. What a pity that poor Danilo would never get to see it. She was mine for the taking. "Remo," Simeone spluttered. "I won't tell anyone what I saw. Please, I beg you." "I believe you," I said mildly. "But you will remember." I drove the knife deeper into his flesh, moving slowly, letting him savor every inch of the blade. "Did you imagine how it would be to sink your filthy cock into her pussy?" He gurgled. The knife was buried to the hilt in his abdomen. "Did you imagine to bury yourself to the hilt inside her?" His eyes were bulging, his breathing labored. I twisted the knife and he screamed again. Then I pulled it back out as slowly as it had gone in. His legs gave way, and I let him drop to the ground. He clutched his wound, crying like a coward. It would be another 10 or 15 minutes before he died. He'd wish it were less. Remember what I told you about your eyeballs and tongue? Your cock will join them. I brought the knife down on his cock, and Serafina whirled around with a gasp.
Serafina. My hands were splayed out against the white tiles of the shower. I couldn't breathe. Terror clogged my throat. Nothing in my upbringing had prepared me for this. Nothing could have. I was falling apart fast, faster than I'd ever thought possible. Pride and honor were the pillars of our world, the pillars of my upbringing. I needed to cling to them. He could take everything from me, but not that, never that. Simeon was screaming, and I pressed my palms against my ears, trying to shut him out, to no avail. Ice Princess no more. My eyes were blurry from tears and water, but the image of Remo sinking his knife into a man with that twisted smile on his face was etched into my mind. How was I supposed to stay prideful? How was I supposed to hold my head high and not let him see my fear? Nothing had ever scared me more than Remo Falcone. Monsters aren't real, my mother had told me a long time ago when I was afraid to sleep in the dark and kept crawling into Samuel's bed. I hadn't believed her back then, and that was before meeting Remo. The screaming stopped. I shuddered and lowered my hands slowly. Something red caught my eyes. I looked down at the shower floor where red water was pooling around my feet. I blinked, and then it clicked. Floor-level shower. Remo bringing down the knife on the man's. My feet looked even paler against the red. My vision shifted, and something broke apart in me. I was standing in someone's blood. I heard myself screaming and tried to get out of the blood, but the ground was slippery. I twisted around, holding onto the shower walls, and then I saw the rest of the cell. The entire floor was covered in blood, and amidst it all stood Remo, tall and dark, knife still gleaming in his hand. His chest and arms were smeared with blood. Red, 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 everywhere. I was still screaming and screaming until I couldn't scream anymore because there was no air left in my lungs, and I could not breathe. Remo sheathed his knife and stalked toward me. I flailed, trying to get away from him, from the blood, from the sight of the dead man behind Remo. My feet slipped on the floor and I was falling. My knees sank into the blood. My hands followed. Remo pulled me up. My body pressed against his, and the smell of blood filled my nose. I clutched at his shoulders for balance, and then I pulled one hand back and it came away red. And one glance down, red. My skin, red. Everything red. My eyes found Remo's blood-covered body, red, red, red. I started struggling against his hold. I fought with all I had. "Please," I gasped out. Remo lifted me in his arms, and I had no fight left in me. He carried me barefoot through the cell, stepping over the dead man. When had he got rid of his shoes? A hysteric laugh bubbled up my throat, but it turned into a sob. This was too much. Remo walked into another cell and set me down on the floor of the shower. I sank down, curling up on my side, unable to remain in a sitting position. My chest was heaving, but I wasn't breathing. Through my foggy vision, I watched Remo getting out of his bloody clothes and coming toward me. Naked. I didn't register more than that. I closed my eyes. He moved his arms under my knees and back and lifted me once more. Then cold water splashed down on me, and I sucked in a deep breath, my eyes shooting open. Remo shifted with me in his arms, leaning forward, his forehead pressed against the tiles as he looked down at me. His body shielded me from the cold water raining down on us, and his dark eyes held mine.
"It takes a while before the water gets warm down here,"
he said calmly. So calm. My eyes searched his face, eerily calm. No sign that he had just killed a man in a barbaric way. I shuddered, my teeth chattering. Even when the water turned warm, my teeth kept clinking together, and they didn't stop even when Remo stepped back out of the shower with me still in his arms. Remo walked out of the cell and carried me through the corridor. Panic tore at my chest. "Fuck," someone said, a man.
"Get me a fucking blanket, Savio,"
Remo growled. He tightened his hold as he carried me upstairs. I closed my eyes, too shaken to put up a fight. Something soft and warm covered me, and then I was put down on warm leather.
"You can't drive through the city naked, and there's still blood on your body."
"You can drive," Remo said, and then his body eased in beside me.
"Where the fuck are we taking her?"
"Home."
"Nino won't like that one fucking bit. You know how protective he is of Chiara."
"I don't give a fuck. Now shut up and drive." I focused on breathing, focused on remembering what made me happy. Samuel, Mom, Dad, Sophia. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. The minutes seemed to blur together when Remo picked me up again and eventually put me down on something soft. My eyes peeled open, heavy-lidded and burning from crying. The first thing I registered was the bed I was lying on. Soft satin sheets, blood red. A majestic canopy bed made from black wood, the posts twisting as if two branches had wound around another to form each. Heavy blood-red drapes hung from the canopy, blocking the bright sunlight streaming into the bedroom. I put my trembling hand flat against the smooth sheet, white against red, like in the shower. I shuddered and started hyperventilating again. Remo appeared beside the bed and sank down, causing the mattress to dip under his weight. He was naked except for a knife holster, which was strapped to his chest. Muscles and scars and barely restrained strength. I averted my eyes, my teeth beginning to chatter again. Remo reached over me. "Don't," I said weakly. Then firmer. "Don't touch me." Remo's dark eyes held mine with intent. He bent low until his face filled my vision.
"After what you saw me do today, you still defy me. Don't you think submitting to me will make things less painful for you?"
His voice was soft, low, almost curious. "Yes," I whispered, and something shifted in his eyes. Was that disappointment? But I'd rather take pain than submit to your will, Remo. He smiled darkly and reached over me again. Before I could react, he pulled a blanket over my body, covering my nakedness. My eyes widened.
How can you know what you prefer if you've never experienced either? Neither pain.
He brushed his lips lightly across my mouth. Not a kiss, but a threat.
Nor pleasure.
A shiver traveled down my spine. My throat was dry, my limbs heavy.
I want to show you both, Angel.
He paused, his dark eyes burning into me.
But I fear you'd rather kill yourself than give yourself to me.
He pulled his knife out and put it down beside me.
You should end your life. Take the easy way out, because nobody will come to save you, and I won't stop until I've broken you, body and soul.
I believed him. How could I not, with the intense determination and coldness in his dark eyes? I reached for the knife, then pushed into a sitting position and pressed the blade against Remo's throat. He didn't flinch, only regarded me with unsettling eyes. I won't ever kill myself. I won't do that to my family. But you will never break me. I won't let you. Remo tilted his head, again with a hint of curiosity.
If you want to kill me, do it now, because you won't get another chance, Angel.
My hand holding the knife shook. Remo didn't take his eyes off me as he shifted closer to me, climbing up on one knee, then the other until he leaned over me. I pressed harder and blood welled to the surface. My eyes focused on the red coating the blade against Remo's skin. Remo moved over me and drove the knife harder into his flesh. I yielded, fixated on the blood trickling down his throat, on its smell, its bright color. Remo lowered himself on top of me, the knife between our throats, his body covering mine with only the blanket between us. He regarded me, dark eyes peeling away layer over layer of protective walls that I tried to put up. Hysteria swirled in my chest, the memories of the basement clawing at the fringes of my mind. Remo curled his hand around mine and the handle, then slowly pried my hands off it and took the knife from me. He dropped it to the bed beside us. I could feel every inch of his strong, muscled body against mine, but my eyes couldn't focus on anything but the blood on his skin, dripping from the cut I had inflicted. He pressed 2 fingers to my throat, feeling my erratic pulse.
Still in the grasp of panic,
I swallowed. He pulled away and stood. Then he bent over me.
You are safe in your weakest moments, Angel. I don't enjoy breaking the weak. I will break you when you are strong.
He grabbed the knife and turned around, presenting his back to me. My eyes traced the tattoo of the kneeling fallen angel. Was that how Remo saw himself? A fallen angel with broken wings? A dark angel risen from hell? And what was I? Before he left the room, he glanced over his shoulder at me.
Don't try to run, Angel. There are more men like Simeon waiting to get their hands on you. I'd hate having to send them after you and hurt you.
As if anyone could hurt me worse than Remo would. I forced a smile. We both know you're lying. You won't let anyone hurt me. Remo cocked one dark eyebrow.
I won't.
You won't because you want to be the one to break me, to make me scream. Remo's mouth pulled into a smile that raised the little hairs on my skin, a smile that would haunt me forever.
Oh, I will make you scream, Angel. That I swear.
Suppressing a shudder, I dug my nails into my palms and forced more words from my tight throat. Don't waste your time. Kill me now.
We all have to let part of ourselves die to rise up stronger. Now sleep tight. I'll return later for a proper video message for your family.
Why did you even save me from Simeon? Why not let him start the torture you have in mind for me? Why bring me here to your mansion? Remo regarded me as if he too was wondering the same thing, and his silence told me that my guess had been right. This was indeed the Falcone mansion. It surprised me that he would risk bringing me into his family's home.
Like you said, I will be the one to make you scream, and no one else.
He closed the door. I shut my eyes and pulled the covers tighter around myself. A power play, a twisted game of chess. I wasn't going to be a pawn or a queen, and Remo wouldn't be the king.
Chapter 5. Remo. I grabbed sweatpants to put on before I headed downstairs into our gaming room, where Savio, Nino, and Adamo were sitting. Since Chiara had joined our family, my days of walking through the house naked when I pleased were fucking over. My brothers regarded me as if I was a bomb about to detonate. I flashed them a smile. Adamo shook his head but didn't say anything. He didn't try to hide his aversion toward me, or his reluctance about becoming a camarista. Nino rose slowly. You shouldn't have brought her here. I grabbed the pizza menu. Savio, order pizza for us, and an extra one for Serafina. Nino came around the sofa. My eyes flickered over the tension in his limbs. Remo, take her somewhere else. No, I said. She will stay here, under this roof, where I can keep a fucking eye on her. My brother stopped in front of me, a deep frown pulling his brows together. That was the equivalent of an angry outburst from him. This situation might cause another one of Chiara's episodes. Chiara is your wife, not mine. Make sure she doesn't see anything that she isn't supposed to see. Where is she anyway? In our wing. The moment Savio told me you were bringing Serafina, I told her to stay there. See? No problem. I moved past him toward the bar and grabbed a beer. Nino followed as Savio ordered pizza in the background. It is a huge problem. Your captive is upstairs, free to roam the place as she sees fit. She could walk around the house and cross Chiara. I doubt Serafina will do that right now. She's too shaken and probably taking a beauty sleep as we speak. She can't escape from the premises, and one of you will have to guard her to make sure she doesn't do something stupid. Nino assessed me. I really hope you know what you're doing. This is supposed to bring the outfit down. Don't forget that, Remo. My mouth pulled wide. It will crush them. They will bleed out slowly, painfully, without ever feeling my blade. This will destroy them. Nino gave a nod because even if emotions were still hard to grasp for him, he knew the effect mind games had in a war. You disgust me, Adamo muttered. 4 days, I reminded him. He stood, jutting his chin out. What if I say no? Savio shoved him. You'd be a fucking disgrace, a traitor. What would you do? Where would you go? Adamo shoved him back. I don't give a fuck. Anything is better than becoming like you. I stalked toward him. He lifted his chin. You say this because from the day of your birth, you've been protected. You've never been subjected to true cruelty. You're a Falcone, Adamo, and one day you will be proud to be one. I wish I wasn't a Falcone. I wish you weren't my brother. Adamo, Nino warned, looking at my face. Fuck you, Adamo shouted and ran off upstairs. He'll come around, eventually, Nino drawled. How much time until the pizza arrives? I asked Savio. He exchanged a look with Nino before replying. 20 minutes. Time for a phone call, I said, looking at Nino, who hesitated briefly, but then took out his mobile and scrolled through it. Nino handed me the phone with the number I didn't recognize. That's Dante's number if he hasn't changed it from our last call years ago. Good. Get some of Chiara's clothes, a white nightgown if she has one. Nino frowned deeply, but walked past me and disappeared into his wing. How are you going to keep her in check? Make sure she doesn't try to run or kill herself? She's been sheltered all her life. She's far from home, far from the men who've protected her. Freedom scares her more than captivity. Savio laughed. You sound awfully sure of it. I grinned. Nino returned, looking as close to pissed as he ever did. He held the clothes out to me, among them a silvery satin nightgown. Perfect. Chiara suspects something's the matter. I took the clothes, not bothering to comment, and walked past him toward my wing where I barged into Serafina's room without knocking. My eyes wandered from the empty bed toward the wall behind it, where Serafina tried opening the window, which she couldn't do without the necessary keys. She whirled around, the blood-red sheets wrapped around her body, her blonde hair a wild mane slithering down her shoulders. Her skin glowed so innocently white against the red of the covers. I wanted to run my tongue over it, to see if it would taste as pure as she looked. Not cowering in the bed as I'd expected, but trying to escape. This little birdie seemed desperate to escape my cage, only to flutter right into Danillo's. Her eyes and face held remnants of her earlier panic, but she tilted her chin upward and narrowed her eyes at me, determined to play with the big boys. I strolled into the room, her shoulders pulled back, an act of defiance. But her hand flew up to press the sheet against her body, her fingers splayed out against the red, visibly shaking. My eyes never leaving her, I set the clothes down on the bed, catching the hint of her sweet scent. I'd caught it earlier, as if she'd been massaged with vanilla oil in preparation for her wedding night. My nostrils flared. Trying to escape my cage, little bird. She tossed me a haughty look. You're awfully fond of creatures with wings. I enjoy breaking them. Her lip curled, and still she managed to be perfectly beautiful. I could guess the images that ran through her mind, of me torturing tiny animals. That was for cowards, for men not capable of facing a worthy opponent. I'm not that kind of psychopath. What kind are you, then? I smiled. You won't be able to open the window. Don't waste your energy trying to escape. Did you have the locks installed specifically for me? Or do you make a habit of locking women in your bedroom so you can rape and torture them for your personal entertainment? I stalked toward her, backed her against the windowsill, then braced myself against the glass, glaring down at her. No, I said. My father had them installed for my mother. Disgust flashed across Serafina's face. You Falcones are all monsters. I leaned down, breathing in her scent. My father was a monster. I'm worse. Her pulse thudded in her veins. I could see her fear throbbing against the unblemished skin of her throat. I stepped back, then nodded toward the clothes. For you. Tomorrow morning you will wear the silver nightgown. Serafina walked toward the bed sideways to keep an eye on me, then scowled at the heap on her bed. I raised the phone to my ear and pressed the call button. After the second ring, Dante's cold voice sounded. Cavallaro. Dante, good to hear your voice. Serafina's head jerked toward me, and she sank down on the bed, her prideful mask cracking as her fingers curled into a fist, gripping the sheet. Silence rang on the other end, and I smiled. I wished I could see Cavallaro's expression as he was being faced with the consequences of his actions, and the realization that his niece would pay for his sins. Remo. I heard male voices in the background, and a hysteric female one. Serafina's mother. I would like a word with you, capo to capo, from one man who had his territory breached to another. Two men of honor. I'm a man of honor, Remo. I don't know what you are, but honorable isn't it? Let's agree to disagree on that. Is Serafina alive? He asked quietly. I trailed my eyes over the glaring woman, clutching the red blankets around her naked body. I heard a furious voice in the background. "I will break every fucking bone in your body." Is that her twin? Pain flashed across her face, and she swallowed. "Is she alive?" Dante repeated, his voice shaking with anger. "What do you think?" "She is, because alive, she is worth more than dead." "Indeed. I don't have to tell you that I will kill her in the most painful way I can think of if a single outfit soldier breaches my territory to save her, and I can be very creative when it comes to inflicting pain." Even from a distance, I could see her blood pounding furiously in her veins as she stared down at her fist. "I want to speak to her." "Not yet." "Remo, you crossed a line, and you will pay for it." "Oh, I'm sure you think so." "What do you want?" "It's not time for that kind of conversation yet, Dante. I don't think you are quite ready for it. Tomorrow morning we will have another date. Set up a camera. I want you, her brother, father, and fiancé in a room in front of that camera. Nino will give you instructions how to set everything up. I will set up a camera myself so we can see and hear each other." Serafina's eyes met mine. "Remo." Dante's voice held a warning, but I lowered the phone from my ear and ended the call. Serafina stared at me, wide-eyed. I moved closer, and she stiffened but otherwise didn't show her fear, despite the exhaustion on her face. "Tomorrow, we will start playing, Angel." I left, wanting her to ponder my words. Nino waited in the corridor as I closed the door. I raised my eyebrows in passing. "Pizza's arrived." Nino followed close behind me, then grabbed my shoulder. "What kind of video do you have in mind for tomorrow?" I regarded him, trying to gauge his mood, but even now it was still difficult. "I'll give her a choice." Nino shook his head once, almost disapproving. "This woman is innocent. She's not a debtor, not a whore who steals money. She hasn't done anything." "Chiara changed you." "Not in this regard. We've never preyed on the innocent, Remo. We've never laid a hand on someone who didn't deserve it. And this woman, this girl, she did nothing to deserve that choice." I held his gaze. "You know me better than anyone else," I murmured, "and yet here we stand." Nino tilted his head, gray eyes narrowing. "You're playing a dangerous game. You don't know your opponent well enough to be sure of her choice. She will choose what they all do, Nino. She's a woman. She's been coddled all her life. She will take the easy way. I want to hear her say it in front of that fucking camera. Want Dante to hear his niece offer her fucking body to me. Want them all to hear it, and she will." Downstairs, I grabbed one of the pizza boxes before I returned to the guest bedroom in my wing. This time, Serafina sat on the bed and didn't look up when I entered. She held the silver nightgown in her hands. "What if I refuse to wear it?" "You can wear your nightgown for the show or be naked. Your blood will look just as enticing against your white skin as it would against the nightgown." A small shiver rippled through her body, and she let the piece of clothing flutter to the ground at her bare feet. I walked closer. "Here. You haven't eaten in more than a day." I set the pizza box down on the nightstand. She eyed it suspiciously. I waited for her to shove it away, to try punishing me by starving herself, like my mother had always tried with our father. It hadn't worked with him, and it wouldn't work with me. "I hope it's poisoned," she muttered, then reached for a slice and took a big bite. She chewed, then raised her eyes to mine. She swallowed almost defiantly. "Are you going to watch me eat?" Maybe breaking her wings wouldn't be as easy as I'd thought. Early the next morning, Fabiano came over. I was doing kicks against the punching bag in our game room, needing to release my pent-up energy. He leaned against the doorframe, assessing me for a couple of heartbeats. "Say what you've got to say," I growled and landed a hard kick. "Jerry called me into the sugar trap a couple of hours ago, so I could deal with the mess you created. I found Simeone with his cock stuffed into his mouth. I'm not sure I want to know what happened." I narrowed my eyes. "If you didn't want to know, you wouldn't be here." He pushed away from the doorframe and moved toward me. "Did he touch her?" I stopped my kicks. He didn't. He thought he could watch Serafina showering. Fabiano evaluated my face. "Where is she?" "In bed." His eyebrows rose. "In your bed?" I didn't say anything, but I met his eyes straight on. He sighed. "So you—" He searched for the right word, then gave up. "I thought you wanted to use her virginity as leverage against Cavallaro and her fiancé." I tried to gauge Fabiano's feelings, but he was too good at masking them. If he put that kind of effort into hiding his feelings, he would only disapprove of me taking Serafina with force. I stalked toward him. "Do you harbor feelings for her?" He grimaced. "Really? I have Leona. I'm not interested in Fina. But you didn't like the idea of me hurting her. You are Capo. You do with her whatever you want, but no. I don't like the idea of you punishing her for something the outfit did." I respected Fabiano for his honesty. Most men were too cowardly to tell me the truth to my face. "Then you should leave now, because I have a call set up with Dante and her family in 2 hours, and Serafina will play the leading role." He looked away, a muscle in his cheek twitching. "I should return to Leona." "You do that. Go to your girl, and I will go to mine." "She isn't yours, Remo. She didn't choose you. That's a big difference," Fabiano said before he turned and left. I returned to the punching bag and kicked it harder than before.
Serafina. Even the next morning, the pizza lay heavily in my stomach, but at least now my stomach was churning for another reason than terror. I considered eating another piece for breakfast. I needed all the energy I could get if I wanted to figure out a way to beat Remo at his own game, because no matter how sheltered I was, I knew Remo wouldn't have set up a video call with my family if he didn't know he had something to show them that would hurt them. I barely slept through the night. Remo hadn't locked my door after he left, but I didn't try venturing outside, fearing it was a trap. I was still too shaken to plan my flight in a way that would guarantee its success. I slid the satin nightgown over my head, even if I didn't want to give Remo even that small victory, but I'd have to pick my battles if I wanted to survive. Steps in front of the door made me stiffen, and I got up from the bed, preferring to stand when facing Remo. But it wasn't the scary Capo who entered. Remo Falcone stood in the doorway, his brown eyes taking in the length of me. I wrapped my arms around my chest before I could think better of it. "Come," he ordered with a nod toward the open door. I walked toward him, and he made a move to grab my arm. "Don't you dare touch me," I hissed. His eyebrows shot up, and he smiled arrogantly. "Then move your pretty ass, and take my advice. Don't ever talk to Remo like that, or you'll find yourself wishing you had never been born." I sent him a scathing look as I followed him through the house, taking in my surroundings. It was a spacious, twisted place that quickly left me confused. I could feel Savio's eyes on me occasionally, more curious than sexual, but still his presence made me nervous. He was tall and muscled and too confident. Eventually, he led me down a steep staircase into a basement. "Of course you Falcones have your own underground torture chamber," I muttered, but even I could hear the undercurrent of panic in my voice. A desolate, abandoned smell hung in the air. Thankfully, no excrements or blood. Savio didn't say anything, but he motioned for me to enter a room on the right. Remo was already inside.
Here she is. I'm meeting Diego. Tell me how it went, Savio said with a laugh. You'll get to see the recording, Remo said. His dark eyes locked on mine. Stand over there, he ordered, pointing at a spot in the center of the room. I followed his command, my brain whirring. The room was empty. No mattress, no chair, nothing except for a table with a camera that was pointed at me. Remo walked around me, scanning my outfit. The silvery satin nightgown clung to my body, and as my nipples puckered in the cold basement, Remo's eyes were drawn to them. I shivered. Nino came in as well, and my terror increased as I watched him readjust the camera and put a big screen on the table in the corner. He turned the screen so it was facing our way. Remo, he said, and his brother went over to him. Nino frowned, but Remo touched his shoulder, then looked at me. My nails found their way into the soft flesh of my palm. The screen flashed to life, and on it I saw my family and Danilo, and my legs almost buckled. Samuel jerked, his eyes so full of despair it tore at me, and Dad had dark circles under his eyes. Dante and Danilo were better at controlling their emotions, but they too didn't look their usual composed selves. I'm so glad you could make it, Remo said in a British accent, all posh and sophisticated. Wrong. A man like him, shrouded in an air of violence and cruelty, was anything but an English gentleman. Remo smiled cruelly at them, then turned to me, and his dark eyes flashed with excitement. Serafina, in Las Vegas, women get a choice. His voice had returned to its normal, low, threatening vibrato. Don't you dare, Samuel shouted, lunging toward the camera as if it was Remo. Dante gripped his arm to stop him, but even my uncle appeared at the edge of control. Remo ignored them, except for a twitch of his lip. He pulled out the knife he'd used to slaughter Simeon and showed it to me. They can pay for their sins with pain or pleasure. I shuddered. You have no right to judge other people's sins, I whispered harshly. Remo slowly walked behind me, too close, his breath hot against my neck. My eyes landed on the screen and met Samuel's desperate gaze. He looked on the verge of breaking. I needed to be strong for them, for him and Dad, and even Dante and Danilo, for the outfit. What do you choose, Serafina? Will you surrender to torture or pay with your body? I held Samuel's gaze. I'd take my pride to the grave with me. Women were built to give birth. These men could brave pain, and so could I. Remo stepped back into my view. If you don't choose, I will make the choice for you. His eyes and face said he knew my choice, was sure of it, because I was a woman, weak and insignificant. I smiled arrogantly. I will choose the bite of cold steel over the touch of your unworthy hands any day, Remo Falcone. His eyes flashed with surprise, respect, and terrifying excitement. I will enjoy your screams. Remo, this is enough, Dante ordered. Remo only stared at me, murmuring, We have only just begun. Without a warning, he gripped me, whirled me around, and jerked me against his body, his chest, every inch of him pressing against my back and ass. His hand cupped my chin, tilting my head up so I was forced to look at him. He wanted to see my eyes, my expression, my fear and terror when he made me scream. I returned his gaze with all the hatred and disgust I could summon. I hoped I'd be strong enough to deprive him of my screams, prayed for it. Where would you like to feel my blade? He held the gleaming steel right before my eyes, letting me see the sharp edge of it. I had seen that both Remo's and Nino's Camorra tattoos covered scars on their forearms. Maybe it meant something, maybe not.
I had nothing to lose at this point.
Or did you change your mind about your choice? Will you pay with your body after all?
I didn't trust my voice because terror clogged my throat, and Remo could see it. I gripped his wrist and guided the knife to my arm until the cool blade touched the soft skin of my forearm, close to my veins. Something flickered in Remo's eyes, and triumph filled me, because for some reason, this spot got to him. I kept my hand on his as the blade rested against my sensitive skin. Remo pressed, and I tensed at the slight burn, but he wasn't really cutting yet, as if he couldn't bring himself to do it. I couldn't believe it was because he had reservations about hurting me. This was the cruelest man in the West, after all. And it definitely wasn't because he couldn't bear to destroy my unblemished skin. I was sure he'd love to be the first to leave a mark. There was something else holding him back, something dark and powerful. I pushed against his hand, pushed it down on my arm, and the blade cut my skin. But Remo resisted. I searched his dark eyes, wondering what went on in their depths, terrified of ever finding out. Remo's eyes hardened, turned harsh, brutal, and finally he pressed the blade down and it cut through my skin. Sharp pain burned through me, and I shook under the force of it, my hand still on top of his as he drew the knife across my skin, but not stopping him. For some reason his eyes reflected my pain, as if he could feel it more profoundly than I did. Remo released my chin, his arms snaking around my waist to keep me upright, but I kept my head tilted up, my eyes burning into his. I bit down on my lower lip as a scream clawed up my throat. Copper filled my mouth. Then it spilled over my lip, down my chin. Remo stopped the blade, something in his eyes keeping me frozen.
"Enough!"
Dad roared.
"Stop it! Stop it now!"
Remo's brows drew together as our gazes remained locked. He released my waist and stepped back. My legs buckled and I fell to the ground, my knees colliding with the hard floor. I barely registered the pain. I sat back on my haunches as I cradled my arm in my lap. The cut wasn't as deep as I thought, but blood soaked my silver satin gown, and the blood from my lip quickly joined it. I looked up to see Remo turning off the camera, then the screen. Samuel's desperate face disappeared from view. Nino stood against the wall, his eyes on my wrist and an unsettling expression on his face. Remo had his back turned to me, facing his brother, but his shoulders were heaving. I forced my body to stand, despite the shaking of my legs, and let my bleeding arm hang in front of me on display. Nino tore his gaze away and stared at Remo. I wasn't sure what passed between them. Not sure I ever wanted to find out. Remo slowly turned his head, his cruel eyes meeting mine, dark pools of rage leaving me breathless. For once he didn't smirk or smile, didn't look superior or furious. He looked almost confused in his own terrifying, otherworldly way, and I swore to myself that no matter the price, no matter what it would cost me, one day I would be the one to bring Remo Falcone to his knees, the one to break the cruelest man I knew.
Chapter 6. Remo. Nino's expression was strange, but he wasn't about to lose his shit again. He was staring into my eyes, no longer at Serafina. He swallowed, then the cold mass took hold of his face and he straightened. My eyes fell to the scars on his wrist covered by our tattoo, then to similar scars on my skin, not as straight, not as focused. I almost touched the fucking scar over my eyebrow, like I'd done in the weeks after. You will have to stitch her up yourself. You played this game and lost. You underestimated your opponent. He drawled, then left, leaving me standing there, fucking furious and fucking ecstatic. I turned around slowly. Serafina was swaying, but trying to stand tall. Her chin was covered in blood from the wound in her lip, from biting down on it to stop a scream. She didn't give me a single one. My gaze dipped lower. Her nightgown was stained with the blood still trickling from the cut in her arm, which she cradled against her chest. She was supposed to choose differently, like all the other women always did. Instead, she'd caught me off guard, had taken the painful road, had forced my fucking hand. She hadn't given me the triumph of offering her body to me on a silver platter in front of Dante fucking Cavallaro and her fiancé. Nino was right. I'd underestimated my opponent because I compared her to the women I'd dealt with so far. But Serafina was nothing like them. Proud and noble. I wouldn't underestimate her again. And I would get that fucking scream. I would get more than that. My eyes were drawn to her arm. Why had she chosen that spot? When I looked back up, Serafina met my gaze with one of triumph. She knew she had won. I stalked toward her, anger simmering under my skin. She tensed, swayed again but didn't fall. I took her arm and inspected the wound. It wasn't deep. I hadn't put enough pressure behind the blade to cut deep. I hadn't wanted to cut her at all, which was a new experience. Seeing the blood on her perfect skin didn't give me the deep satisfaction it usually did. "How did it feel to hurt me? Does it excite you?" she asked fiercely. I leaned close, cupping her chin. She held her breath as I trailed my tongue over her lower lip, tasting her blood. I smiled darkly. "Not nearly as much as this." She jerked back and stumbled, but I caught her, because this wasn't the fall she would take. "We need to treat your wound." She didn't protest and followed me silently back upstairs to the first floor, and my grip on her arm held her steady. I led her into my bedroom, then my bathroom, where I kept the only medical kit in my wing. Nina was the one who usually handled this kind of shit. She leaned against the sink. "You should sit down," I told her. "I prefer to stand." I let go of her, and she clutched the edge of the sink to steady herself. I bent down to retrieve the medical kit, but my eyes were drawn to the high slit in her nightgown, revealing a long, slender leg. She shifted so her front faced me. I smirked up at her, but her skin was pale and a fine sheen covered her face. I grabbed the medical kit and straightened, regarding her more closely to judge whether she was going to pass out or not. She narrowed her eyes at me and straightened her shoulders with obvious effort. The corner of my mouth twitched. I took out tissue adhesive. The wound wasn't deep enough to require stitches. I couldn't remember the last time a cut from me didn't lead to stitches. Or a funeral. I took out disinfectant spray, and she stiffened but didn't make a sound when the stinging spray hit her wound. But she did bite down on her lower lip again. "If you keep doing that, the result will be twice as painful." She sent me a scathing look but released her bottom lip. I began to put the adhesive on her wound, feeling a strange aversion to seeing the cut I had inflicted. I couldn't quite define the feeling. It was foreign to me. "So is this how it's going to be? You cutting me open and stitching me back together?" She seethed. "I'm not stitching you up. I'm gluing you together." She didn't say anything, but I could feel her eyes on me. She tapped my forearm with my Camorra tattoo, brushing the crisscrossing scars there. "I wonder who inflicted those cuts," she mused. I froze and my head shot up. She held my gaze with the same look of triumph I had seen in the basement. "I wonder who stitched you up afterward. Did you and Nino cut each other in some twisted brotherly ceremony and stitch each other up when you were done? You have the same cuts. Maybe I should ask him." I pushed her against the sink with my body, my hands clamping down on the marble counter as I shook with rage and other emotions I would never allow. Serafina looked at me, despite the fear taking over her perfect features. "Never mention those scars again. And you won't talk to Nino about this. Not a single word understood. I growled. She pressed her lips together, not saying a word. A droplet of blood squeezed past her lips and trickled down on her chin. Exhaling, I stepped back, grabbed a washcloth, and soaked it with warm water. I grabbed her chin, but she reached for my wrist. "Hold still," I ordered, and she dropped her hand and let me clean her chin. Then I took a closer look at her lip. Her teeth had only nicked the upper layer of skin. "You are lucky. This will heal on its own." I was so close to her. Her scent hit me again. Her voice snapped me out of it. "How long will you keep me here?" "Who says I'm ever letting you go?" I asked in a low voice, before I drew back and let her out of my room. After returning Serafina to the guest room, which I locked this time, I was about to start doing my daily training, kicking the punching bag, when Cora stormed into the game room. Nino was close behind her and tried stopping her, but she tore away from his grip and stalked toward me, looking furious. I turned to her, raising my eyebrows. She didn't stop until she was right in front of me and shoved me hard, her eyes brimming with tears. I caught her wrists because she looked like she would slap me next, and that was something we both didn't want to happen. A second later, a steely grip closed around my forearm. "Release her now," Nino ordered. I met his gaze, not liking his tone one bit. His grip tightened further. A warning. A threat. We had never really fought against each other, for good reason, and I would lay my fucking life down before I would allow it to happen. But Cora could be the reason why Nino might risk it. Savio rose slowly, and even Adamo put down his controller. I let go of her wrists, and Nino unfastened his hold on my arm. He tilted his head in acknowledgement, a silent thank you. "What are you doing to that girl?" Cora asked forcefully. I narrowed my eyes. "I can't see how that's any of your business." "It is my business, if you are forcing yourself on a woman," she hissed, but her voice shook. "I'm Capo. I rule over this city. I decide what happens to the people in my territory." I turned to face the punching bag, but Cora squeezed in front of it. Fury burned through me, but I shoved it down my throat despite the fucking bitter taste. She was Nino's. She was a fucking Falcone. I grabbed her by the waist and set her to the side like a fucking doll before I faced the punching bag once more. She had frozen under my touch, as usual. Unfortunately, that lasted only 1 fucking second. She stepped in front of me again. "Cora," Nino said in warning, but she glared at him. "No, nobody protect me. I won't stand by when the same happens to someone else." "Get out of my way," I said in a low voice, feeling my own anger rising. "Or what?" she whispered harshly. "I said get out of my way, Cora." She took a step toward me, bringing us almost chest to chest. "And I said no. It's a mountain I'm willing to die on. I don't care about your vendetta with the outfit, or what happened in your past. An innocent woman won't suffer for it." I couldn't believe she mentioned our fucking past. Nino should have never told her about it. Nino moved closer, watching me, not Cora. Fucking dread flickered in his eyes. Something I still had to get used to because my brother had always been emotionless until he met Cora. I tried stepping past his wife, but she grabbed my wrist. My gaze darted to her thin fingers, then back up to her face. Nino shifted slightly, muscles tensing. I gave him a wry smile. Was he thinking about attacking me? His expression stayed cautious. I met his gaze and twisted my free hand, so he saw my tattoo and the crisscrossing scars beneath it. He should know that no matter how infuriating his wife was, I'd never hurt her. His brows drew together, and he relaxed with a small nod. Cora tightened her hold. "You protected me from my uncle when he wanted to humiliate me by dancing with me on my wedding. You helped Nino kill him." I interrupted her. growing tired of her emotionality. You can calm down. I want Serafina to come to my bed willingly, and not by force. So you can fucking release me now. She regarded me closely. She won't. Why should she? You kidnapped her. And you were forced into an unwanted marriage to my brother. What's the difference? She removed her fingers from my wrist. Nino wrapped his arm around her shoulder. It's not the same, she whispered. The only difference is that in your case your family decided who you got, while Serafina's family had no say in the matter. Neither of you had a real choice. She shook her head and peered up at Nino with so much fucking love, I knew I could never hurt a single hair on her body. She returned her gaze to mine. Let me talk to her, she said, not asking, but ordering. Is that a fucking order, Chiara? I asked in a threatening voice. Maybe she needed reminding that I was her capo. Nino squeezed her shoulder, but she held my gaze, then stepped forward out of his grip and closer to me. No, she said softly, looking at me with those big brown eyes, as if that would warm my heart. I am asking you for permission as your sister-in-law and as a Falcone. Fuck, I snarled and glared at Nino. Couldn't you have chosen an airheaded wife? She's as good at manipulation as you are. Nino's mouth twitched and he looked proud. Fucking proud. I'm not sure why I put up with all of you, I muttered. Does that mean I'm allowed to talk to her? Chiara asked hopefully. Yes, but I should warn you. Serafina isn't as docile as you are. If I were you, I'd watch my back. She might end up attacking you to save herself. I'll take my chances, she said, then turned on her heel and headed straight for my wing. Nino followed her, because he was obviously concerned for her safety. I released a harsh breath and kicked the punching bag with so much force, the hook ripped out of the ceiling and the bag crashed to the ground. Savio chuckled as he came up to me. At first, I really loathed the idea of having Chiara under our roof, but I enjoy her presence more every day. Why don't you call someone to fix this fucking bag instead of grating on my nerves? Savio grinned. Will do, Capo. I know someone you can release your pent-up energy on. I was supposed to train with Adamo. Why don't you take over? The kid needs a good ass-kicking. Why don't I just hang you from a hook and use you as a punching bag instead? Savio laughed and sauntered off. Staring at the mess on the floor for another moment, I turned around to Adamo, who had his arms crossed over his chest and was glaring. Come on, kiddo. Train with me. Adamo and I had never trained together, unless you counted the mock fights I'd entertained him with when he was a small kid and didn't hate my guts yet. For a moment, he looked like he was going to refuse, but then he pushed up to his feet. He trudged after me in that annoying way he'd adopted recently, just to drive me up the walls. I grabbed my keys, then tossed them toward Adamo. Catch. He did, frowning. You're going to drive us there. Really? He asked, and for once wasn't glaring at me. Really. Now move. I don't have all day. Adamo hurried past me, not trudging, and I followed after him, shaking my head and smiling. Nothing got that kid as excited as driving cars or rather racing them. When I arrived in the driveway, he was already behind the wheel of my new neon green Lamborghini Aventador, grinning like the cat that got the fucking cream. The moment my ass hit the passenger seat, he revved the engine and we shot down the driveway. There's a gate at the end. You remember that, right? I muttered, buckling up. Adamo hit the button and the gate slid open, and we raced through them with about an inch between the side mirrors and the unrelenting steel. I shook my head, but Adamo didn't slow down. We weaved through traffic, and honks followed us everywhere. A police car shot out of a side alley and started chasing us with sirens howling and lights flashing. Oh, man, Adamo whined, hitting the brakes and pulling over. The officer got out, hand on his gun, and strolled toward us while his colleague stayed back, his gun at his side. That was the problem with a new car. Adamo let the window down, and the officer looked at him. "Get out of the car." I leaned forward, my forearm with my tattoo propped up against the dashboard, and smiled darkly at the man. "Unfortunately, officer, we have somewhere we need to be." The police officer registered my tattoo, then my face, and took a step back. "This is a misunderstanding. Safe travels." I nodded and sank back against the seat. "Drive." Adamo looked at me with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Then he pulled away from the curb in a slower pace, but still too fast. His mood soured the moment we got out of the car in front of the abandoned casino that served as our gym. I waited for Adamo in the cage, but he took his sweet-ass time getting ready. When he finally shuffled toward me, I really wished he were someone else, because I wanted to viciously destroy my opponent. Adamo climbed in and closed the door before he faced me. He had grown these last few months. He was still much scrawnier than Nino and me and even Savio, but he was filling out nicely despite his reluctance to fight. His arms hung limply at his side as he watched me with apprehension. "Come on, kiddo. Show me what you got." "Don't call me kiddo," he grumbled. I smiled challengingly. "Make me. So far nothing I've seen has hinted at you being more than a sulking kid." He curled his hands to fists, eyes narrowing. "Better. At least I don't enjoy hurting girls." So that was what had his panties in a bunch. "You don't enjoy doing anything else with them either," I taunted, trying to finally get him to act on his anger. I couldn't give any less fucks if Adamo was a virgin or not. I didn't understand it one bit, but he could fuck whomever, whenever, however he wanted. "I like girls." "Not their pussies, obviously." He flushed bright red. We still had a lot of work to do. "Have you kissed a girl at least?" I took a step closer to him. He looked away and my smile widened. "Who was it? A girl from school? Or a whore after all?" His eyes flashed with anger and he charged at me. His kick was surprisingly well placed, but I blocked it with both of my forearms, then punched Adamo's side hard. Not nearly as hard as I wanted, though. He gasped, but still sent several punches my way. We found a good rhythm, and I could see Adamo getting into it, as if this was one of his annoying video games. I had to admit I enjoyed the sparring. It wasn't more than that, though, because if I had really fought Adamo, the kid would have been on the ground. Eventually, we leaned against the cage, sipping water and dripping sweat. "I didn't think you'd hold back. I thought you wanted to kick my ass because I'm a fucking disappointment in your eyes." I lowered the bottle. "What makes you think I held back?" He snorted. "You're the strongest fighter I know. I wouldn't stand a chance against you." "Not yet. Maybe one day. And you aren't a disappointment." He shook his head. "I'll never be like you and Nino or even Savio. I don't want you to be like any of us. I only want you to be a Falcone and be proud of it." Adamo stared at me with a frown, then looked down at his bottle. "Can we do another round?" "Sure," I said, even if I was eager to return to Serafina. "Don't hold back as much this time," Adamo said. My lips pulled wide and I set the bottle down. I should have fought with Adamo before.
Serafina. I lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling, worrying about my family, especially Samuel. He was so protective of me. What if he did something stupid like attack and get himself killed? I wanted to be saved, but if something happened to Sam, I wouldn't survive. I'd rather suffer pain and endure Remo's presence than see my brother get hurt. A heavy weight settled in my stomach when I remembered the look in his eyes when Remo had put the knife against my skin. That look had hurt so much more than the shallow cut. But the cut had given me an important piece of information about Remo. He had a weakness, and it had something to do with those scars and his brothers. Steps sounded in front of my door, and someone knocked. I sat up, surprised. Nobody had bothered to knock. The lock sounded and the door swung open as I stood, and a young woman with dark hair and dark eyes, wearing a red summer dress, stepped in. She was shorter than me, and must be the source of the clothes Remo had brought me to wear. It explained why the maxi dress I was wearing ended mid-calf. I had never met her, but I knew who she was. Not a single person in our world didn't know her. "Cora Vitiello," I said. The poor Famiglia woman who was thrown to the Falcone wolves to be devoured. Everyone had heard of that union. It had been the gossip of the year among outfit women. I had only felt pity for the girl, but she didn't appear as if she needed or wanted it.
Cora Falcone now, but yes, that's me.
She looked over her shoulder with a small frown, and I followed her gaze, finding Nino Falcone standing behind her.
You don't have to stay. Serafina and I are going to talk. She poses no danger to me.
He was worried I'd attack his wife? Maybe using her as a human safety shield would have gotten me out of the mansion, but I wasn't that brave. If I failed, I knew what that would mean, because the look in Nino's eyes sent an icy shiver down my spine. "I will stay," he said firmly, looking straight at me as he walked in, closed the door, and leaned against the wall. "And if you make a move toward my wife, the consequences will be very unpleasant." Chiara's cheeks turned red. She gave me an apologetic smile before stepping close to him, touching his chest. I didn't hear what she was saying, but Nino's expression remained stoic. He shook his head once, and she sighed. She came toward me. I eyed her warily. Not only had she been a Vitiello, but she was now a Falcone. Neither were names that set me at ease.
"I'm sorry. He's very protective," she said with a small smile.
I gave Nino the once-over. "That's obvious." His expression remained a cold mask. Remo would have given me his twisted smile, or that scary signature look, and I had to admit I preferred it to Nino's unreadable face, because I had no doubt that he was just as brutal and messed up as his brother, but even harder to read. Chiara extended her hand.
"Call me Chiara."
I hesitated, then took it. "Serafina." Her eyes fell to my arm.
"I'm sorry."
"That's not your apology to hand out," I told her as I returned to the bed and sank down.
"I fear it's the only one you're going to get,"
she said with a hint of disapproval. At least she seemed appalled by her crazy brother-in-law hurting me. I don't want Remo's apology. I want him lying at my feet in his own blood. I sent Nino a smile, gauging his reaction, but his expression didn't change. He might as well have been carved from ice. If he couldn't be taunted into carelessness, my chances of getting past him were nil. If I ever tried an escape attempt, I would have to make sure he wasn't close by. Chiara's eyes widened a tad as she perched on the edge of my bed, smoothing out her dress.
"I think you will have to join the end of the queue. The world is full of people who want the same."
Oh, I liked her. Stifling a smile, I asked, "Are you one of them?" She pursed her lips.
"No, I'm not."
"He's the one hurting you, then," I said with a nod toward her emotionless husband. Only now something dangerous flickered in his eyes. He definitely wasn't indifferent to his wife. Chiara glanced at Nino, and the smile tugging at her lips surprised me.
"Nino would never hurt me. He is my husband."
She sounded honest, and more, she sounded in love. I'd heard the rumors of what had happened to her and what the Falcones had done to her uncle. Maybe she was just grateful. "Why are you here?" I asked eventually.
"I thought you'd like female company."
"I'd like to return to my family, to my home. I'd like Remo to stop his twisted games. That's what I'd like," I whispered harshly, feeling bad for snapping at her, but not being able to help myself. She nodded.
I know.
I doubt you've come to offer your help. You are loyal to the Falcones. Again, her eyes moved to Nino.
I am. They are my family.
I looked away, thinking of my own family, of Samuel, and my heart clenched tightly. She startled me when she leaned closer, and Nino, too, tensed and straightened. Despite my apparent apprehension, she brought her mouth close to my ear and whispered,
"These men are cruel and brutal, but it's not all there is to them. I think you can get under Remo's skin. I wish it for both of you."
She pulled away and straightened.
"I'll see what I can do so you are allowed to spend your days outside of this room. We could sit in the garden. There's no reason why your captivity should be more unpleasant than absolutely necessary."
I stared at Chiara. She surprised me, but if she really thought anyone could get under Remo Falcone's skin, then life in Vegas had twisted her brain. Chapter 7. Serafina. There wasn't a clock anywhere in the room, but it must have been early afternoon by now. Except for the cold pizza and the tap water, I hadn't had anything to eat or drink. Maybe this was another part of Remo's game. Glancing out of the window, I tried to find the end of the premises. But from my vantage point, the gardens surrounding the Falcone mansion appeared endless. What was Samuel doing now? I closed my eyes. He would blame himself for what happened. I knew him. He had always seen himself as my protector. I wished I could hear his voice, could tell him that it wasn't his fault. And Mom and Dad. I hoped they had at least found a way to keep the truth from Sophia. She was too young, too innocent to be burdened with the cruelness of our world. The sound of knocking, followed by the lock being turned, made me face the door. I winced at the dull pain in my forearm. A teenage boy in fight shorts and a t-shirt stepped into my room. He had slightly longer curly brown hair and was lean but muscled. "Hey," he said hesitantly, brown eyes kind. "Remo sent me to get you." I didn't move from my spot at the window. "What are you, his servant?" The boy smiled, an unguarded, honest smile. A smile few could afford in our circles. "I'm his youngest brother, but that's as good as the same in Remo's eyes." His kindness confused me. It didn't seem fake. My eyes flitted down to his forearm, free of the markings of the Camorra, the knife and the eye. "You haven't been inducted yet." The smile dropped. "I will be in 2 days." "But you don't want to?" I said curiously. Caution replaced the open friendliness. "We shouldn't keep Remo waiting." He opened the door wider and gestured for me to walk through. I wondered what he would do if I refused to follow him. He was taller than me and definitely stronger, but I got the impression he would have a hard time laying a hand on me. If he'd been my only opponent, I might have taken my chances, but Remo was downstairs. Finally, I moved toward him and followed him through the long, winding hallway. "I'm Adamo, by the way," he said. I glanced up at him. "Serafina." "I know." "I suppose you Falcone brothers were all in on the kidnapping," I muttered. His brows drew together, but he remained silent. There was a hint of embarrassment and disapproval on his face. After a few minutes, we arrived in the lower part of the mansion, in some sort of entertainment hub with a bar, sofas, TV, and a boxing ring. A punching bag lay amidst rubble, and Remo was glaring down at it as if it had personally insulted him. He, too, was in fight trunks and nothing else. The memory of how he'd held me under the shower, of how I'd been pressed up to him completely naked, resurfaced. I hadn't registered much at the time, and even in the immediate aftermath, but now my gaze trailed over the display of hard muscles, the many scars that spoke of his violent past and present. Every inch of Remo screamed danger. His height, his muscles, his scars, but worse, his eyes. They found me, and as always it was a struggle to meet them. Around Remo, you felt like the omega in a pack of wolves. Your eyes wanted to avoid his out of a deeply buried primal impulse, because Remo was the alpha. There was no mistaking it. Adamo left my side and went over to the sofa, where he plopped down and picked up a controller. A gun lay on the coffee table in front of him. Remo stalked closer.
Adamo,
he clipped, indicating the gun. Damn it. Adamo grasped it and shoved it under his leg. I wouldn't even know how to use it. I lied. Remo smiled darkly.
You are a good liar.
His skin glistened with a fine sheen of sweat, as if he hadn't bothered showering after a workout. Why did you call me down? Do you have another torture session planned for me? Remo glanced down at my wound, his expression hardening. All sharp cheekbones and tight jaw.
There's food in the kitchen for you, and something to drink. Unless you prefer hard liquor, then this is where you'll get it.
He nodded toward the bar to my left, where an array of bottles, most of them less than half full, awaited consumption. Scotch, bourbon, whiskey, gin. I definitely wouldn't get intoxicated while I was being held captive by the Camorra. I'm free to walk around the house? I asked. Remo smirked.
I don't think we've reached that level of trust yet.
We won't reach any level of trust, Remo. Steps echoed out in the hall behind me, and I turned halfway, but not enough to lose sight of Remo. I preferred keeping him in my line of vision. As if he knew exactly what I was doing, one corner of his mouth twitched upward. Savio walked in with that arrogant swagger.
Got someone to fix the punching bag.
Remo tore his gaze from me.
And it took you 4 hours? Took care of some other business while I was at it,
Savio said with a shrug. Remo shook his head with obvious disapproval.
One day I'm going to seriously lose my shit on you.
Savio didn't look concerned, and I doubted it was because he was as emotionless as Nino. Savio knew he had nothing to fear from his older brother. The realization surprised me, and I filed it away for later use.
Now that you're here, keep an eye on our guest while she's eating in the kitchen. I'll take a shower, then take over her watch.
My mouth curled. I'm not your guest. I'm a captive.
Semantics,
Remo said. Maybe in his twisted mind.
I could have watched her too,
Adamo grumbled from his spot on the sofa. Savio and Remo exchanged a look. Either they worried their younger brother would help me, or they worried he wouldn't be able to stop me from escaping. Interesting. Remo narrowed his eyes at me, then strode past me, his arm brushing mine, causing me to draw back.
Come,
Savio ordered. My eyes lingered on Adamo, who was scowling at Remo's retreating back. Maybe the Falcones had a weak link in their midst. Tearing my gaze away, I followed Savio to the back of the ground floor and through a door which opened to a huge kitchen. He pointed toward a pot on the stove. I approached it and lifted the lid, finding a creamy orange-colored soup. What is it?
How would I know?
Savio drawled, sinking down on a chair at the kitchen table.
Probably something without meat. Chiara is vegetarian.
I frowned, trying to decipher the emotion in his voice. I thought I detected a hint of protectiveness when he said her name. Turning on the stove, I took a whiff. Pumpkin soup, I said. Savio shrugged.
I'm having a bowl as well.
I stared at the arrogant bastard. Did he think I'd fix him lunch? Why don't you haul your lazy ass off the chair and get your own bowl? He did haul his ass off the chair and advanced on me. He braced himself against the stove on either side of my waist, cornering me.
I'm not Remo,
he said quietly.
But I'm a Falcone, and I love bloodshed. You better watch your tongue.
I didn't say anything. Savio was scary in his own way. The soup started bubbling behind my back, and Savio finally withdrew, turning around. I opened a drawer to look for a ladle when a plan took form. Remo was upstairs showering. I hadn't seen Nino anywhere. Only Adamo was in the living room, and potentially a workman who, knowing Vegas, wouldn't come to my help. It was the best opportunity I've had so far. I gripped the heavy pot by its handles and swung back to gain momentum, but before I could release my hold, Savio whirled around. I catapulted the pot with the boiling soup at him. In an impressive show of reflexes, he lunged to the side, avoiding the pot and most of its contents. Splatters of yellow soup covered him from head to toe. I took my chance and tried to rush past him. His hand shot out, clamping down on my wrist, and he shoved me away with an infuriating air of arrogance. Spinning myself around, my hip bones collided with the edge of the table. I fell forward, my elbows hitting the hardwood, my butt jutting out in an undignified way.
"I like your ass from that vantage point,"
Savio commented.
"As long as you like it from a distance,"
Remo warned. I whirled around. Standing in the open door, Remo took in the mess on the floor and on his brother.
"What the fuck happened here?"
Savio grimaced at his shirt, then scowled at me. "That bitch tried to boil me alive." I straightened, trying to hide my fear of what my punishment would be for the attack, but then Remo laughed. A low rumble that raised goosebumps on my skin.
"I'm glad you find it funny,"
Savio muttered.
"I'm done. Next time you're busy, do me a favor and ask Nino to watch her."
He stalked out without another glance.
"Clean that up,"
Remo ordered with a nod toward the floor, the amusement gone from his voice. I remained where I was. Remo walked around the lake of orange on the floor and stopped right in front of me, forcing me to tilt my head back. He cupped my chin.
"Let me give you a piece of advice, Angel. Choose your battles wisely,"
he murmured threateningly.
"And now you will clean the floor. I don't give a fuck if your highborn hands aren't supposed to get dirty."
I lowered my eyes from the harshness of his gaze, but tried to mask it as me drawing back from his touch. "Where's a mop?" Remo turned and headed for the door.
"I'll be back in exactly 2 minutes, and you won't move a fucking inch. Understood?"
I pressed my lips together, a small act of defiance. If it could even be considered that, because Remo knew I'd obey. Very few people would have dared to defy Remo in that moment. I hoped one day to be among them.
Remo. I headed for the utility cupboard. Savio leaned against the bar, nursing a drink and his bruised ego. "Next time you should pay more attention." He glared. "I think from the two of us, you have more reason to worry. She's yours, not mine. Wait till she tries to boil your dick. I can control Serafina. Don't worry." I took a mop and a bucket out of the closet before I returned to the kitchen. Serafina stood at exactly the same spot, frowning down at the floor. She kept surprising me. The photos I'd seen of her on the internet and the accompanying articles had suggested she was an ice princess. Cold, prideful, fragile. As easy to crush as fresh snow. But Serafina was like eternal ice. Breaking her with force was difficult, not impossible, because I knew how to break, but that would have been the wrong approach. Even eternal ice yielded to heat. I handed her the bucket and the mop, which she both took without protest. She avoided my eyes as she set out to fill the bucket with water and put it down on the ground. It became apparent pretty quickly that Serafina had never wielded a mop in her life. She used too much water, flooding the floor. Leaning against the counter, I watched her in silence. She should have taken a rag, gotten down on her knees, and cleaned the floor properly. But I knew her pride would stop her from kneeling in my presence. Proud and strong and painstakingly beautiful. Even sweaty and covered with soap. The floor was still smeared with soup when she finally gave up. "The mop's not working properly." "It's not the mop's fault. Trust me. I wasn't raised to clean floors." She snapped, wayward strands of hair clinging to her cheeks and forehead. "No, you were raised to warm a man's bed and spread your legs for him." Her eyes widened, anger twisting her perfect features. "I was raised to take care of a family, to be a good mother and wife." "You can't cook, can't clean, and probably have never changed a diaper in your life. Being a good mother doesn't seem to be in your future." She shoved the mop away so it clattered to the floor, and moved closer, then jerked to a halt halfway. "What do you know about being a good mother, or a decent human being?" My chest constricted briefly, but I pushed through it. "I know how to change a diaper for one, and I provided my brothers with protection when they needed it. That's more than you can say for yourself." She frowned. "When did you change a diaper?" "When Adamo was an infant, I was already 10, I said. It was more than I'd wanted to reveal in the first place. My past wasn't Serafina's business. Now come. I doubt you can do better than this. The cleaning staff is coming in the morning anyway." "You let me clean this even though you have people for it?" "Your pride will be your downfall," I said, "and your fury will be yours. Then we'll fall together. Isn't that the beginning of every tragic love story?" My mouth twisted at the word. What a waste of energy. Our mother had loved our father. She'd hated him too, but her love had stopped her from doing what was necessary. She'd let our father beat and rape her, had let him beat us because it meant he wouldn't lay a hand on her. She never stood up to him. She cowered, and worse, turned his anger toward us to protect herself. Her one act of fucking defiance was to punish our father by killing his sons. She tried to pay him back by killing her own flesh and blood, because she was too fucking weak to retaliate in any other way. In a house full of weapons, she couldn't find the courage to ram a blade into our father's back like she should have done the first time he laid a hand on her. She chose the easy way. "We won't have a love story. Not a tragic one, not a sad one, and definitely not a happy one. You can have my hatred," Serafina said fiercely. "I'll take it," I murmured. "Hatred is so much stronger than love." Nino joined me on the terrace in the evening. "Savio told me what happened. She's strong-willed." "She's trouble," he corrected. "Keeping her under this roof poses a considerable risk." I gave him a wry smile. "Don't tell me you are scared of a girl." Nino's expression didn't change. "Fortunately, fear isn't among the emotions I've unlocked." "Then keep it that way," I said. Fear was as useless as love, and even more crippling. "I'm concerned about Adamo. His initiation is in 2 days. Keeping Serafina as a captive in the mansion might increase his reluctance to take the oath." I turned to him. "You think he'll refuse the tattoo?" Nino sighed. "I don't know. He's slipping away. I can't get him to talk to me anymore. Chiara's the only one he spends time with. Adamo is rebelling, but he's still a Falcone. Should I push him more?" Nino shook his head. "I think that would only make him pull away further. We have to hope that he comes around eventually." "The initiation is in front of our underbosses and captains. If he refuses—" I trailed off. Nino nodded because he understood. Adamo refusing the tattoo would be shameful, a betrayal. There was only one punishment for refusing the tattoo: death. "I suppose it wouldn't be the first time we've had to kill a considerable number of Camorrista," I said. "These men are loyal. It would be unfortunate to dispose of them, and we'd be faced with too many opponents at once." "It won't come to that." Nino nodded again and stood quietly beside me. "Have you given Serafina something for the pain?" "Pain?" I echoed. "Her wound might sting." "It's a shallow cut. It can't possibly cause her more than slight discomfort." Nino shook his head. "That's what I thought when I treated Chiara's wound, but she was surprisingly sensitive to pain. And Serafina won't be any different. Maybe worse. It's probably the first cut she's suffered. Probably the first act of violence at all, Remo. She'll feel pain more profoundly than you and I do." I considered his words and realized he was probably right. From what I'd gathered, Serafina had probably never been hit by her parents. The first act of violence, I didn't dwell on those thoughts. Do we have anything for pain? I have Tylenol in my room. I can bring it to her after dinner. Chiara's cooking her cheese lasagna again. No, I will give it to her when I bring her a slice of the lasagna. Okay, Nino murmured, regarding me carefully. What? I snarled, his silent judgment grating on my nerves. Originally, the plan was to keep Serafina in the sugar trap. Originally, I didn't know what kind of woman she was, and she is safer here. I don't want anyone to get their hands on her. It would ruin my plans. I'll get the Tylenol, Nino said, turning around and leaving me standing there. I went inside and made my way into the kitchen, which smelled of herbs and something spicier. Chiara glanced up from the chopping board. She was slicing tomatoes and throwing them in a bowl with lettuce. No one's eating salad around here, I told her as I strode toward her. The tensing of her body was barely noticeable anymore. I'm eating it, and Nino will too, and maybe Serafina prefers to stay healthy as well, Chiara said. I stopped beside her and glanced into the oven, where a big pan was bubbling over with cheese. Serafina has more pressing problems. Chiara's eyes shot up, and I gripped her hand before she could chop her fingers off. Nino needs to show you how to hold a knife properly, I demanded, then released her. She put down the knife. When will you send her back? I stared down at her. She pushed a strand behind her ear, looking away. Chiara was still quick to submit. You will send her back, right? Nino came in with the Tylenol, glancing between his wife and me. He frowned, but didn't comment. When's the lasagna done? I asked. It should be ready now. She gripped the handle, and I stepped back so she could open the oven. She nodded. Perfect. Nino took oven mitts and gently pushed his wife to the side. Let me. He set the bubbling pan onto the stove, and Chiara smiled at him, touching his arm. Thank you. His expression softened, and I still couldn't wrap my mind around it. My brother loved, or whatever he was capable of, Chiara. Taking the Tylenol from his pocket, he handed it to me. Give me a piece of lasagna for Serafina. Chiara pursed her lips, but did as she was told. Why can't she have dinner with us? She's a captive, Savio muttered as he came in. He was still pissed because of the soup incident. She can be a captive and eat dinner with us, don't you think? She looked up to Nino for help. He touched her waist, and a look passed between them I couldn't read. Sick of their silent exchanges, I left with the lasagna and the Tylenol. When I stepped into the bedroom, Serafina was sitting on the windowsill, her arms wrapped around her legs. I wondered what kind of clothes she'd worn in Minneapolis. I couldn't imagine she'd opt for floor-length dresses like Chiara. Serafina didn't turn my way when I stepped in, not even when I crossed the room and set the plate down on her nightstand. Tell Chiara I'm sorry I wasted her soup. Are you sorry? I asked as I stepped in front of her. Her blue eyes were still firmly focused on the window. I'm sorry for wasting it, not for throwing it at your brother. I'm sorry I missed, though. You can tell him that. I stifled a smile and regarded her closely. Her elegantly curved mouth, her immaculate skin. My eyes lowered to her forearm. She held her arm at an awkward angle, so it wasn't pressed up against her leg. I held out the Tylenol. For the pain. Her gaze fell to my palm. Then she looked up. I could tell she considered refusing, but again she surprised me by taking the pills, her fingertips brushing the scars on my palm, her blonde brows furrowed. Those are burn marks, aren't they? I withdrew my hand and curled it into a fist at my side. Eat. I have plans for you tomorrow. I turned on my heel before I walked out and locked her door.
Chapter 8. Serafina. The next morning I took a quick shower, holding my arm out of the stall so it wouldn't get wet. The painkillers had helped with the sting. I hadn't expected that kind of consideration from Remo, and I suspected he had ulterior motives for the gesture, but it had given me another piece of the puzzle. The scars on his palms held a special meaning. I had a feeling they were connected to the scars his tattoo covered. The sound of the lock startled me, and I quickly put another one of Kiara's long summer dresses on before I stepped out of the bathroom, my hair still damp and barefoot. Remo stood with his arms crossed in front of the window, tall and dark and brooding, like the love interest in romance novels. He turned and scanned my body. It was unsettling how physical his gaze felt on my skin.
"I'm taking you outside for a walk in the gardens."
I raised my eyebrows. Why?
"Would you prefer to spend your captivity holed up in here?"
"No, but I'm wary of your motives." Remo smiled darkly.
"I want to keep you sound of mind and body. It would be a shame if these four walls broke you before I can."
I glared at him, glad he couldn't hear my thundering pulse.
"Now come,"
he ordered with a nod toward the door, his eyes lingering on my body. I followed after him and almost bumped into him when he paused in the hallway, glancing down at my feet.
"Won't you put on shoes?"
"I would if I had any that fit me. Kiara is a 6, and I'm a 7.5. Remo regarded me a moment before touching my lower back, and I lurched forward in surprise. He indicated I walk ahead, the corners of his mouth tipping up, those dark eyes assessing me. My body tingled from his touch, and my heart throbbed in my chest. Remo's closeness terrified me, and he could tell. I made sure to keep my distance, but Remo trailed after me, his gaze burning my neck, his tall frame a shadow over my back. I managed to relax when we stepped outside into the bright sunshine. Remo led me through the sprawling gardens that had different pools, shooting targets set up, and perfectly manicured greenery. The warm grass felt wondrous under my bare feet, but I didn't let it distract me from my main objective, scouting my surroundings. Remo was oddly quiet, which was unsettling because it meant something was going on behind those dark, cruel eyes.
"You can try to run, but you can't escape,"
Remo said firmly when I scanned the property boundary. The high walls around the premises were topped with barbed wire, and when we walked close enough, I could hear the hum of electricity.
"Are you looking for weakness in our safety measures?"
he asked with a hint of dark amusement.
"You won't find any."
"Everything, everyone, has a weakness. It's only a matter of finding it," I said quietly, stopping. Remo stopped in front of me, his dark eyes triumphant as they slowly traced the length of me.
"And you are Dante's weakness, Serafina."
"I'm only his niece. Dante has condemned so many men to death in his life. Do you really think he cares about the life of one girl?" Remo cupped the back of my head, holding me in place as he brought our faces closer. I let him, softened in his hold, knowing it wasn't the reaction he wanted. His dark eyes searched mine, and I had to fight not to look away.
"I wonder if you really believe it, or if you hope I believe it,"
he said in a low voice. "It's the truth." His lips widened in a harsh smile.
"The truth is that you are a woman, something precious, something they must protect. It's ingrained in them, burned into them irrevocably from the day of their birth. Their honor dictates they keep you safe, and every second you are in my hands, they are failing you, failing themselves. With every second that passes, the shame of their failure eats away at their honor. As made men, we live on honor and pride. They are the pillars of our world, of our fucking self, and I'm going to tear them down, pillar by pillar, until every fucking member of the outfit is crushed beneath the weight of their fucking guilt."
My breath had lodged itself in my throat, and I could do nothing but stare at the man in front of me. Maybe he'd underestimated me, but I, and I feared even the outfit had underestimated Remo Falcone as well. His actions spoke of barely restrained violence and led you to believe that he lacked any sliver of control, that he could be driven into rash acts. But Remo was dangerously intelligent. A ruthless man with the power and wit to get his revenge. Maybe they will feel guilty, but they won't waver. They won't risk any part of the outfit for me. Not for the soundness of my body, not for my life, and least of all for my innocence, Remo. So take either or all. You won't weaken Dante or the outfit. Remo's thumb stroked the side of my throat. I wasn't sure if he did it on purpose or without noticing. And it wasn't the touch, but the look in his eyes that made me shiver.
They will protect your innocence at any cost, because it's the only pure thing in their fucking lives. They think your innocence could wash away their sins, but they breathe sin. We all do. 100 virgins can't wash the sin from our veins. Definitely not from mine.
Not even an angel, I murmured, tilting my head up, peering at him through my lashes. My pulse throbbed in my veins, aware of the risk I was taking. But I was forced into Remo's game, willing or not, and I could either be a pawn or a player. Something in Remo's dark eyes shifted, something hungry and lethal unfurling. He leaned closer, his breath hot against my lips.
You are playing a dangerous game, Angel.
I smiled. So are you. His lips pressed against mine. I hadn't expected it. Almost kisses, like threats ghosting over my skin, had been his tactic. Until now. This wasn't a ghost touch. It was substantial, and yet it felt like the promise of a kiss, a threat of what lay ahead. Stunned by Remo's action, I held his gaze. Finally, I ripped away and raised my palm to slap him, but he caught my wrist. He jerked me closer once more.
That's the kiss Danilo would have given you in church, and maybe even later on your wedding night. Polite, controlled, reverent.
His voice dipped low.
That's not a kiss.
Anger surged through me. You? Remo's mouth crashed down on mine, fingers bruising my hip as his other hand cradled my wrist between our bodies. His lips conquered mine, his tongue tasting the seam of my mouth, sucking at my tender lower lip, demanding entrance. Heat flushed through me, and my lips parted slightly, barely. A flicker of submission, and Remo plunged his tongue into my mouth, tasting me, consuming me. His taste was intoxicating, his body's heat overpowering. His thumb pressed into my wrist, his palm sliding from my hip to my lower back. Small sparks of electricity followed in his touch's wake. My head swimming, I was unable to pull back, unable to move at all. Finally, Remo let me free. I sucked in a desperate breath, lightheaded, confused, my body tingling from head to toe. Remo exhaled.
That, Angel, was a kiss. It's the only kind of kiss you'll ever get from me, and it's the kiss you'll use to measure every kiss that follows.
I stumbled away from Remo, shaking. What have you done? I stammered. I pressed shaking fingers to my lips, horror striking down on me like lightning. That was supposed to be Danilo's privilege, my first kiss. Remo had taken it. No, I had given it away. Remo shook his head, glowering.
I cut you with my blade, and you didn't shed a single tear. But a kiss makes you cry.
I turned away, trying to get a grip on my emotions. All my life I had been raised to be the perfect wife, to gift myself to my husband. And just like that, I'd allowed Remo to plunder part of my gift. For a moment, I felt like bawling. Then I felt Remo's warmth against my back, not touching, but lingering between us.
Are you scared of Danillo's wrath if he finds out his angel hides a few black feathers beneath the glowing white of her plumage?
I glanced over my shoulder at his striking face. You don't know anything about Danillo or me.
I know your weakness, and I know his.
I faced him once more. You, too, have a weakness, and one day your enemies are going to use it against you with the same cruelty you bestow upon them.
Maybe, he growled. Maybe they'll rise after I've burned down their pride, but not everyone is built to rise from the ashes.
I scoffed. You sound like a martyr. What do you know about burning? Remo didn't say anything, only looked at me with cruel intention. The same expression I'd seen when he'd cut me. My eyes darted down to the wound on my arm, and Remo's gaze followed. Brick after brick, I was tearing down a wall Remo had no intention of lowering. Remo grabbed my arm and led me back toward the mansion. I didn't say anything, didn't even look his way. I knew when to retreat, knew when to give in, because this battle had only just begun. The second I was alone in my room, I headed into the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face to clear my head. Looking up, I cringed at the state of my lips, red and swollen. I could still feel Remo's touch, could still taste him. How could I have let that happen? I should have pushed him away, but I didn't. Remo had stopped. Not only had I allowed him to steal my first kiss, I'd enjoyed it in a twisted, all-consuming way. I walked back into the bedroom and dropped down on the bed, staring up at the dark canopy. Something about Remo overwhelmed me. He had a way of drawing me in. I lifted my arm to stare at my wound. It still felt tender, but seemed to be healing. I was glad for its presence. It had not only allowed me a glimpse behind Remo's cruel mask, it also served as a reminder of what he was, a monster. One kiss didn't change that. I couldn't let his manipulation get to me. Remo was Capo. He knew how to make people act how he wanted them to act. I covered my face with my palms, taking deep, calming breaths. I wished I could talk to Samuel, see his face, be in his arms. Without him, I felt lost. He'd figure something out. My stomach constricted thinking of my brother. If Samuel knew I had allowed Remo to kiss me, hadn't raised even a finger against him to fight him off, what would my brother think of me then? And what about Danillo? He was my fiancé. That kiss had been promised to him. Samuel remained at the forefront of my mind. He was the person I really cared about. And my family. God, my family. I wished they'd never find out about the kiss, but I had a feeling Remo would tell them all about it.
Remo. A fucking kiss when I wanted so much more. But kissing Serafina had been like the first hit off a crack pipe. It got you addicted from the very first taste. I wanted to kiss her again, wanted to steal every piece of her innocence. The sound of steps made me look up. Nino was headed my way and sank down on the sofa across from me. He assessed me in that analyzing way he always had. What happened? Got a taste of Serafina. Nino nodded, his eyes narrowing in thought. You kissed her? Yes, but it won't be the last taste I get of her. How did she react? She didn't fight it, if that's what you're asking, I said quietly. He frowned. I didn't come to talk to you about Serafina. It's obviously a topic you won't allow me to reason with you. What do you want to talk to me about, then? I think we should have a conversation with Adamo. Tomorrow is his day, so I want to make sure he's on the same page as we are. I nodded. It's probably for the best. Where is he? Since he wasn't playing his games, he could only be upstairs sulking or wanking off. Probably the latter, considering he didn't get any action. I got something to sweeten the deal for him, I said. Nino raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me you got him a car. I grinned. He's turning 14, so why not? I'm tired of him crashing my cars. Maybe he'll treat his own possessions with more care. The legal driving age is 15 in Nevada. And drugs and homicides are against the law. What's your point? He'll get himself killed in one of our races, Nino drawled. Are you going to discuss the drug issue with him? I will. Why don't you get him? We'll take him on a test drive and have a word with him. Who's going to watch over Chiara and Serafina? Savio went off to meet with Diego again. I'll call Fabiano while you find our little brother. Nino got up and disappeared, and I speed-dialed Fabiano. Remo, what do you need? I'm busy with that asshole Mason. Make it quick. I need you here to watch Serafina and Chiara while Nino and I have a talk with Adamo. About tomorrow, I assume, Fabiano said. I could hear a man crying in the background. Yeah, be here as quick as possible. 15 minutes. Fabiano hung up. Upstairs I could hear a commotion. Adamo was stomping, and Nino was speaking to him in a calm drawl. I stood and moved into the entrance hall, grabbing the keys to Adamo's first car. Nino appeared on the stairs, a disapproving look on his face. Adamo followed close behind him with a scowl on his own baby face. Nino stopped beside me, and I could see that he wasn't impressed by Adamo's antics, which was why he'd gone upstairs and I hadn't. Losing my shit on him today wouldn't help matters. Adamo came to a halt on the last step, with his arms crossed over his chest. What do you want? I'm busy. Calm, Nino murmured to me. After training together, I thought Adamo and I had come to a sort of truce. Apparently he'd changed his mind again. I grabbed the front of his shirt and jerked him closer. I cut him some slack because he was a kid, but my patience had its limits. Why don't you wipe that sulk off your face, kiddo, or I'll give you a reason for it. He jutted his chin out. Do it. Then I'll have another reason to refuse the tattoo tomorrow. Adamo, Nino warned. My fingers tightened and I stared into his eyes long and hard. Do you think you can survive on your own? I have friends, he muttered. Friends who keep you around because you give them weed and crack for free. They don't give a fuck about you. If you can't provide them with free drugs, they'll drop you. I growled. Adamo blanched. Who told you? Do you think I didn't notice that someone's been stealing our shit for months now? Fabiano has been keeping a fucking eye on you. The punishment for stealing from the Camorra is death, he said challengingly. It is, I said, but not for you. The entrance door was unlocked, and Fabiano entered, shirt sleeves rolled up, forearms tinged pink. Blood was difficult to wash off. Adamo's eyes widened. What did you do? Fabiano nodded at Nino and me in greeting. Fabiano talked to one of your friends. That useless piece of shit Mason. You killed him? Adamo asked, horrified. Fabiano raised one eyebrow at me. I shook my head. It wasn't time to divulge information yet. Adamo could do the talking. Don't hurt Harper, Adamo whispered. I frowned at the tone of his voice. That girl in your junkie group? Fabiano grimaced. She was with Mason when I went after him, sucking his cock. You're lying. Adamo jerked out of my grip and lunged at Fabiano, trying to land an uppercut. Fabiano blocked him and shoved him to the ground, but Adamo pushed up to his feet and went for it again. I didn't intervene. Adamo needed to realize that his actions had consequences, and it gave me the time to stomach the fucking truth that my brother had fallen for a useless bitch who probably whispered sweet nothings in his ear in exchange for drugs. Fabiano grasped Adamo's arm and thrust him face first into the wall. Stop this shit, he warned, or I'm going to defend myself for real. He released Adamo, who turned at once, head flushed and eyes full of dread. What did you do to Harper? Fabiano glanced at me. Nino shook his head, obviously worried I was going to lose my shit. Don't tell me the little slut gave you head in return for drugs, Adamo. You should know better. We had so many fucking whores who could suck cocks. Why did he have to find a girl who used him? Adamo glared. Harper and I are in love. You wouldn't understand. She sucked another man's dick. How does that mean I love you? I snarled. She wouldn't. You're trying to ruin things for me. Fabiano sighed. I'm not lying. Mason had his cock shoved up to his balls inside her mouth. Shut up, Adamo said fiercely. I told you it's difficult to find what you're looking for, Nino told our brother. People will always try to gain something from being with you. Adamo shook his head, a stubborn gleam in his eyes. What did you do to her? I nodded at Fabiano. Nothing. I sent her away before I beat some sense into your friend. He's alive. Broke a few of his bones, but alive, yes, Fabiano said. I should have had him killed. If I had known the exact details, I would have given the kill order. Adamo looked relieved. You kept them alive, so I'll take the tattoo tomorrow, right? That wasn't the plan, I said. I thought you'd want to be a Falcone. Adamo looked away. You never spare anyone without good reason. Get a drug test, Nino, I ordered. Nino disappeared into his wing. I'm clean, Adamo blurted, but his voice shook. I turned my back to him, my fingers curling to fists. Why did Adamo have to make this so fucking hard? I wasn't sure how to deal with his shit, especially the drugs. He needed to realize that he was treading a dangerous path. I told the truth, Fabiano said to Adamo. Maybe Mason forced her. You don't know anything, Adamo muttered. Nino returned and motioned for Adamo to follow him into the guest bathroom so he could pee on the test strip. When they emerged and I saw Nino's expression, I lost it. I grabbed Adamo by the collar and threw him to the ground. What did I tell you about taking drugs? Do you want to end up like all the lost losers roaming our streets? What the fuck is wrong with you? Adamo shrugged. My friends and I only take it now and then to relax. I breathed harshly. Adamo lay completely still beneath me. I took a deep breath, stifling the fury burning through me, then got to my feet. You won't ever take anything again, or I will kill every single one of your so-called friends, rich parent or not. And now, you will take your new car for a test drive to Harper's home and tell her you won't give her free drugs anymore. If she wants drugs, she can come to me and pay the regular price. Understood? Adamo blinked up at me. Understood, he said slowly, sitting up. My new car? I thrust the keys to the ground beside him. Bought you that Ford Mustang Lamborghini in red and black that you've had as your screensaver for months now. Adamo took the keys. For my birthday? For your birthday and your initiation. Now talk to Harper and take Nino with you, I said, then walked into the living room, straight toward the punching bag. I began kicking and punching, but my rage didn't lessen. Fabiano joined me after a moment. I suppose I don't need to watch the girls anymore. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to think about Serafina because if I started thinking about her, I might end up ruining my own fucking plan. Fabiano stepped in my line of vision. That girl led him on. I know, I growled, and sent the bag flying. The hook groaned but stayed anchored in the ceiling. How about a sparring match? You don't look like you want to spar. You look like you want to destroy someone, Fabiano commented, but he began unbuttoning his shirt. I tugged at my own t-shirt and dragged it over my head, then shoved down my pants and swung myself into the boxing ring, wearing only my briefs. Fabiano did the same and stood across from me. I motioned him forward, and he went into attack mode at once. We hit and kicked hard and fast. Fabiano's punches spoke of suppressed anger, and my own were fueled with fury. I shoved him into the ropes, but he caught himself. "Is this because of Serafina?" I taunted. "No," he shot back. "I always enjoyed kicking your ass, Remo." He lunged at me again. "What's going on here?" Kiara asked from the entranceway. We ignored her. "If nobody bothers to give me an answer, I'll head upstairs and talk to Serafina." "You won't," I ordered, and Fabiano landed a hard punch in my side. Snarling, I did a sidekick and got his shoulder. "Kiara." I held up my palm toward Fabiano to pause the match. She froze. "I thought she could have dinner with us. I have mac and cheese in the oven." "You won't go anywhere near her without someone to watch your back, understood?" She nodded eventually. Then her eyes moved on to Fabiano. "Why don't you call Leona? I made enough food so you can join us." "That's a good idea," I said, then jumped out of the ring. It was obvious that I wouldn't get rid of my anger today. "Will you bring Serafina down then?" "No," I said tersely. "Why not?" Kiara asked, and I stalked toward her. She didn't back off as I stopped right in front of her. "Because I don't fucking trust myself around her today, okay?" Kiara nodded, a deep worry line forming between her brows. "Okay." "I can bring her food up later," Fabiano suggested. I slanted him a hard look. "Yeah, why not?" My voice rang with warning. He held my gaze for a long time, until he grabbed his phone from the pocket of his pants off the ground and brought it to his ear. I put my clothes back on, not giving a shit that I was sweaty. Kiara trailed after me as I sank down on the sofa. She didn't know what was good for her. Now that she wasn't completely terrified by my presence anymore, she was starting to annoy the fuck out of me. "Is it because of Adamo?" "What?" "Your sour mood." I smiled darkly. "You haven't seen me in a sour mood yet, and if I can help it, you won't." She pursed her lips. "He's conflicted. He doesn't want to disappoint you, but he also doesn't want to kill and torture in your name." I didn't say anything, only returned her gaze until she looked away. She had more trouble holding my eyes than Serafina did. "He's killed before." "And he feels guilty for it." I braced myself on my thighs. "Nobody forced his hand back then. He could have hidden like all the other spectators of the fight. He could have run. He could have shot the asshole's leg or arm, but Adamo shot him in the head. Maybe Adamo doesn't want to be a killer, but he is. It's in our nature, Kiara. He can fight it as long as he wants, but eventually the darkness seeps through. It's what it is." "Maybe," she agreed. Fabiano was a good boy once. Goldilocks with remorse and a squeaky clean white shirt. But now he's my enforcer. Fabiano snorted. "I was never good, and definitely not Goldilocks." "I should get dinner ready. Can you help me with the mustard jar in the kitchen? I can't open it," Kiara said. I nodded toward Fabiano. "He can help you." Kiara shifted nervously, her eyes sliding to Fabiano, then back to me. My eyebrows shot up. I got to my feet. Fabiano gave a small shrug. "Leona will be here in 5 minutes." I followed Kiara into the kitchen and took the mustard jar she held out to me. I didn't think I'd live to see the day that someone was less scared of me than of Fabiano, or anyone else for that matter. Kiara flushed. "I know I'm safe with you," she said quietly. Fuck, she was. I held out the open jar. "Here." "Thank you." "You're safe around Fabiano as well," I told her. "I know," she said, "but it takes a bit longer for the message to get through to my brain." "You should be wary of a brain that makes you love my brother and trust me, Kiara," I muttered. She laughed. It's not my brain. It's my heart. I narrowed my eyes, then turned on my heel and walked out. Not in the mood for emotional nonsense.
Chapter 9. Serafina. I wasn't sure if it was Remo's plan to break me by letting me stew with my own thoughts all day. I had nothing to do except relive this afternoon's kiss, torn between guilt and a flicker of terrifying excitement, because that kiss had been unlike anything I'd ever felt before. And every time that realization hit me, my guilt doubled. I knew I wasn't supposed to enjoy it, not only because Danilo was the man I was supposed to be kissing, but also because Remo was the last man I was allowed to kiss. Whenever Samuel had returned from a night out with friends while I was stuck at home, I'd be overwhelmed by a wave of longing and jealousy. I wanted to be free to party with him, but that would have been my ruin, even if Samuel had been at my side to protect my honor. I couldn't be seen in a club dancing the night away. We'd had a few secret house parties, which had been exhilarating, even if Samuel had been glued to my side every second, so none of his friends got near me. Not that any of them would have dared. They were all made men or on their way to becoming one. My father was underboss. My uncle was the boss of the outfit. My fiancé as good as the underboss of Indianapolis, and my brother a made man. No guy ever looked at me twice, at least not the guys allowed near me. I could have been naked and thrown myself at these guys, and they wouldn't have batted an eye, from fear of losing it, and their life. And I had been okay with it, had accepted it because we were bound by the rules of our world. It wasn't as if I wanted to sleep around like Samuel, even if the few stories he'd shared with me in the beginning when he was overexcited about losing his virginity had made me curious. The lock clicked and I quickly sat up, bracing myself. I wouldn't allow Remo to catch me by surprise again. My eyes widened when Fabiano stepped inside, carrying a plate. I stood. Why was he here? Would he help me after all? Fabiano regarded my face, then shook his head as if he could read my mind. "I'm bringing you dinner." He came in but left the door ajar, and I wondered why he did it. I doubted it was so I could run. Was he worried of being alone in a room with me? "Here." He held out the plate with steaming mac and cheese to me. I glared. "Do you remember how you, Samuel, and I played together? Do you remember how you and him pretended to be my protectors? Do you remember that?" For a moment we did nothing but stare at each other, but he didn't allow me to glimpse behind his emotionless mask. With a sigh, he walked past me and put the plate down on my nightstand. "You should eat," he said firmly. I whirled around to face him. "Why? So I stay healthy just so Remo can break me?" Fabiano glanced down at my arm and grabbed it, inspecting the wound closely. "That's Remo's doing? Who else enjoys slicing up people?" Fabiano's mouth switched into a wry smile. "Pretty much every man in the mob, Fina." He touched the wound lightly. "It's not deep." "I'm sorry that my wound doesn't fulfill your high standards. Next time maybe you should cut me." Fabiano shook his head. "Remo cuts deep, hits hard, kills brutally. He doesn't do half-assed cuts like this." I tugged my arm free. "So what? Maybe he wants to save the bloody fun for later." Fabiano's blue eyes searched my face with a small frown. "Maybe." For some reason, his scrutiny annoyed me. When people said you were a traitor who ran off with his tail between his legs, I didn't want to believe them. But now I see they were right. Fabiano leaned down, and the look was one I hadn't seen on his face before, one that reminded me that he was now enforcer. "I didn't run. I'm loyal." I huffed. He took a step closer and I backed off. "I am. My fucking father sent one of his men out to kill me. That man couldn't go through with it, and dropped me off in Bratva territory so they could finish the job for him. Without Remo, they would have succeeded. I'm alive because of my Capo.
Because of those 4 Falcone brothers who stood together when the world was against them and against me.
I blinked, utterly shocked by his words. Your father tried to kill you? Why didn't you tell Dante?
He glared. I'm not a fucking snitch, and the Cavallados have stuck with my bastard of a father for too long. I don't give a fuck if your grandpa thinks highly of him. My father is a disgrace.
My grandfather is very sick. He probably won't live much longer.
Good,
Fabiano said fiercely. I swallowed. Even if my grandfather doesn't hold a protective hand over your father anymore, Dante won't give him to the Camorra. He'll deal with him. Fabiano smiled sadly.
Dante will hand my father over. Trust me.
He took a step back.
I only wished you were the one who's going to make it happen.
I touched Fabiano's arm. I know you can't help me escape, but at least let me talk to Samuel, Fabi. I miss him so terribly.
That's not his decision,
Remo said in a low voice as he stalked into the room. Fabiano gave a terse nod, exchanging a look with his capo that I couldn't read. Then he walked out without another look at me.
Trying to talk my enforcer into betraying me.
Unfortunately, everyone I've met so far is loyal to you. It was true, and they couldn't even blame it on fear. Despite his reputation, the people close to Remo seemed to tolerate him, maybe even liked him. Remo left the door open as well, and he kept a few arm lengths between us. Something about him was off, and it set my alarm bells off. Let me talk to my brother, I said. I couldn't bring myself to say please. Remo tilted his head, his expression assessing.
What about Danilo? Don't you want to chat with your fiancé? After all, he'd be your husband by now if it weren't for me.
Samuel. I want to talk to Samuel. His eyes narrowed briefly before they traveled the length of me.
What do I get in return for allowing you to talk to him?
I'm not a whore, I snapped. I won't give you that in return for a call. Remo approached slowly like a predator.
You will give it to me for free?
Hell will freeze over before that happens. He backed me into the wall. The violent vibe he gave off was even stronger than usual, and it was starting to make me nervous. I wasn't sure what had him on edge like that, but I knew to be wary.
Isn't your brother worth a kiss?
He taunted. My brother wouldn't want me to give away a kiss for him.
You already gave away your first kiss, Angel. What do a few more matter?
His dark eyes raked over my face until they lingered on my lips. I scowled. 1 kiss and you'll let me talk to my brother? Tomorrow?
1 kiss,
he agreed with a dark smile. I pushed to my tiptoes, gripped his neck to pull him further down, and smashed my lips against his for a second before drawing back. There you go, 1 kiss. Remo shook his head, his face still close to mine.
That wasn't a kiss.
You didn't stipulate the details of the kiss. I kissed you. Now fulfill your part of the bargain. Remo cupped my face, caging me in with his body.
I showed you what I consider a kiss. I won't settle for less.
I glowered, but trying to stare Remo down was a ridiculous notion.
Not brave enough,
he murmured. I shivered at the low vibrato of his voice. Gripping his shirt, I tugged him down violently. Our mouths clashed, but Remo held himself still, waiting for me to make the next move, daring me to do it. With a burst of indignation, my tongue nudged his lips, and despite the heat rising into my cheeks, I held his dark gaze. My moment of control was ripped from me the second Remo deepened the kiss. He took the lead, demanded with his mouth and tongue for me to surrender. I had trouble keeping up. His scent and heat sucked me in, made my body spring to life in the most terrifying way possible. Remo's hand touched my waist and then it moved up, closer to my breast. My reaction was instinctual. instilled by defense training with Samuel. I jerked my knee up. Remo's reaction was quick, his hand shooting down. But the momentum still made my knee graze his groin. He growled and I stilled, frozen with fear because of the look in his eyes. He breathed harshly, his gaze burning me with its intensity. Yet a flicker of relief filled me because I doubted I'd have found the strength to end the kiss. You shouldn't touch someone without their explicit permission, or they might try to defend themselves, I said, because obviously I didn't know when to shut up.
I don't ask permission for anything,
Remo said sharply. Despite my hands trembling, I pressed my palms against Remo's chest and pushed. He didn't budge, cocking one dark eyebrow. I held his gaze and he took a deliberate step back, finally letting me free. My eyes darted down to his hands, curled to white-knuckled fists at his side, then back up to his face. I shivered at the harshness of his expression, and without thinking about it, I looked away and walked toward the window, bringing space between us. He followed, and his breath fanned over my ear as he leaned down.
I'd better leave now. Tonight isn't a good time to be around you. Good night, Angel.
His fingers brushed my hair away, and he pressed a kiss to the side of my neck, the tender spot between my shoulder and throat, making me jump in surprise. I clapped a hand over the spot, stunned by the tingling. The door closed with a soft click, then the lock turned. I shuddered out of breath and braced myself against the windowsill. Would Remo allow me to talk to Sam now? I should have asked, but I had been too overwhelmed by Remo's presence. This game was getting dangerous in more than one sense. The only question was who would lose control of it first.
Remo. I stayed in front of Serafina's door, fingers clutching the handle in a death grip. I had half a mind to walk back in and see how much else I could coerce from Serafina with her brother, but I resisted the urge. Taking a deep breath, I leaned my forehead against the wood. That was how Nino found me. I saw his legs out of the corner of my eye, and even without looking up, I could imagine the analyzing expression he was giving me. How did things go with Adamo and Harper? I straightened, and as predicted, Nino was regarding me with that quiet scrutiny that drove me up the wall. Dante called. He wants another word with you. He seems to be losing his patience. He said. He won't risk an attack. Not if it means I could kill Serafina. Nino inclined his head. Still, we should start making demands. Maybe you're right. Think of some ridiculous demand he won't possibly agree to. I'm not done playing yet. Ask him for Indianapolis or Minneapolis. I don't care. A muscle in Nino's jaw tightened, a clear sign of his annoyance with me. All right, I'll send him a message. Tell him that I'm allowing Serafina a video chat with her brother tomorrow. He better be ready at 8 a.m. You're cutting it close. Adamo's initiation starts at 11. Enough time, I said, then frowned. You didn't tell me what happened with Harper. As expected, she used Adamo to supply her with drugs. The moment he told her he couldn't give her anything, she dropped him and admitted to fucking around with that other guy. Adamo is crushed. He takes these things too personal. Is he angry? Angry at Mason, not at the girl. I smiled. That's enough. We still need someone Adamo can deal with tomorrow. Tell Fabiano I want him to bring Mason to the initiation. Nino looked thoughtful. Maybe it'll work. Jealousy and a broken heart are good motivators for brutal acts. Where is he? Outside, smoking. I allowed him one cigarette. I'll go talk to him. I'm not sure he's the best dialogue partner at the moment. Nor am I. That's the problem, Nino said with a twisted smile. Go fuck your wife and stop pissing me off. You haven't been to the sugar trap since you brought Serafina here. I sighed. Maybe I'm not in the mood for whore pussy. I'm taking a few celibate days. You haven't done that since you started fucking. Stop analyzing everything, Nino. I growled and stalked off before I punched him. I found Adamo on a lounge chair beside the pool, scowling into the dark, the cigarette dangling from his mouth, giving his face an eerie glow. He didn't look up when I sank down beside him. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, and it took every ounce of my almost non-existent control to not rip the fucking thing out of his mouth. I hate it, he muttered. Hate what? Hate that with our last name, people always want something from us. You shouldn't have tried to make friends by giving them drugs, I said. We're not Santa Claus. We're selling this shit, not handing it out for free. And we never fucking take the shit ourselves. When will people ever like me for myself, and not for what I can give them? They only see my name. That's all they care about. You've got people who care about you, I said roughly. Adamo glanced at me. You've cost me millions so far, with the cars you crashed and the drugs you let disappear. What would I do to anyone who stole something from me? You torture and kill them, Adamo said quietly. I would and have. I paused. But here you are, safe and sound. And you know you will remain that way until the day I take my last fucking breath. Adamo lowered his head. Tomorrow you're going to swear loyalty to the Camorra. You will take the oath and the tattoo, I ordered. I don't give a fuck about the Camorra, Adamo whispered, and my anger rose, but then he spoke up again. But I will swear loyalty to you, because even if I hate what you, Nino, and Savio do, you are my family. I straightened up and looked down at my brother for another moment. Don't waste your energy on another thought of that girl. She's worthless. There are many more girls out there. She used you. Maybe now you'll start using them as well. Adamo frowned. I can't help how I feel. He swallowed audibly. She's been fucking him the entire time. So what? You fucked her, he fucked her, you move on. I didn't, he said quietly. We didn't get that far. Please tell me she at least gave you head, I muttered. Embarrassment flashed across Adamo's face. I sank back down. Can I ask you a question? He said quietly. I had a feeling this was turning into the sex talk I'd avoided with Savio by throwing him a freebie with 2 whores. He gladly accepted. How long does it take to get control? Control? I echoed. I didn't bother controlling myself during sex, but I had a feeling Adamo didn't mean that kind of control. Adamo tossed his cigarette to the ground. To hold back, you know? I kind of, Shot your cum the second she put her mouth on you? I provided. Adamo grimaced and looked away. Yeah, I chuckled. Adamo scowled. Don't make fun of me. I'm not, I said. You've never been with a girl, so it's pretty normal. Did it happen to you too? No, but I fucked out of anger. That gave me better control. I bet Mason and Harper had a good laugh behind my back, he said miserably, then added in a low voice. I want to kill him. Mason. I know. Adamo's eyes widened. You're going to make me kill him tomorrow. You will have to kill someone in front of our soldiers. It's either him or someone you don't hate. Mason is a dead man either way. He can die by your hand or Fabiano's. I regarded my brother. He was biting his lip, staring down at the pool. I'll do it. I touched his shoulder, and for once he didn't try to shake me off.
Chapter 10. Serafina.
I was still in bed when the lock turned and didn't have time to sit up before Remo stepped inside the room. Feeling vulnerable lying in the bed, I pushed into a sitting position. Remo regarded me with an intent expression. I was only in a chemise and shorts and was acutely aware of how little the fabric covered. Swallowing my nerves, I got out of bed, not wanting to show weakness. Remo's eyes followed my every move, lingering on my breasts. My body betrayed me as my nipples hardened in the cool air.
I'm fairly sure God designed your body to drive men into insanity,
Remo said darkly. Stifling the excited thrill Remo's words sent through me, I retorted, You believe in God?
No, I don't. But looking at you, I could turn into a believer.
I huffed. There's a cozy, warm place in hell reserved just for you.
I've burned before.
I slanted him a look. He'd said the same words before, and I wondered what exactly he meant by it.
You have a video call with your brother in 5 minutes, so you better hurry.
I didn't have a bathrobe to pull over my clothes, so I reached for a dress, but Remo shook his head.
Stay as you are.
He grabbed my arm, then paused, dark eyes roaming over me. I thought we were in a hurry.
You are. I'm not. I don't give a fuck if you talk to your brother or not.
Despite his words, he led me out of the room, through the hallway and downstairs. Again in your torture chamber? I asked, shivering violently when my bare feet hit the first stone step leading down into the basement. I wasn't sure how the floor could be that cold when outside the sun was blazing. I cried out when Remo lifted me in his arms.
Don't want you to catch a cold. That would be a shame. I'll have to ask Kiara to shop for clothes that fit you.
I was frozen in his hold. You can send me back to Minneapolis. I have enough clothes there.
I think Danilo wants you in Indianapolis, Angel. Or have you forgotten?
I realized I had. My wedding seemed so very far away, and it was the last thing on my mind. Remo chuckled joylessly. His stupid manipulations were getting to me. How was he doing it? I didn't answer his question because he knew. My traitorous body mourned the loss of his warmth when he set me down on my feet in the cell where he'd recorded the last message to my family. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly overwhelmed by the memories. My gaze flitted to my wound. With the Tylenol, I barely noticed its existence, and it was scabbing over. It wasn't the pain or the cut that bothered me. It was the memory of Samuel's and Dad's expressions when they'd seen me in Remo's hands. They were suffering more than I did, and that was the worst thing about all this. Remo stepped up to me, his body a warm presence at my back, and he took my wrist, lifting it so he could inspect my wound. His thumb lightly traced my skin. He leaned in.
I won't cut you again, Angel. Don't be afraid.
That wasn't what I was scared of most. You won't? I asked curiously, tilting my head so I could evaluate his face. Why would Remo say something like that?
Remo cuts deep, hits hard, kills brutally.
Remo dropped my wrist, something in his expression shifting, his guard slipping in place.
Time for your call with Samuel.
He went to the screen on the table and turned it on, followed by the loudspeakers. I moved closer when Samuel's face appeared. My heart clenched violently at the sight. His hair was a mess, his expression haunted, and dark circles spread under his eyes. He probably hadn't slept at all since my kidnapping. Guilt crashed over me for not being as bad off as they all imagined. I could tell Samuel was struggling to keep his expression controlled. He wouldn't show weakness in front of his enemy. "Sam," I said quietly, my voice shaking. "Fina," he got out. His eyes scanned me in the skimpy outfit I was in. He swallowed, a muscle in his jaw flexing. "How are you?" "I'm okay," I said. His brows drew together in disbelief.
How much longer she stays that way depends on your Capo's willingness to answer my demands,
Remo added. What demands? Samuel began shaking. I touched my palm to my chest, letting him know that he was in my heart. He mirrored the gesture, then his eyes hardened as they settled on my forearm.
How bad is it?
Not bad, I said. I could see he didn't believe me. He thought I was trying to protect him. I could feel Remo's eyes on us the entire time, but I tried to ignore him. How are Mom and Dad doing? Samuel's expression was cautious. He couldn't tell me everything with Remo close by.
They are worried about you.
How's Sophia doing? I whispered, fighting back the tears. Samuel's eyes flitted to Remo, and I stiffened in turn. I shouldn't have mentioned my sister in front of him. Remo made an impatient sound.
I don't kidnap children, don't worry.
You only kidnap innocent women, Samuel snarled. Remo pressed up behind me, and Samuel's expression switched from fury to dread.
Who says she's still innocent?
Samuel jerked. Remo gripped my hip in warning, but I didn't care. It's not like that, I said fiercely. Samuel's eyes found mine, searching, and a flicker of relief showed on his face. Remo grasped my chin, turned my head, and gave me a harsh kiss. I froze in shock, not able to believe he was doing this in front of my brother. He released me abruptly.
How innocent she returns to you depends on your cooperation. Tell your uncle that, Samuel.
I twisted out of Remo's hold and looked at Samuel, my cheeks heating up in embarrassment.
Take me in her stead. I'll exchange myself for her.
No, I shouted desperately, but Samuel wasn't looking at me. I whirled around on Remo, wide-eyed. A cruel smile played on his face. I caught his gaze. No, I said forcefully. His eyes lingered on my lips, then dipped lower before they locked on mine once more, and relief coursed through me. Remo wouldn't exchange me for my twin. He wouldn't release me. Not before he got what he wanted. I wasn't sure what that was, but I had a horrible feeling it wasn't something my uncle could give him.
Serafina is worth too much, I'm afraid. Time to say goodbye.
I turned back to my twin. I love you, Sam, I whispered. Words I'd never said to him when other people were around, because emotions didn't belong in public, but I didn't care anymore. Let Remo see how much I loved my family. A haunted look passed Samuel's face, and he surprised me by rasping,
And I love you, Fina. I'll save you.
For him to say those words in front of another man, his enemy, he must be even more worried for my life than I thought. The tears spilled over then. Remo walked past me and switched the screen off. I didn't hold them back. I let the tears flow freely, not caring if Remo saw them. Remo watched me with narrowed eyes. Maybe my emotions annoyed him. I couldn't care less.
I thought Danilo was the man who owned your heart, but now I see I was wrong.
I wiped at my eyes. He's my twin. I've never been without him. I would walk through fire for him. Remo nodded slowly.
I believe you.
Remo. Nino, Adamo, Savio, and I drove to the initiation together. My thoughts kept straying to Serafina. I locked her in the bedroom again, and Fabiano would keep an eye on her and Chiara while we were gone. I would have preferred to have him at the initiation as well, but someone needed to protect Chiara and make sure Serafina didn't do something stupid. I doubted she'd find a way out of the bedroom, but if anyone could do it, then it was her. Nina was driving and Savio and Adamo sat in the back. It reminded me of the past, the months we'd spent on the run from the Russians, part of the Camorra, and the other mob families. We'd been on the road almost constantly, never staying anywhere for long, and still our pursuers almost got us a couple of times. Nino slanted a look at me as if he too was remembering those days. We pulled up in front of one of our casinos on the outskirts of Vegas, where the initiation would take place. The parking lot was crowded with limousines. My soldiers were already there. I got out first, not waiting for the bellhop to open my door, and stalked inside the casino with my brothers on my heels. The place had been closed since yesterday for the occasion. Inside, familiar faces greeted me. Some of my men were nursing drinks at the bar. Others were engaged in conversation with each other. None of them were playing poker or roulette, even though the croupiers were there just in case. They knew it was a test. An alcoholic shouldn't run a bar, and my underbosses and captains better not gamble or do drugs. Lower soldiers had more leeway. 11 underbosses and their consiglieres were invited for the initiation. Most of them were barely older than me. When I'd taken over power, I removed most of the old underbosses and chose their young ambitious heirs or bastards. Similar to me in my relationship with my father, only a few of them had been sad to see their fathers gone. Only 3 cities fell under the rule of older underbosses, who were loyal to the bone. I shook their hands before we gathered in the center of the room. I put a hand on Adamo's shoulder. He stood tall, for once his expression not betraying his emotions, but I could feel his tension under my palm. Today we've come here to initiate my brother Adamo. The men nodded a greeting at him. They had all dressed in suits for the occasion, and my brothers and I followed the tradition of dressing up. As with every initiate, blood has to be paid. Nino dragged a struggling mason toward us. Fabiano had locked him in the utility closet. Adamo tensed under my hand, and I squeezed his shoulder lightly. Nino threw the asshole to the ground. He wasn't in school anymore. A dropout who'd managed to gather a posse of well-off, much younger kids around himself and introduce them to drugs. His father had been a made man before I disposed of him in my claim for power. But the son was even more useless than the father. His mouth was covered by tape, and his eyes were wide with terror. I handed Adamo one of my guns. As an initiate, he wasn't allowed to bring his own guns. Adamo pointed the barrel at Mason's head. I was close enough to see the slight tremor of his hands. I squeezed his shoulder again. Encouragement, as much as a reminder not to show weakness, and then he pulled the trigger. Mason slumped forward dead. Adamo shuddered under my hand and slowly lowered the gun, his expression hard, but in his eyes I could see the hint of conflict. It would get easier with time. The men nodded their heads in approval, and Adamo met my gaze. It's time to get the tattoo. Nino came forward with the tattoo equipment, and Savio carried a chair over. Adamo sat down, rolled up his sleeve, and held out his forearm. I think it's time for some entertainment while we wait for Nino to finish the tattoo. I clapped my hands, and one of the bartenders opened another door. A row of our most beautiful whores streamed into the room, half naked. Most of my men took me up on my offer, but a few chose drinks over female entertainment. I stepped over to my brothers. Nino was still outlining the knife. He was quick and accurate. I wouldn't want anyone else to do our tattoos. Even Savio stayed beside Adamo, but his eyes strayed through the room to look for a whore for later. Adamo's jaw was clenched as he watched Nino ink him. The kill bothered him more than it had Savio, Nino, or myself, but like all of us, he would get over it eventually. "Do you want a drink, Adamo?" Savio asked. Adamo looked up in surprise. "Sure. Whiskey neat?" Adamo gave a nod, then winced when Nino started filling in the pupil of the eye. Savio came back with 4 glasses on a tray and handed one to each of us. I raised my glass. Us against the world. Us against the world. We downed the whiskey, and Adamo started coughing, not used to hard liquor. Nino lifted the needle with a frown. "I'll mess this up if you keep moving." He set his empty glass down and waited for Adamo to calm himself before he continued. When the tattoo was done, Nino stood and I called my men over. The whores remained in the back. They knew they weren't welcome. Adamo stared down at his inked arm. I held out the arm with my tattoo. Adamo closed his fingers over it, and I closed mine over his, causing him to hiss with pain. "Will you be my eye?" "I will." "Will you be my knife?" "I will." "Will you bleed and die for our cause?" I will, Adamo said firmly. Today, you give me your life. It's mine to decide over till death sets you free. Welcome to the Camorra, Adamo. I released him and stepped back. Nino clapped his shoulder, and Savio did the same. Then my soldiers welcomed my brother into our world. Nobody paid any attention to the corpse lying in its own blood on the ground. The cleaners would remove it later. Alcohol flowed more freely. Savio and Adamo sat together at the bar, a rare sight. Soon, 2 whores approached them, one latching onto Savio, the other pressed up to Adamo. Adamo shook his head, and after a moment, Savio disappeared with the 2 whores through the door behind the bar. Nino joined me where I leaned against a roulette table. I'd exchanged a few words with each of my underbosses. Most of them would return to their cities very soon, worried Dante might attack after all. I'm surprised you're not fucking a whore. My eyes strayed to the gathered women, but none of them got my attention. I've fucked all of them before. It's getting boring. Nino raised his eyebrows but didn't comment. We should go to Adamo. I nodded, but we both stopped when one of the whores, CJ, sat down beside him at the bar and they began talking. Maybe she can talk him into losing his virginity, I muttered. Nino shrugged. She's a decent woman. He could do worse for his first time. I gave him a look. Can you cut the compassionate bullshit? He smirked. It's got nothing to do with compassion. CJ is a good, logical choice for Adamo. She's skilled and will try to please him. Plus, she will pretend he's a good fuck. Pure logic. You enjoy pissing me off with your logic. It's quite satisfying, yes. I shook my head at my brother. One of these days, you, Savio, and Adamo will be my death. The only thing that will kill you is your lack of control. My thoughts drifted back to Serafina, the sight of her in the skimpy nightclothes, the way her nipples had puckered in the cold. Fuck control. Fuck patience. I never wanted anything as much as Serafina, and yet I couldn't have her. Nino shook his head. Exchange the girl for Scuderi, before you're in too deep. I'll exchange her the moment she lets me deep inside her. Telling you I told you so one day will be as satisfying as annoying you with my logic. It's my game, Nino. I'm the best player on the field. I will win. There won't be any winners, Remo.
Chapter 11. Serafina. It was around lunchtime when someone knocked. I hadn't seen Remo since he'd brought me back to my room after my call with Samuel yesterday. Savio brought me breakfast in the morning without a word. He was probably still pissed. Chiara opened the door with a shy smile and 2 bags in her hands. I bought clothes for you. I hope they fit. She stepped in, followed by Nino. I hopped off the windowsill. My limbs were starting to feel sluggish from lack of use. I'd worked out almost daily before my kidnapping, and now all I did was sit around. I assume that means my stay won't be ending anytime soon, I said bitterly. Chiara sighed. I don't know. My eyes moved over to Nino, who looked his usual stoic self. Not that I had expected an answer from him. Chiara held the bags out to me. I got you sandals and a pair of sneakers, a few pairs of shorts, tops and dresses, and underwear. I really hope I got the right size. I took everything from her and went into the bathroom to change. The clothes fit, even if they weren't my usual style. I left the bathroom wearing shorts and a top as well as the sandals. And? Chiara asked hopefully. It all fits. Why don't you join me in the gardens? It's beautiful outside, and I'm sure you can't stand these walls anymore. I frowned. I can't stand this city, but I'd love to join you. My eyes darted to her husband, whose expression had tightened at her suggestion. If he allows it. Nino gave a quick nod, but it was obvious that he didn't approve.
I followed Chiara outside while Nino walked behind us to keep an eye on me.
"Let me get this salad I prepared so we can have lunch,"
Chiara said when we arrived on the ground floor. I made a move to follow her into the kitchen, but Nino grabbed my wrist, stopping me. "You'll stay here." I wrenched my wrist out of his grip, narrowing my eyes at him. "Don't touch me." Nino didn't as much as twitch. "If you think about trying something, don't. I don't want to hurt you, but if you hurt Chiara, I'll make it very painful for you." "It's not her I want to hurt. She can't help being married to you." "Indeed," Nino agreed. Chiara returned with what looked like a Caesar salad, her gaze flitting between her husband and me.
"Everything okay?"
"Yes," I said, because even if I hated the Falcones, Nino's protectiveness was something I could respect. Soon we were seated around the garden table, eating salad. My eyes began wandering the premises once more, but I knew there was no easy way to escape. To my surprise, Nino gave us more space. He settled on a chair in the shadows with the laptop he'd grabbed on the way out. "I can't imagine how horrified you must have been when you were told Nino Falcone was going to be your husband," I said. Chiara chewed slowly, then swallowed.
"It was a shock at first. The Camorra doesn't have the best reputation."
I huffed. "They are monsters."
"The monsters in my family hurt me. I haven't experienced any kind of humiliation or pain in Las Vegas," she said firmly.
"Still, I was already nervous on my wedding day. I can't imagine how it must have been for you." Chiara shrugged.
"What about your fiancé? What kind of man is he?"
"He's underboss of Indianapolis."
"That doesn't answer my question. Or maybe it does."
"I don't know him very well," I said when Remo stepped outside. "But I have every intention of getting to know Danilo better once I'm finally married to him." Remo gave me a hard look. "I'm sure he'll be a delight." I narrowed my eyes. "He is." "I'm taking Serafina for a walk around the property," he said to Chiara. She nodded and he turned to me. "Come on." Despite my annoyance at his commanding tone, I stood, glad to move my legs. Remo's eyes scanned me from head to toe as he led me past the pool. "Chiara got you clothes." "I need to work out," I said, ignoring his comment. "I can't sit around all day. I'm going crazy. Unless that's what you want, you need to let me run on a treadmill." Remo shook his head. "No need for a treadmill. I run every morning at 7. You can join me." I allowed myself a quick scan of his body. Of course he worked out. His body was all muscle. I knew he and his brothers were into cage fighting, and running was a good way to improve your stamina. "That sounds reasonable." Remo's mouth twitched. "I'm glad you think so." "What did you demand of my uncle for my freedom?" I asked him after a while. "Minneapolis." I jerked to a stop. "That's ridiculous. My uncle won't give you any part of his territory. Even my father wouldn't give up his city to save me." Remo's smile darkened. "I think your father would gladly give me his city if it were up to him." I swallowed. I didn't want to think of my family. Not when Remo was watching me closely. I'd cried enough in front of him yesterday. "You know Dante won't meet your demands." Remo nodded. "Then why make them?" "This is a game of chess, Angel, like you said. I need to bring my pieces in position before I strike." Remo sounded so awfully sure of himself, it made me worry that maybe he'd really win in the end. I turned away from him and continued walking. "I'm surprised Luca Vitiello agreed to your plan. I used to think the Familia was honorable, but apparently they are stooping as low as the Camorra now." Remo touched my shoulder and pulled me to a stop. "Tell me, Serafina, what's the difference between an arranged marriage with Danilo and being my captive?" I stared at him incredulously, but before I could deliver a reply, he spoke again. "You didn't choose Danilo. You will be given to him like an unwilling captive, and the ring around your finger will be your shackle, the marriage your cage." His dark eyes held triumph, as if I couldn't possibly argue my defense. My eyes darted to the ring around my finger. Its sight didn't hold the same pride and excitement it used to.
You will have to surrender to his body, whether you desire him or not, and your body and soul are at his mercy. Tell me again, how is your arranged marriage different to being my captive?
Remo leaned down, holding my gaze the entire time, and I didn't step back. His lips grazed my chin, then my cheek, and finally my mouth.
Your no means nothing in a marriage. Do you call that freedom?
Pressing my lips together, I glared at him. Too proud to admit his words made sense. Remo had a way to twist things the way he wanted them until you believed they were true.
Did you fantasize about Danilo? Do you desire him?
I glared. That's none of your business. Remo shook his head as he stroked my throat, then my collarbone with his rough fingertips.
You didn't. Your mind said yes to him, and you hoped your body would follow.
His fingers on my skin made thinking straight difficult, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of pulling back.
I wonder how long it'll take for your mind to say yes to me, because your body has been screaming yes from the very first moment.
I ripped away from him. You are insane. Neither my body nor my mind say yes to any part of you, Remo. I think being the undisputed ruler of Las Vegas has made you a megalomaniac. Remo's dark eyes sent another shiver down my spine, and I stalked off, running as much from his terrifying expression as the weight of the truth. Despite my hate for the Camorra's Capo, his kisses and closeness wreaked havoc within me. I suspected it was due to my captivity, a form of Stockholm Syndrome. I made sure to keep my distance as Remo led me back to my room, and he didn't try to touch me again. Before he locked me in, I asked, "What do you really want, Remo?" He regarded me with unsettling intensity.
You know what I want.
Body and soul, I muttered. One corner of his mouth lifted.
Body and soul.
He closed the door, and I was left with the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I needed to figure out a way to get away. Maybe my family was already planning some insane hostage rescue. Samuel surely was. If not openly, then definitely in his head. There was no way anyone would survive an attack on Camorra territory. And I didn't kid myself into thinking that Remo would release me anytime soon. He was making demands, but he didn't want them to be fulfilled. Yet.
Remo, as promised, I picked Serafina up at 7 so she could run with me. Usually I preferred to do my morning run alone, but I couldn't resist her presence. Serafina had put on shorts, a t-shirt, and sneakers. She followed me quietly through the house, but stopped when I led her toward the driveway. Where are we going? We're going running, like I said. Did you think I'd do my laps in the garden? I opened the door to my Bugatti SUV for her, and she got in without another word. I got behind the wheel and pulled down the driveway, feeling her eyes on me. I enjoyed her confusion. I took us to a trail in a nearby canyon where I'd run before. Soon, it would be too warm, but this early in the morning the temperature was perfect for running. Serafina followed me out of the car and looked around the gravel parking lot. We were the only people around. Her eyes were assessing and attentive. She'd try something, and I had to admit I couldn't wait for it. We jogged beside each other for a while before she spoke up. Aren't you worried I'll run? I caught you once before. I was stuck in my wedding dress, so I was too slow. I'll always catch you, Angel. After 30 minutes, we stopped for a drinking break. I could tell that Serafina was scouting the terrain. Taking a deep gulp of water, I watched as she got down on her haunches and laced up her sneakers again. When she straightened, I knew from the tension in her limbs that she was about to do something. She threw sand in my face and actually managed to get some of it into my eyes. Through blurry vision, I saw her dashing off. Chuckling, despite my burning eyes, I took chase. I dealt with worse. Serafina was quicker than last time, and she didn't stay on the trail, which was a huge risk on her part. If she got lost around here, she'd die of dehydration before she found her way back to civilization. I picked up my own pace. Serafina jumped to avoid rocks and practically flew over the ground. It was a beautiful sight, so much more beautiful than having her locked in a room. Eventually, I caught up with her. Her legs were much shorter, and she was less muscular. When I was close enough, I slung my arm around her waist like last time. We both lost our balance from the impact and fell. I landed on my back with Serafina on top of me. She rammed her knee into my stomach and kicked to get out of my hold. Before she could do real damage, I rolled over and pressed her into the ground with my weight, her wrist pushed up above her head. "Gotcha," I murmured, panting, dripping sweat. Serafina's chest heaved, her eyes indignant and furious. "You enjoy the chase." "Actually, I don't," I said in a low voice, bringing our lips closer. "But with you, I do." "You knew I'd run," she muttered. "Of course. You were meant to be free, which makes me wonder why you allow someone like Danilo to cage you." She wriggled under me. "Let me go. I'm enjoying being on top of you and between your lithe legs." I rocked my pelvis slightly. She stiffened. "Don't." I licked a droplet of sweat off her throat before I pushed off her and stood. Serafina ignored my outstretched hand and stumbled to her feet. Her hair had fallen out of her ponytail, and she was covered in dirt and sweat. "I prefer you like this." She frowned. "Dirty?" "Untamed. Seeing you in that white atrocity can't compare. Too perfect, too groomed, too fake. I bet Danilo would have loved it, though." She didn't say anything, and I knew part of my words got through to her. My eyes were drawn to her forearm, which she was rubbing absent-mindedly. A small part of the cut had opened again and was bleeding. A flicker of guilt caught me off guard. It wasn't an emotion I entertained very often. I took her arm and inspected the wound. Dirt had gotten in. "We need to clean that to prevent infection." Her blue eyes searched my face, but I had trouble reading the expression on hers. I led her back to the car. It was getting hotter, and after the chase, we both needed a shower. I took a fresh bottle of water from the trunk and poured it over Serafina's wound, cleaning it carefully with my fingertips. She winced occasionally, but didn't say anything. "The silent treatment isn't your usual style," I commented. "You don't know me." I smirked. "I know you better than most people. Better than Danilo." She didn't contradict me. "Hate can set you free," I said. "So can love," she said. "But I doubt you'd understand." Serafina was silent on the way back to the mansion, her gaze distant as she peered out of the side window. I returned her to her room, knowing she had a lot to think about before I headed into my own room for a shower. When I came down into the game room later, Savio was lounging on the sofa, typing on his phone. Upon spotting me, he set it down and grinned. "Nino isn't happy that you took the bitch running." I sank down beside my brother. "It offends his logic." Savio laughed. "But honestly, Remo, he has a point. That girl is unpredictable." "That makes her all the more fun," I said. Savio gave me a curious look. "You're enjoying this more than I thought. And you haven't even fucked her. Or have you?" "No, I haven't. Serafina is a surprising challenge." "Too much work for my taste," Savio said with a shrug. "I prefer girls who shut up when I tell them to, who suck my dick when I want it. Less hassle." "Eventually you've had it all. You've fucked in every position possible, have done all the kinky shit you can think of. It becomes more difficult to get the thrill from the beginning." He leaned forward on his knees. "You're not thinking of keeping her, are you?" "No." I called Dante in the afternoon. He picked up after the second ring, his voice cold and hard, but with an underlying tension that gave me a thrill. Dante, I wanted to ask you when you were going to fulfill my demand. I won't, just as you intended. I don't have time for your games, Remo. This is between us, between you and me. Why don't we meet in person, capo to capo, and settle this like men? You want to duel me. How archaic of you, Dante. You didn't strike me as the primitive type. I'll gladly convince you of the contrary. I almost agreed because the idea of shoving my knife over and over into the cold fish was too fucking enticing. Fighting Dante would have been a highlight. Since cutting Luca into bite-sized pieces was out of the question for now, Dante was the opponent I longed for. There was only one thing I wanted more than killing Dante. Having Serafina in every way possible, and destroy the outfit through her. We will have to postpone our duel to a later point, Dante. For now, I have demands I want you to fulfill if you want to have your niece return to her family in one piece. I won't negotiate with you, Remo. You won't get an inch of my territory. Now say what you really want. We both know what it is. I doubted he knew what I really wanted. Maybe only Nino did. And what do I want? You want my consigliere. Fabiano is your enforcer, and I assume the deal you struck with Vitiello entailed your promise to deliver Scudieri, so you could all have him dismembered together. I doubt Luca will be part of Scudieri's disembodiment. He'd rather chop you into pieces, Dante. Vitiello isn't the ally you think he is. His familia is prone to betrayal. It's unwise of you to make me your enemy. Dante, we've been enemies from the moment I claimed power. And the moment your fucking soldiers breached my territory, it got personal. I don't need Luca as an ally, as long as I know his hatred for you trumps his hatred for me. One day his and your rashness will be your downfall. Very likely, I growled. But until that happens, your conscience will have to live with Serafina's gradual downfall. I hung up. With every day that Serafina was in my hands, my position got stronger.
Chapter 12. Serafina. The next few days after my attempt at running away, I fell into a strange routine. Remo picked me up for a run in the morning. Sometimes I wondered if he wanted me to risk escaping again, because the chase gave him a thrill. But I didn't waste my energy on it. Remo was too strong and fast. I had to beat him with wit. Unfortunately, he was as intelligent as he was cruel. He could twist my words faster than I thought possible, and I occasionally caught myself enjoying our strange debates. I didn't have to hold back when I was around Remo. I didn't try to present my best side to him like I had done with Danilo, because I didn't care about his approval. I was myself, unfiltered, careless, and strangely enough, Remo seemed to get a sick kick out of it. The capo was a mystery to me. He hadn't tried to torture me or force himself on me like I'd expected, and I couldn't help but be wary because Remo's motives were cruel.
Once I set you free, you'll return to Danilo like a well-trained carrier pigeon,
Remo said as we jogged along the canyon trail one day. Your bird analogies are starting to get old, I muttered. I was glad Remo didn't know Dad called me Dove. He'd only use it to his advantage.
But they are so very fitting, Angel.
I slanted a look at him. He had a strange smile on his face. His shirt clung to his body with sweat and showed the outline of his muscles and his gun holsters. What are you in your ornithology scheme? The vulture waiting for the poor pigeon to drop out of the sky so you can tear into her? Remo let out a deep chuckle, which sent a shocking shiver down my spine. I sped up, trying to force my body into submission.
I don't think you'll ever fall from the sky. I'll have to snatch you out of the air like an eagle.
I snorted, not caring if it was an undignified sound. You are insane.
He fell silent, easily following my faster pace. Remo was fit to the point of admiration. I had to give him that. After we returned to the car, we shared a bottle of water. "Why are you doing this?" He cocked one eyebrow. "Giving you water." "Treating me decently." He smiled darkly. "Why do you sound almost disappointed?" Part of me was, because I knew the man in front of me was ruthless and cruel to the very core, more monster than man. The weaker part was relieved and didn't want to question his motives. "When will the torture begin?" Remo propped his arm up against the roof of the car and stared down at me. "Who says the torture hasn't already begun? Just because I'm not torturing you doesn't mean I'm not torturing others through you." I flinched. My family. They were suffering because they imagined the horrors I was going through. Horrors that weren't taking place. Yet. "You are a monster," I bit out. Remo leaned even closer, radiating heat and power. The scent of fresh sweat and his own forbidden aroma wrapping around me. I returned his gaze. Dark eyes. Monster eyes. But God help me. They always kept me frozen with their intensity. "You know, Angel, I think you enjoy my monstrosity more than you want to admit." I didn't have a chance for a comeback. Remo's lips crushed mine, his tongue sliding in, and my body reacted with a wave of heat. I clutched his shoulders, meeting his tongue with the same fervor. Then realization struck me. I tried to shove him away, but Remo didn't budge. He wrapped his arms around me, molding our bodies together. Breathtaking, terrifying, intoxicating. I bit down on his lower lip, but Remo didn't pull back. He growled into my mouth and tightened his hold, his kiss turning even harder. The taste of his blood swirled in my mouth, and I pulled away in equal disgust and sick fascination. Remo's mouth was covered with blood. He truly looked the monster then. A dark smile curled his lips, and I opened the door and got into the car, trying to catch my breath, trying to escape his overwhelming presence. I caught sight of my reflection in the rearview mirror and cringed. My lips, too, were red with Remo's blood. In that moment, I didn't look any less a monster than he did. The moment Remo picked me up the next morning, I knew it wasn't for a run. For one, he was too early, and second, he was only in his briefs. I tore my gaze away from his body. "We need to record additional motivation for your uncle," Remo explained. "Come." I perched on the bed, not moving an inch. Another recording? When I didn't follow his command, Remo raised his eyebrows. "Come," he said with more force, and it took considerable effort to remain motionless. I stubbornly returned his gaze. He stalked toward me and bent over me. "Maybe I'm being too lenient with you," he murmured, fingers nudging my chin up. I smiled, then gasped when Remo jerked me to my feet and threw me over his shoulder. His big, warm hand rested on my butt as he carried me, and for a few moments I stilled in shock, more because of my body's reaction to the feel of Remo's palm than to my head hanging down over his shoulder. I started wiggling, and Remo squeezed my butt cheek in warning. I rammed my elbow into his side, but apart from a sharp exhale, Remo didn't falter. "Let me down," I wheezed, horrified by the way my center tightened at the feel of Remo's hand on my backside. If he found out, I'd die on the spot. Remo didn't set me down, however, until we were back in the cell. My head swam for a moment, but when my vision cleared, I noticed the shackles hanging from a chain at the wall. Remo nudged me forward. "Arms up," he ordered. "What?" I gasped out. He didn't wait for me to comply. He grabbed my wrists and secured me. Confusion, then terror shot through me. Maybe he was finally sick of torturing others when he had me to have fun with. Remo leaned down and I shivered. His dark eyes roamed my face, and he gave a shake of his head.
Calm down. We need to give your family a show. I'll give that perfect throat a hickey for a few convincing photos. Nothing else. Don't get your panties in a bunch over nothing, Angel.
You want to make my family believe I'm shackled up in a cell?
Among other things,
he murmured. His hands reached for the hem of my chemise and tugged hard. The fabric came apart until only the seam of the neckline held it together. My nipples hardened, and Remo watched silently, then released a harsh breath. I swallowed. These photos are fake. I'm not dangling from chains all day, and you're not ripping my clothes off, I muttered. He smiled down at me.
Would you prefer if I didn't have to fake them, Angel?
I swallowed again, goosebumps rising on my skin.
I didn't think so,
he said in a slightly rougher voice, then carefully brushed my hair away from my throat. I held my breath when his lips were almost at my skin.
You smell so fucking sweet. Owning you one day will be the sweetest triumph of my life.
You'll never own me. Remo pressed his lips to my skin. Then his tongue darted out, licking along my pulse point. He sucked and nibbled on my throat, his fingers cupping my head, tilting it to the side. My eyes fluttered shut. The sensations were foreign and mesmerizing. Remo's mouth on my throat seemed to send shockwaves through my body, creating sensations I'd never experienced before. His warm body pressed into mine, his scent flooding my nose. I was motionless, stunned, confused by my body's reaction. How could my throat be such a sensitive spot of my body? How could it fill me with so much forbidden desire? He pulled back, but didn't straighten immediately. His face still close to my throat as he exhaled. When he finally stood, his dark eyes sent a new ripple through my body. His fingertips brushed over my tender throat, and my lips parted in a small exhale. Our eyes locked, and one corner of his mouth lifted.
Did you like that?
Of course not, I snapped.
I thought you were a good liar.
My cheeks heated, and I glared, but didn't say anything because I wasn't sure if my next lie would be any more convincing.
It's okay, Angel,
Remo said in a low voice.
There are worse things than enjoying pleasure.
I wanted to lash out at him, but he wasn't even the main reason for my anger. I was furious at myself, enraged by my body for its reactions. I'm Danilo's, I said firmly. Remo narrowed his eyes.
Are you reminding me or yourself?
I'm promised to him. I want him, not you.
You can have an underboss, someone who's learned to do another man's bidding, or the Capo, a man who has men follow his command.
I can have a monster or a man.
Do you really think Danilo isn't a monster?
He isn't a monster like you. Remo nodded.
He's a lesser monster. Who'd want to settle for less?
You don't even want me, Remo. All you want is to hold my fate over my family's head. Stop toying around. He stepped back, turned around, and picked up his phone.
Look broken for a moment.
I glared.
That's not the look we're going for.
He waited. Then his jaw tightened, and he came toward me again, holding my chin.
I said it before. Choose your battles wisely. I'm not a patient man, nor a decent one.
He retreated, and finally satisfied with my expression, he took a few photos. Guilt left a bitter taste in my mouth, but I wasn't sure how long it would take for my family to free me, if they succeeded at all, and I had to think of self-preservation even if I hated myself for it. He unshackled me and I rubbed my wrists, then touched my tender throat. Remo watched me.
I like seeing my mark on you.
I didn't say anything. Later, I spent a long time staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror.
Remo had left his marks like he'd said. They were red and purple, and made me feel a wave of shame because of how my body had reacted. I wasn't sure what was wrong with me. A knock drew me out of my reverie. Dragging myself away from the mirror, I went into the bedroom, where I found the youngest Falcone. He looked somewhat lost in the middle of my room. "I have a few books and ice cream for you. It's one of the hottest days of the summer. I thought you could use cooling off," he said, holding up 4 books and a bowl filled with ice cream. His gaze moved to my throat, and his brows drew together. He walked past me and put everything down on my nightstand before he shoved his hands into his pockets, looking awkward. My eyes lingered on the fresh tattoo on his forearm. "You are a made man now." He glanced down, then nodded slowly. "I'm a Falcone." I went over to the nightstand to take a look at everything. "It's chocolate chip. It's all we got. Savio's got a sweet tooth. The rest of us not so much." "So you gave me Savio's ice cream? He'll love that after the soup I threw at him." Adamo burst out laughing. I wish I could have been there. He's so full of himself. I bet his expression was hilarious. He sobered, then cleared his throat. I smiled. He was shocked. It was difficult to believe that Adamo was related to Remo. There was a slight resemblance, but Adamo's hair was curly and not as dark, and his eyes were a warmer brown. But the biggest difference was their personality. I picked up the bowl and pushed a spoonful of the sugary treat into my mouth before sinking down onto the bed. Adamo came a bit closer and leaned against one of the posts. "I wasn't sure what kind of books you like, so I brought a memoir, a thriller, a romance, and a fantasy book. We don't have many new books. I don't think I'm allowed to give you my Kindle. You could use it for other stuff." I smiled. It's okay. Despite my intention to hate on every Falcone, it was difficult not to like Adamo. "I think I'll pass on the thriller, though. I've had plenty of thrill in my life recently." "I know," Adamo said quietly. He indicated my throat. "What happened there?" Heat shot into my cheeks, and I allowed myself another taste of the ice cream to gather my thoughts. Adamo watched me closely. "Did he hurt you?" I considered lying, making up a brutal story to drive a wedge between the brothers. But for some reason I couldn't do it. "No. He's hurting my family by making them believe he's hurting me." Relief flashed across Adamo's face, and for a second it annoyed me, but then I thought of Samuel and understood. "You'll be united with them soon," he said. I swallowed and nodded. Adamo touched my shoulder lightly, then drew back. "Sorry, I should have asked before touching you." I shook my head. "How did you end up being so polite and kind when you are related to Remo? Were you raised by different parents?" "Remo and Nino were raised by our parents, but Savio and I were mostly raised by Remo and Nino." I stared. "They raised you?" He nodded, then rubbed the back of his head as if he realized he shouldn't have told me. "I should go." I tried to imagine Remo raising a child. It blew my mind, especially since they all must have been on the run at the time. Night had fallen and I was reading in bed when suddenly the lights went out. I blinked into the unexpected darkness and climbed out of bed, putting the book down on the nightstand. Following the trail of silvery moonlight, I glanced out of the window. The lights in the garden and every other window of the mansion that I could see were out as well. In the distance, I could make out lights from other houses. My pulse picked up. What was happening? My eyes searched the shadows of the perimeter, and then I saw 2 figures running across the lawn toward the house. The outfit. It had to be. They had come to save me. Euphoria pulsed through me, followed by fear. This was Remo's territory. The Falcones knew every inch of their property, and the outfit didn't. What if Samuel was among the attackers? I clung to the windowsill, immobilized by terror at the thought. Dante and Dad would have never allowed my brother to come here. He was the heir to Minneapolis. He was too important for such a risky endeavor. Maybe the dark gave the outfit an advantage.
Maybe it caught Remo and his brothers by surprise. Who knew how many of them were even in the mansion? The lock of my room turned and I faced the door. This was my chance to run. The outfit didn't know where in the house I was being kept. They probably expected to find me in the basement. I needed to find them first. It would take too long for them to search every part of the mansion. A tall figure stepped into the room. It was difficult to make out much, and it didn't matter who had entered. I attacked without hesitation, storming toward my opponent, hoping to ram my elbow into his stomach. Unfortunately, backlit by moonlight, I was an easy target. My opponent sidestepped me, then grabbed my shoulder and thrust me forward. I collided with the wall, and a firm chest pressed against my back. "No soup today?" Savio taunted, but his voice was filled with tension. I tried shoving away from the wall, but Savio didn't budge. "Do I have to knock you out, or will you stop the fucking struggling?" I jerked my head back, hoping to hit his nose, but he was taller than I remembered, and the back of my head collided with his chin. "Fuck," he snarled. He lodged his arms around my chest and waist like Samuel had done in jest not too long ago, and despite my thrashing, he carried me through the room and shoved me into the bathroom. "I won't carry you into our panic room like that. Fuck it." I whirled around to face him. "Don't fucking move," he growled. "The outfit will kick your asses. I bet you shit your pants when the lights went out," I hissed. Savio chuckled. "It was Nino who turned off the lights. We know every inch of this fucking house by heart. We don't need lights. By the way, our surveillance camera showed a guy with blonde hair. I wonder who will kill him, Remo or Nino." I froze. "Samuel?" Savio closed the bathroom door. I rushed forward and hammered my fists against the wood. "Let me out! Let me out!" "Scream all you want," Savio said. "Maybe it attracts an outfit fucker so I can have some fun as well." I pressed my palms against the door and slowly sank down onto my knees. Savio had to be lying. Samuel wasn't here. If Remo or Nino got him in their hands...
Chapter 13. Remo. My brothers and I were catching the cage fight of Savio's next opponent. Chiara had already fallen asleep against Nino as usual. I doubted she ever watched more than a few seconds of a fight. Violence just wasn't in her nature. "I can't wait to fight him," Savio said, when his next opponent drop-kicked the other fighter into the cage. Not bad. My phone lit up, and so did the phones of my brothers. For a moment, neither of us moved. I reached for it. An alarm had been raised. What the fuck? I opened the alert. Someone or something had touched the electric barbed wire at the top of the walls. Nino was faster. He held up his phone with a live recording of the affected area. 4 men had put a ladder over the fence, laid a wooden board over the electric wires, and climbed over the wall. I stood, drawing my gun and a knife. Nino shook Chiara awake, then turned to Adamo. "Take Chiara into the panic room. Shoot for the kill, no questions asked." "What's the matter?" Chiara whispered. Nino shook his head, kissed her, then pushed her toward Adamo, who grabbed her hand and tugged her along, his own gun pulled. "I'm going to turn off the lights on the premises," Nino said. "We can ambush them more easily that way." I nodded. "Savio, go get Serafina. I want her in the panic room as well." Savio frowned. "I want to kick outfit asses." "Savio," I snarled. I couldn't fucking believe the outfit really dared to attack our mansion. It wasn't Dante's style. Way too risky. With a glare, Savio ran up the stairs. Nino entered the code into his phone that was connected to our central control system, and blackness fell upon us. It took my eyes a few seconds to adapt. Moonlight streamed in through the windows, and soon my brother and our surroundings became more than abstract shapes. I stepped up to Nino. "They're heading toward the north wing," he said. The cameras had night vision, so we had no trouble following the attackers' progress. A blonde head was among them, and I had a feeling I knew who it was. Samuel had come to save his twin, probably without his Capo's orders. If they were here on Dante's plan, they would have retreated the second the lights went out. That they still continued with it meant someone who didn't care about his life was the leader. "Come on," I said. Nino and I crept into the garden, past the pool, in the direction where the attackers were headed. "Samuel is mine," I said quietly. Nino didn't say anything, only shut down his phone so the glow of the screen wouldn't give us away. We reached the corner of the north wing, and both crouched down. I peered around and found two men, one of them blonde, working on the terrace door to Savio's domain, while the other two scanned the area, guns pointed ahead. They had turned over the table and were half hidden behind it. It was massive wood. Maybe it would hold back the bullets. "Two alive, Samuel and another," I ordered. Nino gave a terse nod. He'd give me a lecture later. He was pissed that we were being attacked because I'd brought Serafina here, that I'd put his wife in danger. Nino and I raised our guns and began firing. Whoever our opponents were, they weren't the best shots. The first one went down almost immediately. The two at the terrace door dropped behind the table and began firing as well. Eventually, we ran out of bullets. The fun was about to begin. Nino pulled his knife. Clutching my own knife, I ran toward the remaining three attackers. Two went for me, one for Nino. Samuel slashed his knife at me, and I blocked it with my own. The other outfit fucker jabbed toward my stomach. I dodged that attack as well and rammed my blade into his thigh. He went down with a cry, but I grabbed him by the collar and jerked him up to block Samuel's next attack. His knife went straight into his companion's stomach. Before Samuel could attack again, Nino grabbed him from behind, one arm locked around his throat, the other over his arm with the knife. I dropped the outfit bastard and jumped forward, hitting Samuel's wrist and breaking it so he would drop the knife. He grunted, but didn't drop the knife. He struggled like a madman, and Nino lost his balance. Fuck. They both landed on the ground, Samuel on top of Nino. Grabbing my gun, I lunged at Samuel, grasped him by the throat, and hit his temple with the butt of the gun. With a groan, he went slack. Nino shoved him off himself. I touched Samuel's throat to make sure he was alive. "Did you keep your opponent alive?" I asked Nino, panting. "Of course. I knew it was unlikely that you'd not kill at least one of them." I chuckled. Nino stepped up to me. "If we torture him slowly, send pieces of him to his parents in Dante, the outfit will do our bidding. I can't imagine they'll risk losing both Serafina and Samuel. I don't think he acted on Dante's orders." "Probably not. But Dante won't abandon his nephew because he tried saving his twin." I nodded. "Take the other survivor into a cell and wake him. Find out everything he knows. I'll send Savio to join you, or else he won't stop bitching." "What about Samuel?" "I'll take him to another cell. Then I'll have a word with Serafina." "Are we going to deal with him together?" I regarded the blonde man on the ground. "Yes. If he's anything like Serafina, he'll be fun to break."
Serafina. The lights came back on. My eyes burned from the onslaught of brightness. I was still kneeling on the bathroom floor when Remo's voice rang out.
"Go into the basement and help Nino torture the outfit asshole."
I could feel the color draining from my face. I'd heard the shooting, had prayed that the outfit would win. I forced myself to stand when the lock turned. Remo came in covered in blood, and I started trembling, terrified my greatest horrors had come true. For a couple of heartbeats, Remo regarded me.
"Your brother tried to save you."
Terror gripped me like a vice. I could not breathe. I didn't want to believe it. "You're lying," I gasped out, voice broken and hollow. A dark smile curled his lips.
"He's a brave one."
I rushed toward Remo, clutched his bloody shirt. Remo's dark eyes held mine. The predatory gleam in them made my heart thud even faster. No, I said again. Samuel isn't here. He wouldn't risk it. Dante wouldn't allow it.
I think your twin would gladly put his life down for you, Angel. I doubt he came on your uncle's orders. That means no reinforcement.
I swallowed. Oh, Samuel, my protector. How could you be so stupid? If Samuel was dead, I couldn't go on living, not with the knowledge that he died to save me. Tears burned a hot trail down my cheeks. If you... I couldn't even say it. Then kill me now.
He's not dead yet,
Remo murmured, dark eyes scanning my face.
We'll see how long he lasts, though.
Samuel wasn't dead. Not yet. My eyes widened. Let me see him. Remo touched my throat, coming closer.
Why? So you can say goodbye?
I bit my lip. To see the truth. Remo smiled.
I'm not lying.
He grabbed my wrist and dragged me out of my room. He led me down into the basement, and holding me by the arm so I couldn't storm inside, he opened one of the cells. Inside lay Samuel, covered in blood and not moving except for the shallow rise and fall of his chest. His blonde hair was matted with blood. My chest constricted so tightly I was sure to pass out any second. What did you do?
Not much yet,
he said as he closed the door.
Hit him over the head. Once he wakes, Nino and I will tend to him.
I knew what that meant. A terrifying, agonized scream echoed through the basement. I flinched violently.
That's Nino's doing. He's talking to the other survivor.
Soon those would be Samuel's cries. Soon he'd be submitted to the horrors he'd wanted to save me from. Horrors I'd been spared. Bile traveled up my throat. My twin would suffer and die for me. I grasped Remo's arm, my eyes begging with him, even though I knew he didn't have a heart I could soften. Please don't. Torture me instead. Remo smiled darkly, cupping my face.
I don't want to torture you, and I told you I won't ever cut you again, Angel.
Of course. I knew what he wanted, what he'd wanted from the start, and today he'd get it. Swallowing my pride because it wasn't worth Samuel's life, I lowered myself to my knees right in front of Remo. I tilted my face up, tears stinging in my eyes. I'm on my knees. I'm begging you to spare him. Whatever you want, it's yours, Remo. Take it. Take everything. His dark eyes flashed with an emotion I couldn't read.
You didn't beg for your own life. You didn't offer me your body to avoid pain, but you do for your brother.
I do. I'd do anything for him, I whispered. I'm offering you everything. You can have it all. I'm giving it to you freely, willingly, if you spare my brother. Remo grasped my arm and hoisted me to my feet. Without another word, he dragged me upstairs and into his bedroom. He released me and closed the door. His breathing was harsh. My fingers shook as I reached for my dress and pulled it over my head. Remo's eyes scorched my skin as I reached for my bra and unhooked it, letting it drop to the floor. With a hard swallow, I pushed my panties down my hips until they joined my bra on the floor. It's yours, I said quietly. All I could think about was Samuel down in that basement, lying in his own blood, and the torture that awaited him at the hands of Remo and Nino. I'd heard the rumors of what they'd done to Chiara's uncle. Not taking his eyes off my face, Remo advanced on me. His hands touched my waist, and I trembled.
So very difficult to break.
You won. You broke me. I begged you. I'm offering you my body. Please spare Samuel. His eyes traveled the length of my body before they locked on mine once more.
You aren't broken, Angel. Sacrificing yourself for someone you love isn't weakness.
Spare my brother, Remo. With shaking hands, I reached for his belt, but he stopped me. And my world fell apart because if he didn't take me up on my offer, what else could I give him in return for my brother's life? What else did he want? Remo leaned down to my ear.
Such a tantalizing offer.
He exhaled.
You'd hate me fiercely.
I would, I whispered.
You would. So you don't hate me fiercely yet?
I shuddered. I couldn't bear his mind games. Not now. Not when Samuel's life depended on it. Remo kissed the spot below my ear.
I will spare your brother, Angel,
he said in a low voice, and I froze because I couldn't believe it.
I will send him back to the outfit with a message. It needs to be loud and clear so they understand I won't have my territory breached.
I nodded mutely. I'd agree to anything to save my brother. I didn't understand any of this.
You will come down with me into the cell beside Samuel's. I will have a talk with him.
I stiffened in Remo's hold.
Just a talk, and tell him that his actions have consequences. And then I'll return to your cell, and you're going to scream and beg as if I'm hurting you. You will make him believe it. Then I will release him so he can return home with the remains of the other outfit soldier, and the knowledge that you will suffer brutally for every single one of their mistakes.
I gave a nod. Samuel would hate himself for it. He would suffer worse than that, but it was better than the alternative. I needed to save him no matter the cost. I could tell him the truth once I got back home.
Good,
Remo said quietly. He gathered my clothes from the ground, his eyes level with my center for a moment before he straightened.
Now get dressed.
I didn't understand why he hadn't taken me when it was obvious how much he wanted me. He could have had me in every way he wanted. I wouldn't have fought him. He could have sent the warning message by recording Samuel's torture and my screams and sending the video to my family. He didn't have to keep Samuel alive to deliver it. What else could he want?
Remo. Serafina had offered herself to me, but she'd done it out of despair, out of love for her brother, not because she wanted to. She loved her brother fiercely, wanted to protect him at any cost, like I would my brothers. I could respect that. I'd never admired a woman on her knees more than I did Serafina. She followed me quietly through the mansion. I could have asked anything of her, but that wasn't how I wanted things to go. Far from it. I opened the door to the cell beside Samuel's, and Serafina stepped in. The door to the third cell swung open, and Nino stepped out, covered in blood, his brows drawing together when he spotted Serafina. I closed the door and faced him. "What's going on?" he asked. His eyes scanned my face. "Remo?" I smirked. "Change of plans." He moved closer. "We're not letting him go. We will." Savio joined us in the hallway, clothes drenched in blood as well. He didn't say anything, only regarded us carefully. Nino shook his head. "You're losing yourself in your game." "I'm not. I know exactly what I'm doing, Nino. Torturing and killing Samuel won't make the same impact as my plan does. He'd become a martyr. His death would forge Dante and his family closer together. They would unite in their loss. But shame and guilt will rip them apart." "So this isn't about Serafina?" "Of course it is. She's the center of my game." Nino shook his head again. "We promised Fabiano his father, and I want this game over. I want her out of our mansion. Speed up the process." "Some things take time." "Your game has been evolving a lot since we kidnapped her. Are you sure it's because you think it necessary? Or is it because she's making you?" "She's not making me do anything. You know me. I can't be coerced to do anything. I'm going to Chiara. Adamo took her back to our wing. I don't have the necessary patience for you tonight." Nino stalked off. Savio raised his eyebrows. "What did the outfit bastard say?" I muttered. "He was one of the younger soldiers. Made men from Samuel's group. Apparently, the blonde asshole has already quit the loyal following in the Minneapolis outfit. I assume Dante and Pietro Mione don't know. They didn't. You can leave. I'll handle this alone." Savio hesitated. Are you really sure your plan is going to work? Nino is the logical genius. He doesn't take emotions into consideration. Emotional warfare is far more effective in this case than open violence. Not as much fun if you ask me. I shook my head. Oh, it's fun for me. Trust me. Savio snorted. I'll go take a shower. You have whatever kind of fun you prefer. He sauntered off, and I stepped into Samuel's cell. His wrists and ankles were tied together, but his eyes were open in his bloody face and full of hatred. You fucking bastard, he rasped. I smiled. I'd be careful with the insults if I were you. Fuck you, Samuel spat. As if anything I say matters. You're going to torture me to death anyway. I knelt beside him. I don't think that's the right punishment for you, Sam. Fear replaced the hatred in his eyes. He arched up. Don't you dare touch her. I straightened. Someone will have to suffer for this. And I know you will suffer twice as much if I hurt your twin. No! Torture me, kill me. Unfortunately, that's not an option. You will return to the outfit with the memory of your sister's screams. Samuel froze. No! He gasped out. I turned. Remo! He roared, but I closed the cell door. I stepped into Serafina's cell. She was pale and still so painstakingly proud and beautiful. I allowed myself a moment to admire her. She tilted her head toward me, her blue eyes burning with emotion. Samuel will be safe? By my honor. Her lips curled, but she didn't say anything. I hope you can be convincing. I want your best screams. Her eyes narrowed briefly, giving me a fucking kick as usual. It was so much better than her desperate surrender. She closed her eyes, chest heaving, elegant throat flexing. I needed to own this woman. Body and soul and everything else she could offer. I fucking burned with the desire to possess her in every way possible. Finally, Serafina screamed, and it was so fucking real that my body reacted to the sound, but not in a way it usually did. Not with excitement and the thrill of the hunt. There was something close to revulsion filling my body, hearing her agonized cries and imagining they were real. My hands curled to fists, my muscles tensing because a deeply buried instinct wanted me to protect her from whatever caused those screams. Unfortunately for her, nothing could protect her from me. I couldn't fucking take it anymore. I stalked toward her, gripped her arm. Enough, I growled, breathing harshly. Serafina's eyes snapped open. They searched my face, and a second too late, I realized she got deeper than anyone was allowed. Enough, I repeated, my voice shaking with rage and confusion. Enough, she whispered so softly. The sound was like a fucking caress. Maybe I should end it now. Do what Nino said. End this fucking game. Get rid of Serafina and Samuel both. I cupped her head and pressed my forehead to hers. She trembled, overwhelmed. Maybe I should kill you. Maybe, she breathed. But you won't. I should have contradicted her, but she was right and she knew it. You promised. I pulled back from her. And I will keep my promise. I'll release your brother now. I'll have one of my men fly him and the corpses to Kansas City. How he gets back to outfit territory from there is his own problem. She nodded. Come, I ordered. I didn't touch her as I led her back to her bedroom. She moved toward the window and perched on the windowsill, pulling her legs against her chest. I stopped with my fingers against the light switch, then lowered them, leaving the room in the dark. Serafina twisted her head, staring at me. She was backlit by the silver moonlight as she perched in the window frame. She never looked more like an angel than in this fucking moment, and I realized I was on a precarious path. Her whispered words broke the silence. I wonder whose game is more dangerous, yours or mine, Remo.
Chapter 14. Serafina. Over the next couple of days, Remo kept his distance. We didn't go on runs, and Chiara or one of his brothers brought me food. The look in his eyes when I'd screamed in the basement, it was difficult to describe, but I knew for some reason it had bothered him. Nino had informed me this morning that Samuel was back in Minneapolis. I believed him. Remo had promised, and despite my difficult feelings toward the Capo, I knew he'd keep this promise. I also knew that Samuel and my family were suffering every day I was here. Nino treated me even colder than before, if that was even possible. I had a feeling things between Remo and him were strained because of Samuel. Nino probably would have killed my brother. It was the obvious solution, the one Dante would have chosen. But Remo, he was unpredictable, cruel, fierce. I didn't understand him. If he'd tortured and killed Samuel, I would have hated him with brutal abandon, would have done anything I could to kill him. But he hadn't. I was scared about his motives, but more than that, I was scared because a twisted part of me was grateful. I wasn't sure exactly why, but Remo had done this because of me. It was way past midnight when I heard my door open. I couldn't sleep, my mind whirring with thoughts. Lying on my side, I watched the tall figure step in. I knew it was Remo from the way he moved, from his tall frame, the shock of his black hair.
"You're awake,"
he said in a low voice. "Did you want to watch me sleep?" He moved closer. His face lay in shadows, and my pulse picked up. He sank down on the edge of the bed, and I rolled onto my back.
"No,"
he said in a strange tone.
"I prefer you awake."
He leaned over me, one of his arms braced behind my hip. "What do you want?" I muttered.
"I want you gone."
My eyes widened. "Then let me go."
"I fear it's not that easy."
He bent lower, and then his palm touched my belly and slowly slid down. I held my breath, becoming still in a mix of shock and anticipation. He cupped me through the covers and my clothes. The touch was light, almost questioning, and I was completely frozen. My center tingled, and that, more than Remo's touch, sent a fierce stab of fear through me. I wanted him to touch me without a barrier between us. Wanted to get a taste of something utterly forbidden, something I wasn't allowed to want. Neither of us said anything. I knew what paralyzed me. But what restrained Remo? He exhaled slowly and stood. Without another word, he disappeared. Good Lord, what was happening? With him, with me, with the both of us. That middle-of-the-night visit seemed to have done something to Remo, because he returned to our previous routine of taking me on runs and walks through the gardens. I wasn't sure if I should be relieved or worried. I'd almost missed our daily arguments because he took me seriously and was strangely excited about my comebacks. He didn't want me to be the restrained lady. Far from it. Remo thrived on chaos and conflict. His presence left me breathless and overwhelmed. I slanted Remo a look as he walked beside me in silence. His expression was harsh, his dark eyes forbidding. I stopped, and after a moment he did too. He narrowed his eyes. "Why did you really let Samuel go? I want the truth." Remo glared down at me.
"I think you're forgetting what you are. I don't owe you the truth. I don't even owe you these fucking strolls through the gardens. You are my captive, Serafina."
"Serafina? What about Angel?" I retorted. Remo gripped my upper arms.
"Careful. I think handling you with kid gloves gave you the wrong idea."
"I think I have exactly the right idea." Remo's fingers tightened. I lifted my hands and pressed them to his chest. The muscles flexed under my touch. Remo lowered his gaze to my hands, then slowly looked back up. The expression on his face burned a fierce trail through my body. Fury and desire. Remo jerked me against him, knocking the air out of me. One hand gripped my neck, and his mouth pressed against my ear.
I don't remember you pushing me away when I touched your pussy a few nights ago, Angel,
he growled. Shame washed over me from the memory, but worse, so much worse, longing.
Every fucking day you want me a little more. I can see it in your eyes, can see the struggle in them. You aren't allowed to have me, like I'm not allowed to have you.
You are Remo Falcone. You are Capo. You rule over the West. Who could stop you from having me? I murmured. My God, what was wrong with me? His fingers shifted on my neck, loosening, and he pulled back to meet my gaze, and I wished he hadn't, because the fierceness in his eyes was like the first breath of air after holding your breath for too long.
The only force on this earth that can stop me is you. You're the only one I'd allow to do so,
he said in a dark voice. He kissed me, a slide of his lips over mine.
How much longer will you?
I wanted to deepen the kiss. My fingers trembled against Remo's chest. I wanted to look away from his dark eyes, and at the same time I wanted to drown in their power. I wanted so many things when he was around, things I'd always be forbidden to want. A man of unparalleled cruelty, my captor, my enemy. I stumbled back, wheezing.
Do you want to run again?
The dark amusement in his voice wasn't as convincing as it usually was. He sounded strained. I didn't want to run. And that was the problem, because I should want to run from the desire. I took another step back. Remo smiled darkly.
I don't think I've ever seen you as scared of me as you are now.
Terrified. I was completely terrified. I turned and ran back to the mansion. On the terrace, I collided with Chiara, and we had to grip each other to keep our balance. My eyes met Nino's. He was standing behind her, as always, and for a moment I was sure he'd attack me, but Chiara pulled away from me. "Hey, are you all right?" she asked, touching my arm, looking concerned. I nodded jerkily. "You sure? Did Remo do something?" Did he? Or did I? The lines were getting blurry. Remo was right. Every day I was here, things got more complicated. Captivity broke me, only not in the way I thought it would. Nino's gaze moved past us. I knew whom he was seeking. "No," I whispered in reply to her question. Chiara frowned. "Come on, let's go inside."
Chiara,
Nino warned. "No," she said firmly. "This is getting ridiculous. Serafina won't hurt me." She took my hand and led me inside, where she pushed me down on the sofa. Remo and Nino remained outside. I could hear the low rumble of their voices. It sounded as if they were in an argument. Chiara handed me a glass of water, then sat down beside me. "Is it because of your brother? Nino said they allowed him to return to the outfit. That's good, isn't it?" I nodded. It was. My brother, my family, the outfit, my fiancé. I owed all of them loyalty. I owed them resistance and a fight. "Serafina?" Chiara touched my thigh. I met her compassionate gaze and touched her hand. "I'm losing myself." Her eyes widened, then flitted to the French windows. "You know, I was completely terrified of Remo in the beginning, but I saw sides of him that made me realize he's more than brutality and cruelty. Remo is the cruelest man I know. He is beyond redemption." She smiled sadly. "Maybe he just needs someone who will show him the path to redemption." I laughed harshly. "I hope you don't think that's going to be me. The only path I'll show him is the road to hell. I hate him." Chiara squeezed my thigh but didn't say anything. I was relieved when Nino took me up to my room, not Remo. I traced the line of the healed cut on my forearm, wishing it were still fresh, wishing Remo would hurt me again. More than that, I wished I didn't need that kind of reminder, because Remo Falcone was beyond redemption. I shouldn't need reminding. The next day, Remo and I did our longest run so far, despite the exceptionally hot late August sun. We both needed to relieve pent-up energy, it seemed. We hardly spoke. I tried to keep my mind blank. Tried not to think of my family who was suffering because Remo refused to make a new demand. Guilt became harder to bear every day. The guilt over not suffering the way I should be. My eyes registered a shadow above our heads. A large black and white bird of prey with a red head. "Look," I panted. "There's your spirit animal. A vulture." Remo stopped and laughed. A real laugh. Not dark, taunting, or cruel.
"Good to know you find me that repulsive."
I wished. He took a bottle of water from the small running backpack and handed it to me. God, how I wished I found Remo's body repulsive. I took a sip of water, then handed him the bottle back. "When are you going to ask my uncle for Rocco Scuderi?" I asked to distract myself and him. Remo's expression hardened, his eyes returning to the sky.
"Vultures wait for their prey to drop dead. I think the outfit's almost there."
"You can't win this game. The moment you return me, the outfit will rise and strike back. An endless spiral of violence will start."
"Why would you say that, Angel? Don't you want to be returned? Danilo is waiting eagerly to wed and bed you."
I followed the large bird's flight, wondering how it would feel to be free like that. A marriage to Danilo seemed so unreal in that moment, so far away, when I had already been less than 40 minutes away from being married to him. That girl in the beautiful white wedding dress, she felt like more of a stranger every day. My eyes were drawn to my hand, but the ring wasn't there. For the first time since my engagement to Danilo, I'd forgotten to put the ring on in the morning.
1 month,
Remo reminded me as he led me through the garden. It took me a moment to understand what he meant. "Since you captured me," I said quietly. 1 month. Sometimes it felt so much longer, sometimes like only yesterday. I had never thought I'd survive a single day in the hands of the Camorra, in Remo Falcone's hands, and now I'd survived so many more. Remo was more patient than I'd thought. I was fairly sure my family and the outfit was at a point by now that they'd hand Scuderi over, even if my grandfather disapproved. He was an old man close to death. I stared down at my bare feet in the grass. As a child, I'd loved to run around barefoot, but eventually I had stopped because I was told it was undignified. Ice Princess. I'd enjoyed being her in public, even if she wasn't a reflection of my true self. It was who I was supposed to be as Dante's niece, as Danilo's wife. Controlled, dignified, graceful. I caught Remo watching me. No control, unbridled emotion, furious passion. 1 month. I averted my eyes. Remo led me closer to the mansion.
"I want to know what's going on in your head,"
Remo said. I was glad he couldn't. "Maybe I'll tell you if you tell me what's going on in yours." Remo stopped.
"Right now I'm imagining how it would feel to bury my face between your legs, Angel."
I froze. Remo obviously enjoyed my shock, if his smirk was an indication. I didn't get a chance to retort because a low moan sounded above us. My eyes darted to the open window, my brows pulling together. Remo moved behind my back, standing very close and leaning forward slightly so his face was beside mine. He nodded up to the window.
"That's Nino and Chiara's bedroom."
A woman moaned again, An abandoned, uncontrolled sound full of pleasure. I took a step back, but bumped into Remo, who didn't budge.
That's the sound a woman makes when a man is eating her out.
You are disgusting, I gritted out, trying to get away, but Remo's arms wrapped around me from behind, keeping me in place. Please, Chiara gasped out. Please, more.
Do you want to know why I know Nino is currently licking pussy? It's because you don't hear him. His face is buried in it.
Chiara's moans turned louder, desperate, and then she cried out. I wanted to be disgusted, but my body reacted hearing these sounds. Heat gathered between my legs.
Have you ever made this sound, Angel?
He murmured.
No, you haven't. But don't you wonder how it would feel to be overwhelmed with so much pleasure to force these kinds of moans from your lips?
I stopped struggling, but Remo didn't loosen his hold on me. His firm chest, warm and strong, still pressed up against my back.
A tongue between your thighs, licking, sucking. Don't you want to know how that would feel?
I pressed my lips together, but I could do nothing about the trickle of wetness between my thighs. Above us, new moans rang out. Chiara, followed by deeper, more restrained grunts.
You are a grown woman, and you've never come so hard you lost yourself. You've never had a man buried between your thighs, eating you out.
Remo's mouth brushed my ear. Then his tongue slid along the outer rim until it reached my earlobe. He circled it, then drew it between his lips and sucked lightly, and I felt it all the way between my legs. He released my earlobe and exhaled. Something hard dug into my lower back. I should have drawn back in disgust, but I was utterly frozen.
Are you wet, Serafina? Wet for me?
Remo rasped in my ear, and a small shiver passed through my traitorous body upon hearing his voice. I won't ever bow to your will, Remo, I whispered harshly.
Who says I want you to bow, Angel? I want you to give me yourself freely, because you want to, because you choose to. Have you ever chosen anything only because you wanted to, without heeding the consequences? Without regard to what's expected of you? All your life, you've bowed to your parents' will, your uncle's will, the outfit's will, and once I'll release you, you'll bow to Danilo's will.
I hated Remo, hated him for making sense, hating him for getting under my skin, and I hated myself for letting him.
One day you will realize that you were never freer than in your time with me. Whatever you do, no one from the outfit must know, and even if they find out, they won't blame you, Angel.
I closed my eyes, trying to ignore how good Remo's body felt against mine, trying to block the moans growing in crescendo, but my throbbing center was difficult to forget. Remo's arms around me shifted until his thumb brushed the underside of my breast. I stilled but didn't push him away. Didn't utter a word of protest. His mouth found my throat, nibbling, licking, biting, and his hand slipped under my shirt. Rough fingertips slid over my skin, higher and higher until they reached my nipple through the lace of my bra. My lips parted from the sensation.
Won't you tell me to stop?
Remo murmured in my ear before his tongue led a wet trail down my throat. His free hand cupped my cheek and twisted my face around so he could assault my mouth with an all-consuming kiss. His tongue licked every crevice of my mouth, tasting, consuming, owning my lips.
You better tell me to stop, Angel, because if I don't stop now, I fear I won't stop at all.
I barely listened to his words, too caught up in the sensation his fingers on my nipple created, too overwhelmed by the moans ringing out above us. Remo released my face and nipple, gripped my hips in a bruising hold, and got down on his knees. Glancing over my shoulder, shock washed over me to see the Capo kneeling before me. He pushed up my skirt and bit into my ass cheek, then slid his tongue over the spot. His palm cupped my other cheek, hard, kneading possessively before he slid up and wedged his fingers under the strap of my thong. He tugged hard, and the drenched fabric jerked against my center and clit. I gasped in surprise and pleasure. Remo chuckled against my ass cheek, then circled his tongue over the soft skin, while his fingers kept tugging at my thong. How could this feel so good, so overpoweringly perfect? How could the sensation of fabric rubbing against my sensitive flesh bring me down like that? Remo tugged harder, and I arched, biting down on my lip to keep the sounds in. He sucked the skin of my ass cheek into his mouth as he gave my thong a few hard tugs. Waves of heat and tingling spread from my center to every nerve ending in my body. I was getting closer to something impossible, wondrous, mind-blowing. Something I'd never felt, not even close. Then Remo dropped his hand and released my skin from his mouth. I had to hold back a sound of protest. Gripping my hips, Remo turned me around. I stared down at him. He knelt before me, his eyes dark and possessive, a dangerous smile playing around his lips. Even kneeling at my feet, Remo oozed dominance, control, power. Looking down at him, I still felt like the one he brought to her knees. I narrowed my eyes, wanting to step away from him, away from his violence and darkness that seemed to draw me in like an undercurrent. As if he could feel my resistance, Remo tightened his hold on my hips and leaned forward, pressing a soft kiss to my white panties, right over my throbbing nub. My hand flew forward, gripping his muscular shoulders to steady myself. His eyes pierced me to the core with their intensity as he leaned his rough cheek against my thigh, his mouth close to my center. "I can smell your arousal, Angel," he said in a raw voice that traveled through my body like a jolt of electricity. As I watched, he smirked, parted his mouth, stuck his tongue out, and traced the small valley where my panties clung to my folds. I began to tremble. "Will you let me pull down your panties and taste your pussy?" I didn't say anything. Not yes, but worse. Worse, I didn't say no, because I didn't want to. I wanted Remo. Had never wanted anything more.
Remo. Serafina stared down at me with hatred, but she didn't fight when I hooked my fingers in the waistband of her thong. I waited a couple of heartbeats, relishing in her silence, bathing in her surrender. I pulled down her panties. She shuddered, but lifted her feet so she could step out of her panties. I pushed her skirt up. "Hold it up, Angel." Her elegant fingers curled around the hem of her skirt, and she pressed it up against her flat stomach. I was at eye level with her pussy. The trimmed hair above her clit glistened with her juice, and her lips were swollen with arousal. I leaned forward, breathing in her heady scent. Before I had kidnapped Serafina, I'd entertained different scenarios of how I would conquer her, break her, but this hadn't been among them. I had to admit I enjoyed it tremendously. I ran my rough palms up her smooth thighs. She trembled, but not from fear. And fuck. With Serafina, I preferred any emotion but fear. My thumbs stroked her soft folds and parted them, revealing her small nub. She released a shaky breath, face half terrified, half expectant. "My mouth being the first to taste your pussy. I'll be very thorough, Angel." I leaned forward and licked her clit lightly. She bit down on her lip, stifling a sound. She closed her eyes, her cheeks blazing. I pulled back a couple of inches. "Yes, don't watch, my little angel. Maybe you'll manage to pretend I'm someone else." Her eyes flew open, furious, and she returned my gaze. She wouldn't look away again. I dove in with small, gentle licks, testing how she'd react. A flood of her juice was my reward. I'd never been with a virgin or someone inexperienced, and I hadn't gone down on a woman in ages, much less ever been gentle with one. This was a new experience, but one I found myself enjoying. My cock throbbed every time my tongue delved between her lips, from her opening up to her clit. I tasted every part of her sweet pussy, traced the smooth inside of her lips, her opening, knowing my cock would soon claim that part of her. Serafina shook, her legs starting to give in. "Hold on to the wall," I ordered, and she complied without protest, leaning forward, her forearms braced against the rough facade, golden hair curtaining her face as she glared down at me while I ate her pussy. My teeth grazed her clit lightly, and she jerked, a small moan slipping out. I brushed the inside of her knee and pushed. She parted from me until she stood with her legs in a V over me. I tilted my head up, my hands curling over her hips, and firmly pulled her down on my mouth, and sucked each fold lightly before I closed my lips around her clit. She started rocking against my face almost desperately, and I complied with her silent demand by practically burying myself in her pussy, lapping at her, diving into her tightness, sucking. Then her lips parted, her brows pulling together in shock and astonishment, and she tensed. My eyes drank in the expression on her face, the wild abandon of passion on her perfect features, the shock, the resignation, the delight. Possessiveness wasn't one of my character traits, because I owned everything that mattered. But seeing Serafina in the throes of her orgasm, and knowing I was the first man to give it to her, I felt fucking possessive. She was mine, body and soul, and would be until I decided to set her free. I smirked against her as her pussy throbbed. After another long lick, I leaned my head back against the rough stone and licked my lips. Realization filled Serafina's eyes, and her face twisted with horror and shame. I smiled darkly. She shook her head, stepping back, tugging at her skirt until it covered her pussy again. I stayed on the ground, my cock throbbing in my pants, my chin coated with her juices, and my body swelled with sweet triumph. "Run, angel. Run from what you've done," I murmured with a dark smile, and Serafina did. She whirled around, blonde hair whipping through the air, and stormed away. No one knew better than I did that you couldn't run from what you've done. I pushed to my feet, wiped my chin with the back of my hand, and set out to find my angel. She'd received pleasure. Now it was time she gave something back. I wanted nothing less than every last part of her, her innocence, her heart, her soul, her body, her purity and her darkness. I would take everything.
Chapter 15. Serafina. I'd never experienced this acute sense of shame before. I didn't stop running until I reached the bedroom and shut the door. But even then, I continued into the bathroom, snatching at my clothes, needing them gone. I dropped them on the floor, everything except for my thong, which was still with Remo. What had I done? I turned on the shower and slipped under the spray of warm water, rubbing myself clean, rubbing between my legs, but the warm, wet, throbbing sensation remained. It wouldn't go away. I slumped against the wall. I had let Remo put his mouth on me, his tongue inside me, and I had enjoyed it. My body hummed with the remnants of pleasure, a distant memory my body was eager to refresh. I'd never experienced sensations like that. But worse, Remo's words had been proven true. I'd never felt freer than in that moment with Remo between my legs, showing me pleasure. It had felt amazing, freeing, and utterly wrong. All my life I had been taught to be honorable, to do what was expected of me, and today I'd gone against it all. Dark and tall, Remo appeared in the doorway, come to claim his prize. His eyes roamed over my naked body, and mine did the same. He was cruel and twisted, beyond redemption. Brutal attractiveness, forbidden pleasure, promised pain. I should have been disgusted by him, but I wasn't. Not by his body, and not always by his nature. I shut off the water, scared of what he wanted, completely terrified of what I wanted. This was his game of chess. He was the king, and I was the trapped queen that the outfit needed to protect. He moved me into position for his last move, the kill. Check. He began unbuttoning his shirt, then shrugged it off. He moved closer, stopping right before me.
You always watch me like something you want to touch but aren't allowed to. Who's holding you back, Angel?
Nothing's holding me back. I don't want to, I muttered with false bravado, the lie ringing loud and clear.
Is that so?
Remo asked quietly. He reached for my hand, and I let him. Let him put my palm against his strong chest. Let him slide it lower, over the hard lines of muscles, over the rough scars. He placed my palm over his belt, then released me.
Don't you want to be free of society's shackles for once? To do something forbidden?
What I wanted more than anything was his twisted smile gone. I gripped his belt and tugged him toward me, angrily, desperately, because I was falling, already lost, content to lose myself. His lips crashed down on mine, tongue domineering my mouth, hands rough against my ass. He jerked me up and against him so his erection pressed against my center. I gasped, which he swallowed with his lips. My fingers hooked in his waistband, scared and curious. Remo caught my gaze, his full of hunger and harshness. He ripped his mouth away from mine, backing me into the wall.
Be brave, Angel.
I curled my fingers in his belt and held his gaze as I opened the buckle. The clink was the sound of my last wall crumbling. Gripping his zipper, I pulled it slowly down, terrified and aroused. Then I paused. Remo bent low, his mouth brushing my ear.
I'm not a patient man. You are playing with fire.
Forcing down my nerves, I turned my face, bringing my own lips to his ear. Oh, Remo, I will be your first angel. Patience is a virtue, and you will be rewarded for it. I kissed his ear, then trailed my tongue over the rim. He exhaled and pulled back so he could look at my face, and the look in his eyes, it almost made my knees buckle. For a second, I had him. I held the reins on the cruelest, most powerful man in the West, and it was thrilling. But Remo wouldn't be Remo, wouldn't be Capo, if he didn't know how to take his power back. He grabbed his pants and pulled them down together with his boxers. His erection sprang free, and Remo braced himself against the wall with his hands on either side of my head. I stared down at him and sank back against the wall. He was long and thick and impossibly hard. I tore my gaze away, only to be hit with Remo's penetrating stare. My cheeks blazed with heat, and Remo smiled as he leaned forward, trailing his tongue over my heated cheekbone.
Tell me, Angel, what will be my reward for my patience?
I stood on my tiptoes, curling my fingers over Remo's neck, pulling myself up and against him. His hardness rubbed against my naked stomach, and he groaned a low, dangerous sound. Something forbidden. Something you aren't meant to be gifted. Remo's body became taut,
eager, and he tipped my head back, his lips brushing mine. Something you promised to someone else? My throat tightened, but Remo kissed me hard, not allowing me to dwell on it. He hooked one of my legs up over his hip, opening me up. His fingers brushed my center, and then 2 fingers breached my opening. Pain shot through me. I ripped myself from his mouth, tensing, a choked sound bursting from my throat. Remo stilled, his fingers deep inside of me. He pulled back, a hint of surprise on his face. Then it was gone. He regarded me intently, almost curiously. My chest heaved as I tried to grow used to the stretched sensation of having his fingers in me. Remo touched his forehead to mine. I think you were right, Angel. My reward will be worth it. Anger flooded me. Did you enjoy hurting me? I whispered. Remo kissed my lips. This isn't me hurting you. This is me trying not to hurt you. You will know when I want to hurt you. He pulled his fingers out, then slid them back in. My muscles clung to him and I exhaled. He held my gaze as he established a slow rhythm. I leaned my head back against the wall, never averting my eyes. Remo's dark eyes dragged me deeper and deeper down into their abyss. Pleasure slowly replaced the feeling of being stretched. I began rocking my hips, causing Remo's erection to rub over my belly. His breathing deepened, but he kept up pumping his fingers into me at a slow pace, watching me, his other hand clinging to my outer thigh. A deep throbbing spread from my center, and I gasped, and not from pain this time. Remo's thumb flicked over my nub, and I splintered from the inside out into thousands of particles filled with sensation. Remo watched me hungrily, almost reverently, and I smiled, not even sure why. I was still reeling from my high when Remo pulled his fingers out and grabbed my other thigh, lifting me up, my back against the wall, my body trapped between it and his chest. And I knew what he wanted. My hands flew up to his chest, resisting. When his erection brushed my inner thigh, I gasped out, "No!" Remo's dark eyes flew up to mine, angry, incredulous, but he did pause. "Not like this," I said quietly. "Not against a wall. This would happen on my terms, not his." The anger lessened. "You are right," he said darkly. He hoisted me higher so my legs wrapped around his middle and my center pressed up against his six-pack. Then he walked with me out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. "I will fuck you on the bed, Angel. I put white sheets on for the occasion. What a pity it would have been if I didn't stain them with your blood." Shock and indignation shot through me because I realized my sheets had been white for a few days now. But then Remo kissed me. I dug my nails into his shoulders angrily and battled his tongue. We tugged and kissed, and suddenly we were on the bed. Remo knelt between my legs, shoving them further apart, his mouth harsh against my throat, and I became still, soft, scared. This was it. Remo stilled above me and raised his head. Our eyes met. I don't know what he saw in mine, but he cupped my cheek, startling me. His kisses became light, gentle, almost caring. So wrong. That wasn't Remo. That was a lie. "Shh, Angel. I'll be gentle." His fingers stroked my breasts, my side, oh, so gently, and his mouth dusted me with loving kisses. Even though I knew them to be false, knew I was supposed to shove him away, to put up a fight, I kissed him back. Lost. Remo molded our bodies together, shifting, and then I felt a light pressure against my opening. I gasped and tensed.
Remo watched my face, full of intent, and his eyes. They quieted my hesitation, my fear, any protest I might have come up with. He slid into me slowly, inch by inch, never taking more than my body could give. But still he seemed to tear me apart. A slow conquest, but a conquest nevertheless. I'd expected brutality and cruelty. I wished for it. But this gentle Remo, he terrified me the most. He didn't let me escape, not even the only way I could. He wanted to consume me with his eyes. He sunk all the way into me, and then he paused as I shivered under the force of the intrusion. His dark eyes said what I'd known all along. He possessed me. He owned me. I was the queen. He was the king. Checkmate.
Remo. This was the ultimate victory over the outfit. They didn't know it yet, but they would soon. Serafina trembled under me. Her marble cheeks flushed, lips parted. She was in pain, and somehow it didn't please me because I had tried not to hurt her. I gave pain willingly, deliberately, freely, not by accident. I held myself still, content in the feeling of her tight walls squeezing my cock mercilessly. I was fucking ecstatic, feeling the slickness around me and knowing it was her virgin blood. The sweetest reward for my patience I could imagine. My eyes roamed Serafina's perfect features, and her blue eyes met mine, searching, wondering. I pulled out of her slowly, recognizing the signs of pain in her expression, then pushed back in even slower. I rocked my hips slowly, keeping my movements as controlled as possible. Her face twisted with pain and pleasure, and I angled my hips to increase the latter. She gasped, surprised. I kept up the slow rhythm. Patience wasn't my forte, but I knew this prize would be worth it too. She gasped again. Her pale blue eyes rose to mine, questioning and confused and scared of my consideration of my gentleness. She hadn't expected it from me, had accepted her fate. She had braced herself for me fucking her like an animal. She had expected agony and bruises, humiliation and cruel words. She had prepared herself for it, had promised herself to fight me. This was something she hadn't prepared for, something she couldn't fight because she was too desperate for it. She was proud and noble, but she was still only a sheltered woman. Showing her kindness was like giving her water in a time of drought. It was something new to me. I fucked hard. Women were pleasure and money, bargain and burden. They weren't allowed to be more than that. She moaned, her marble-like cheeks flushing. She was getting closer. I lowered my mouth to her lips, slid my tongue in, tasting that unblemished sweetness. My fingers slid up her side, over her slender ribs to the swell of her breast. She gasped again. I brushed her nipple with my thumb, the touch feather soft because that was how she liked it, as inexperienced as she was. She'd soon enough see that pain and pleasure worked well together. I reached between us and slid 2 fingers over her clit. She shuddered, and I repeated the motion and thrust my hips faster, forcing one astonished gasp after another from her lips. I lifted her leg up over my back, changing the angle and sliding a bit deeper into her. She cried out and threw her head back, baring that elegant neck. Pain and pleasure. I couldn't take my eyes off her face as she gasped and whimpered and moaned. Her gaze sought mine again. She hardly ever looked away. She was the first woman who dared to hold my gaze while I fucked her, the first woman I allowed to do so. My fingers slid over her clit as I sunk into her in deep, controlled strokes over and over again. I wanted my prize, wanted to force it from her quivering body, wanted her complete surrender. Her tight walls clamped around my cock as she came under me. I closed my lips over the perfect skin at her throat and bit down, wanting to leave my mark. My angel. She tensed and shuddered even harder. I leaned down. And you thought I wouldn't own you, angel. I said softly, then kissed her ear. She glared up at me, shame and hate mingling on her perfect features. Her cold, proud eyes blazed with emotions I had summoned. Now that we got this out of the way, why don't I fuck you like I wanted to from the start? I said in a low voice. Serafina was a chess piece. There was a flash of fear, but I didn't give her time to consider my words. She was slick around my cock. I slid all the way out of her and thrust back into her in one hard push. She gasped from pain this time. I hummed my approval. I soon found a pace that was fast enough to be painful but not so overwhelming that she'd not feel the dark promise of pleasure behind it. She closed her eyes. No, I snarled, giving her a far less restrained thrust, showing her that I was still holding back. She looked at me with hate and disgust. I claimed her mouth, growing even harder under the intensity of her emotions. Hate was good. I sucked her nipple into my mouth and she tensed. Oh, yes. Fucking Serafina was better than my imagination had promised. I can't wait to send these sheets to Danilo and your family. I rasped against her wet skin. She clawed at my back and I groaned, my cock twitching. She fought against the pleasure, clung to the pain, even preferring it. I reached between us, found her nub, and flicked my finger over it. She squeezed harder around my cock, causing my eyes to close under the blinding pleasure. If you stop fighting the pleasure, it'll be less painful, angel. I murmured against her pink nipple before I sucked it back into my mouth. I hit deeper than before, still not as hard and deep as I wanted, but Serafina whimpered. I lifted my head. She bit her lip, holding back the sound. Surrender to the pleasure. It'll be worth it. She hit me with a hateful gaze, but didn't pull back when I kissed her mouth and slipped my tongue inside. She'd rather suffer through the pain than stop fighting the pleasure. Proud and strong, determined not to give me another one of her sweet releases, I claimed her mouth, hard and fast, like my cock did her tight center. I decided to allow her that small. I'd already won the prize and the war. I let loose, submitted to the pressure in my balls. I thrust into her one last time, then shot my cum into her with a violent shudder. I stared into her eyes as I claimed her body. She was mine. I couldn't wait for Cavallaro and her fiancé to find out.
Chapter 16. Serafina. Remo pulled out of me, and I winced, sucking in a sharp breath. I rolled over to my side, away from him, but the shame stayed with me. Remo brushed my hair away and kissed my neck, then lightly bit down, and I shivered. You are mine, Angel. I own you. Even if I ever let you go, I'll still own you. You will always remember this day, and deep down, you will always know that you are mine, and mine alone. I closed my eyes, trying to hold back tears, fighting them, holding on to my composure with sheer force of will. The sheets rustled as Remo got out of bed, and I didn't look over my shoulder to see what he was doing. I heard the water running in the bathroom. He returned moments later and ran his fingers down my spine, then back up before he grabbed my shoulder and rolled me onto my back. My eyes found his. He parted my legs, his eyes taking in my thighs covered in my blood. Not taking his eyes off my face, he knelt between my legs. I tensed, confused but too stunned and overwhelmed to act. With a dark smile, he leaned forward and ran his tongue over my thigh, licking up the blood. I was frozen. He traced a finger up my leg and circled my opening with it. I stiffened. I was sore, but Remo slid his finger inside of me very slowly. His dark eyes held mine, and after a moment he gently pulled his finger back out, now slick with my blood. A horrible suspicion wormed its way into my head, and he proved it right. Remo put his blood-coated finger in his mouth with a twisted smile. "The taste of blood never disgusted me, and your virgin blood is sweeter than anything else." My nose wrinkled in disgust, and shame warmed my cheeks. Remo assessed me calmly as he released his finger from his mouth. He stroked my inner thighs as he lowered himself to his stomach between my legs. "What are you doing?" I asked. Remo pressed a kiss to my center. "Claiming my missing prize." My hand shot out, wanting to shove him away, but he caught my wrist and pressed it to my thigh. His mouth gently moved over me, followed by his tongue. He was so gentle my body responded despite my soreness. He held my gaze as he traced his tongue along my slit over and over again. Then he closed his lips over my clit and began sucking softly. I moaned, unable to hold it in. Remo smiled against my flesh. I stopped fighting it and sank into the mattress, my legs parting further. Remo kept up the soft touch of his tongue and mouth, but pulled back slightly. "There you go. Let me make you forget the pain." And he did. There was still an undercurrent of a dull ache, but somehow it heightened every spike of pleasure Remo's tongue brought me. "Look at me," Remo ordered, his lips brushing against my folds. I met his gaze and started trembling as my core tightened. Pain and pleasure mingled as Remo's tongue worked my nub. My lips parted, and I cried out, unable to contain it. Remo's eyes flashed with triumph, and he pressed closer to my center, devouring me. I thrashed under him, gasping. It was painful and mind-bendingly pleasurable. I was torn apart and put back together, mismatched and wrong, but back together. I slumped against the bed, resigned, exhausted, my body throbbing with pain and the remnants of my orgasm. Remo stayed between my legs, but his tongue had slowed. His fingers pulled me apart, and he lapped at my opening. I moaned as it caused another aftershock. Everything about this was wrong and filthy. With a last kiss to my clit, Remo climbed over me and claimed my mouth. The taste of blood and my own juices made me shudder. Remo pulled back. "Pain and pleasure," he rasped. "What do you prefer, Angel?" Shame crashed down on me hard and fast. "I hate you." Remo smiled darkly and pushed off me. "There is a washcloth on the nightstand." His erection and upper thighs were smeared with my blood, but he didn't bother covering himself as he walked out of the room, leaving me alone. The door clicked shut. I sat up, wincing again. My eyes were drawn to the sheets, and I closed my eyes again. This was supposed to happen on my wedding night. It was supposed to be Danilo's privilege, and I had given it away because that was exactly what it was. Giving, not taking. I got up and moved slowly toward the bathroom. The soreness wasn't even the worst part. Not even close. That was the shame, the guilt over what I let happen. I stepped into the shower and turned it on. The water was hot, on the verge of being painful, but it felt good. I leaned back against the wall and slowly sank down. Pulling my legs up against my chest, I cried because Remo was right. What I'd done today, I'd never forget. Even if I returned to the outfit, how could I face my family again? How could I face Danilo, my fiancé, the man I had promised myself to? I wasn't sure how long I sat like this when Remo stepped into the bathroom. I didn't look up, only saw his legs in my peripheral vision. He moved closer, and then the water stopped.
He crouched before me. I still didn't look up. My throat and nose were clogged from crying, and I started to shiver without the warmth of the water.
"Look at me,"
Remo ordered.
"Look at me, Serafina."
When I refused to do as he asked, he reached for my chin and nudged it up until my gaze met his. His dark eyes searched my face. I couldn't read the emotions in his eyes.
"If it helps, try telling yourself I raped you,"
he whispered in a low voice.
"Maybe you will start believing it."
Nothing had ever cut deeper than Remo's words. He didn't need a knife to make me bleed. I glared at him, wanting to hate him with every part of my being, but a tiny, horrible part of me didn't. And it was that part of me I despised more than I could ever hate Remo.
Remo. After claiming Serafina, I left her in the bed. I needed time to gather my fucking thoughts. I went to my bedroom and put on briefs, but didn't bother cleaning my thighs or face. It was late in the evening, so Chiara should still be in her bedroom with Nina. I could still taste Serafina, sweet and metallic, the sweetest triumph of my life. Fuck this woman. I fixed myself a drink, a bourbon, then leaned against the bar, swirling the liquid in the glass, fucking a verse to washing away her taste. The memory still burned bright. This was the moment I'd worked for, had been patient for. For once in my life, I'd been patient. Your reward will be different. I will be your first angel. Serafina was so much more than I'd hoped for. She was magnificently gorgeous, ruinously breathtaking. Even lesser men would kill to have someone as regal as her in their bed only once. I almost got a fucking boner, thinking about how Danilo would feel seeing the sheets with Serafina's virgin blood on them. How acutely he'd feel the loss of something he had desired from afar for years. Something that had been almost in his reach, only to be painfully ripped from him. It was enough to drive even the most controlled man into a rampage. And her father and brother. For them it would be a painting of their greatest failure. That smile on your face creeps me the fuck out, Savio muttered as he came in, smelling of perfume and sex. Thinking of my next message for Dante, I said, setting the glass down without taking a single sip. I couldn't bear the idea of getting rid of Serafina's taste just yet. Savio's eyes flitted down to my upper thighs, coated in Serafina's blood, then up to my face. He crossed his arms. Either you mauled a kitten and rubbed your face and groin all over the spoils, or you had a disturbing meeting with virgin pussy. Something dark and possessive burned my chest hearing him talk like that about Serafina. I shoved it down. Not a virgin anymore. Savio regarded me curiously, then shook his head with a disbelieving laugh. You really got her to come willingly into your bed? Fuck, Remo. You must have twisted that girl's mind. I grinned. And tomorrow I'll bathe in my triumph and send Dante the sheets. Savio laughed, came toward me, and downed the drink I'd poured for myself. To your twisted mind and all the twisted shit it comes up with. You wanted to break her, and you broke her. I left him standing there, not in the mood to talk about Serafina anymore. My body yearned for her, for more, for everything. When I entered the bedroom, I found the bed empty except for the stained sheets. I followed the sound of running water into the bathroom. Serafina was huddled in the shower, and the sight caused an unpleasant twinge in my chest. I turned off the water, then knelt before her. Look at me, I said. Look at me, Serafina. Her blue eyes held anguish and guilt when I forced her face up. If it helps, try telling yourself I raped you, I murmured. Maybe you will start believing it. Hatred flared in her eyes, and for once it didn't give me a thrill. I got up, frustrated by my body's reaction. I stalked back into the bedroom and stripped the bed of its sheets, not wanting them ruined. Serafina would probably try to burn them, to destroy any proof of what we'd done. But she couldn't burn the memory. I threw them into the hallway before I returned to Serafina. She stood now, her fingers clutching the edge of the shower stall, her other hand pressed against her stomach. She took a step, wincing. I moved closer, and her eyes darted down to my bloody thighs. She grimaced. "Why don't you clean up?" "Because I want to remember. And I want to forget," she bit out. "You need to own up to your actions, Angel. You can't run from them," I said, stopping in front of her. Hatred swirled in her blue eyes, but not all of it was directed at me. "Leave." I narrowed my eyes. "Leave," she rasped. "The Tylenol will help with your soreness." I turned and walked toward the doorway. "I don't want the pain gone. I deserve it," she muttered. I paused in the doorway and tossed a glance over my shoulder, but Serafina wasn't looking at me. She was glaring at the floor. I left the bathroom, took new sheets from the wardrobe and threw them on the bed before I headed out and locked the bedroom door. Stuffing the discarded sheets under my arm, I hesitated. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what, but something didn't sit well with me. Ignoring the sensation, I went downstairs. Nino crossed my path as I headed into the game room. He, too, was only in his briefs. His eyes flitted down to the stained sheets, then lower to my thighs, before he raised his eyebrows. "I don't suppose it's menstrual blood." "It isn't. It's Dante's downfall." Nino trailed after me in that annoying, brooding way he had when he disapproved of something I did. "Not only his downfall." I moved on into the office, our father's office. It was one of the few rooms we'd left mostly as it was, but neither of us worked out of it. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Are you referring to Serafina?" "She will be ruined in her family's eyes, in her circles. Some might even consider her actions betrayal. She is a woman, and Dante won't kill her for it. But she will be shunned, if she's allowed to return to her home at all. I assume you intend to send her back now that you've got what you wanted?" Something in his voice set me off. I haven't gotten everything I wanted from her yet. Not even close. And she will stay until she gives me every little thing I desire. Nino stepped in front of me. "Is this even still about revenge?" "It has never been only about revenge. It's about obliterating the outfit from within, not mere revenge." I sidestepped him and went in search for something I could wrap the sheets in. Finally, I found a box and stuffed them inside. "Don't lose yourself in a game you don't have full control over, Remo." The worry in his voice made me look up. I touched his shoulder. When have I ever been in control? Losing control is my favorite pastime. Nino's mouth twitched. As if I don't know it. His expression turned serious again. "In these last few weeks, you've spent a lot of time with Serafina. We need you, Remo. The Camorra can't risk an endless conflict with the outfit. Go in for the kill. These sheets are the point of my knife. Are you going to help me with that note to Dante and her family?" Nino sighed. "If it puts an end to this, then yes." I rummaged around for a fancy piece of stationery in the old wood desk, then took out a pen. "Now, let's figure out the best words to crush them. I thought we could start with a reference to the bloody sheets tradition of the Familia for an additional kick." Nino shook his head. "I'm glad you are my brother, and not my enemy."
Chapter 17. Serafina. I hovered beside the bed, unable to move. The white sheets were gone, sheets covered in my blood. Remo had taken them, and I knew why. I closed my eyes for a moment. He would send them to my family. They would find out what had happened. What would they think? Would they hate me? Banish me? This wasn't rape. I could not defend my actions. There was no force, no torture, no violence. Samuel had risked his life for me. Men had died because of me, and I had betrayed them all. I turned away from the bed, unable to bear its presence. and headed toward the window. I climbed on the windowsill, wincing at the sharp twinge between my legs, a painful reminder I didn't need. Every moment of what I'd done was burned into my memory, blazing fiercely when I closed my eyes. I slept with Remo Falcone, Capo of the Camorra, my enemy. Not Danilo, not my fiancé. My eyes found my engagement ring discarded on the nightstand. I hadn't worn it today, and now I could never wear it again without feeling like a fraud. I swallowed. He would see the sheets as well. I had given away what had been promised to him for 5 years. What was worse was I had wanted to give it away. I could still feel Remo's body on mine, the way he moved in me. It was wondrous, freeing, intoxicating. Sin, betrayal, my ruin. What I did couldn't be undone. A kiss could be denied. A touch could be concealed. This had left scars. There was tangible proof, and Remo would flaunt it in my family's faces.
You have to own up to your actions, Angel.
I knew I needed to, but I wasn't sure if I could.
Remo. The next morning I found Serafina perched in her usual spot on the windowsill. The sheets weren't rumpled. She must have slept leaning against the window or not at all. You sent out the sheets, Serafina said quietly, not looking my way. Of course she knew. She was not only beautiful, she was stunningly intelligent, a lethal combination. I did. Express delivery. They should arrive at your family's home tomorrow morning, or maybe even tonight. She didn't turn, didn't react, only looked out of the window. Her hair was brushed over her other shoulder, her slender neck bared to my view. My teeth marks marred her unblemished skin. Her shoulders gave a small twitch. Then she stiffened her spine. What did you tell them? I assume you sent them a note with your gift. There was the slightest waver in her tone, a chink in her cool voice. I stalked closer. What would you have wanted the note to say? She peered over her shoulder at me, a beautifully hateful expression perfectly frozen on her face. Who knew hatred could be this beautiful? I said, as my fingertips slid over the soft bumps of her spine, through her thin satin robe. She jumped up, whirled around, and slapped my hand away. Don't touch me. I pressed her into the wall, one hand curled around her wrists as I shoved them into the wall above her head. Yesterday you let me touch you. Let me eat your pussy. Let me fuck you. You gave me yourself willingly, desperately, wantonly. The last word broke through her mask. You would have forced me eventually. My eyes locked on hers, my grip on her wrist tightening. I thought you were brave, Angel. I thought you wouldn't choose the easy way. But now I see that you can't even stand down the truth of what you did. She didn't look away. Now tell me again, why did you give yourself to me yesterday? And be brave. Was it because you feared I'd take your gift without asking? Or because you wanted to be the one who decided to whom you wanted to gift it to? She swallowed hard. I wanted to gift it to Danilo. It was his privilege. Did you really? Or did you feel obligated to gift it to him because someone promised that gift to him without your consent? Don't you dare talk about consent. I moved closer. Why did you give it to me? Her eyes flashed and tears sprang into her eyes. Because I wanted to. She snapped her lips shut and finally looked away. A tear slid down her perfect cheek, and she took a shuddering breath. They won't forgive me for it. They will hate me fiercely, but never as much as I hate myself. Never enough. I leaned down and grazed my nose over her pulse point, my hand cupping her face. Do it, she whispered, begged, and I drew back, looking into the blue pools of despair. Do what? I nuzzled the soft spot behind her ear. Hurt me. My mouth brushed her chin and higher over her lips. "Hurt me." She said it harsher this time. I gripped her waist and turned her around, pressing her into the wall, her wrists still above her head, my body caging her. I was already painfully hard. The hand that was holding her wrists moved under her satin robe, and I found her bare beneath. I exhaled against her neck, then bent down lightly, causing her to shudder. My fingers moved to her flat belly, then lower to the trimmed curls until I dipped between her folds. "Hurt me, Remo." "I will, Angel. Patience is a virtue. Don't you remember?" My fingers slid deeper. She wasn't wet like she'd been yesterday, just barely aroused, mostly broken and desperate to exchange one form of pain for another. I unbuckled my belt and took out my cock before easing it between her beautiful, firm ass cheeks. Her breath caught, but I dipped lower to her pussy. She was tense as a fist against my tip, sore, braced for the pain. I didn't push in. Instead, my fingers started playing with her pussy, light, teasing, coaxing touches. Nothing like what she wanted. "Why can't you just hurt me?" she whispered, tilting her face sideways and upwards. Yes, why? My hands always gave pain readily. I held her in place, arms raised above her head, her front pressed to the wall, my cock wedged between her thighs, and watched her cry. I claimed her mouth for a kiss, tasting her tears as my fingers stroked between her pussy lips. Soon, I could feel her surrender. My fingers slipped through her wetness, and her pussy loosened against my tip. Using my foot, I shifted her legs further apart and looked into her teary blue eyes as I eased into her. She winced, and I kissed her mouth, slow and lightly, until I was sheathed in her up to my balls, my cock buried deep inside her. "Now your patience will be rewarded, Angel." She smiled joyously against my mouth, and I pulled all the way out of her, then slammed back in. She gasped, her body coiling tight, trapped between my chest and the wall. Her pussy clenched mercilessly around me. I stroked her clit as I drove into her again. My body longed to go even harder, and so did she. But I held back, not wanting to do any lasting damage. Fuck. What the fuck was Serafina doing to me? Her eyes held mine as if she could find salvation there. But we were both damned, and I was dragging her closer to damnation every day. My balls slapped against her with every thrust, and I was losing control, not just of my fucking dick, but also of everything else. Serafina was still tight, and her moans hesitant, pain stronger than pleasure. Claiming her mouth for a kiss, I abandoned control and came with a violent shudder. She shivered in my hold as my cock twitched inside her. I pressed my forehead to hers, staying inside for a few moments. Her warm breath fanned over my lips, and finally I pulled out of her. Her whimper made me kiss her shoulder blade. Then I lifted her into my arms. I carried her over to the bed and laid her down, then pressed up to her back, and she let me. She was quiet. I ran my fingertips over her smooth arm. Her sweet scent mingled with mine and the muskiness of sex. The perfect mixture. "And do you feel better? Did the pain help?" I murmured against her shoulder blade as I kissed it again. I wasn't sure why I felt the urge to kiss her like that, but I simply could not stop. "No," she said quietly. "I could have told you that. You know all about pain and its effects, don't you?" I don't think one person can ever know everything about pain. Everyone feels pain differently, reacts differently. It's a curious thing. Serafina's body loosened further in my embrace. "I think I prefer pain. It doesn't make me feel as guilty as pleasure does." I buried my nose in her hair. "You have no reason to feel guilty." She didn't say anything, and eventually her breathing evened out. I lifted my head carefully and found her asleep. Her pale lashes fluttered, her face peaceful. I'd never understood the appeal of watching someone sleep. Had always found it dull, lacking. I had been so fucking wrong. I kept stroking her arm, then kissed her skin again. Fuck. How was I going to give her back? I rested my head back on the pillow. I wasn't tired, despite the long night I'd had, but I couldn't bring myself to get up with Serafina in my arms. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to relax. I had fallen into a light slumber when Serafina stirred, jerking me awake. She stiffened in my hold. "It's strange when your nightmares are less horrendous than reality," she whispered. "I've lived it, Angel. It makes you stronger. I wished you had taken me on the first day, back in that basement, on that dirty mattress like the whore that I am." The words ripped from her throat, as if every syllable was pure agony. I tensed, turning her